Everyone, to a quick recap of the Deadlock Fight Night number 15 for EU. If you didn't watch the show live, then you might have missed out on the fact that the patch dropped less than 24 hours before we actually kicked off our initial match, meaning we went from 4 lanes down to 3 and teams didn't have much time to practice. However, we're going to see how Pojolai, Scumbria, and Aegis Aurora can do as they were the initial challenger match. With our first match on the new 3-lane patch, we see 7 starting to get banned out due to how close the jungle camps all are. Aegis Aurora ended up going for a double flare comp with Vindicta and Grey Town, which puts a lot of pressure on Sunset to catch them out. The first 4 minutes treated us with a few kills as teams get adjusted to the 3 double lanes. But with how important Guardians are, we start to see some big pushes out of both teams on them. Does come in and catches out on one player. It's going to be Mirage Saint, going to be overextended now. It's concussed. The combustion's going to come through directly under the turret.
Reached down, but it's still pretty dangerous here. Saint just had the health pool to come forward and be very, very aggressive. So this is now going to force Wizasta completely out of the picture. Ban-wise, though, has gone down. That is going to be that annoying Vindicta Grey Talon lane that is just laying some pain down. And this in the left lane here, Hapax does fall, but it's an early Guardian, really very early, 5 minutes in.
Pojolai have been keeping Alex and Gemside consistently on the left lane, trying to push down the Walker, but Aegis decided to try and shut it down after they had been doing this for the last 9 minutes.
It's about to dive on them here, and yep, he's got company. Mo and Krill, of course, across the map, getting pressured now. We're about to have telekinesis available, so very unlikely that there's going to be any chance of escaping if you're Wizasta. And, well, you're definitely not getting out now, that's for sure. Frozen shelter deployed, and telekinesis just to secure the kill. Wizasta is down, but this is about to get very messy over on this side of the map. He's going to get hit by a carbine. Now it's Jamside trying to play through that wall here, looking to try and get back. Good damage they put down with the rapid fire into his free mock, but Hapax is the one that falls, and Pojolai Scumbria might be able to turn this fight around. This is bloody awkward now.
Aegis Aurora try to make a push for the first walker of the game in the right lane, but end up trading. Sonya, who had been left alone in the mid lane to farm and still jungle, comes in and saves the fight for Aegis while they push the left lane at the same time.
Effect, and might have been a telekinesis there. No, Jamside still has that one available. Either way, a little bit messy here for Aegis Aurora. Al comes on in, secures the kill, we'll say, on MXM. There's still more work to be done, and ABL is about to be frozen solid now. They do have big damage. I wouldn't put it past them, but no, they drop, and that is a 3-for-1 trade for Pojolai Scumbria.
To say this would have been huge, but Sonya comes in, is able to help equalize things. It's 3-2, and well, he should be fine for this one, but again, those flame dash is going to help heal him quite a bit. And also give him the longevity and the ability to escape from this one quite easily, as they are pushing lane 1 at the exact same time. Off the back of the fight, Aurora sends it yet again down the right lane, picking up kills and the first mid boss of the match.
To get some of the other ones, it's a little bit harder. You really got to break the base here. But Sunset goes down here. We're going to have a last stand. Use that again. There's just no time to make it happen. The sheer amount of burst damage on this Aegis Aurora team is disgusting. Between the two, sort of flyers. But then, of course, what we know that Lady Geist can put down, especially if she's going to make an essence swap happen. Much harder to access now for someone like Pojolai Scumbria. You've got to go down the tunnels, and they can be guarded pretty effectively. So this will be, for all intents and purposes, uncontested.
With Saint getting caught out, Aegis decide to push on middle and right at the same time.
Death Slam catches free mock out just as they were looking to set something up, and right onto the Walker is not where you want to be thrown. Another carbine loaded up here. It is unlikely there'll be any further pursuit. Another Walker picked up, though. Pojolai Scumbria now are down to only their mid-Walker. As upstairs goes Wolfie, pops that Affliction here, trying to put their pressure down on Overseas. They're low, but they're looking to try and get away. Affliction tries to get big barrage connection around that corner, but will be denied it. Under it's Wolfie, should I say. And Hapax is here. Got to be hitting pretty darn hard. Wolfie ignoring them for the most part, though, and at least is able to secure their kill. Now it's a question of whether or not the pocket can escape.
Being 20k up gave Aegis Aurora the confidence to take fights, using the urn to force PS to respawn.
Big power spike at tier 4. Biting Word, though, is going to be a bit of a problem here for Fremok. They may not have anywhere to go. They're going to swap Sunset, at least try and catch them through the time wall and get that silence. Wizasta will force Sunset, though, ultimately goes down. Fremok, by the way, still living through all of this. Amidst this, an urn has been picked up, and we're right over the turn-in location. So Alex just slots that in, realizing that maybe the fight is not really theirs to win. Divine Barrier popped here as Alex is trying to get away. Slow ABL down at the very least now, and the Vindicta's a problem. She is chasing it. Overseas has the damage to bring Alex down. The sole lead now might be starting to get a little out of hand.
The lead continued to grow for Aegis, but they were being very hesitant to use that advantage to push. I think if they had a kill on Sunset, they're going to look for the finish here. You see Sonya kind of eyeing him up, but you're just also still seeing like how scared Aegis Aurora are at the moment. But with the Frozen Shelter coming out because Alex was caught out, that's a big component of their big wobble combo that they would have honestly needed to win this or to get it back into this game. Saint's going to fall as well, and the Owl's going to come through. Aegis Aurora, they're going to go on the warpath. Looking for farm, Saint gets caught out, and PS full commit to the fight only to lose and give Aegis Aurora the chance to take down VP once again in the finals. What do I mean?
What do you mean normal? How's it normal?
Babies?
Bro.
Statue, Mitch.
You don't need to castrate someone to render them infertile. Bro. Oh, come on, man. That's crazy. Okay, well, let's get back to business here. You can see these charge shots are devastating. This is Podgelias Cambria hoping to push out and maybe, yeah, fight for this mid-boss if possible, but Overseas is in a very powerful position. Tiny able to chase Wolfie down now. And oh, look at that. They come out fully healthy. Yeah, well, they've also... A matter of wrapping up the game. We'll be able to bring up your in-game screen soon. By the way, ABL, about 40k souls on that Grey Talon. Tiny Sniper pretty close here. Aegis Aurora on the first competitive game. I guess I'll call it that competitive game on this new patch.
Now, to reiterate one more time, the patch happened less than 24 hours before this match kicked off, so I'm not going to judge any of the teams too harshly on how these results did play out. However, Aegis Aurora were able to win their chance to dethrone Virtus Pro once again in our championship match, so make sure you guys check that out. And also make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In. We are back here live once again with a recap of DFN number 15. We're going to be taking a look at the championship match between Virtus Pro and Aegis Aurora. Keep in mind, though, we obviously had the patch happen going from 4 lanes down to 3, meaning this whole shebang, the whole meta would completely change here, and it came down to who could adapt the quickest. Would it be Virtus Pro or would it be Aegis Aurora? With Mo and crew getting more play as of recent, it's the target ban by Virtus Pro, knowing that Aegis typically use him to great success. To create those pick opportunities, Aurora secures in a Bebop. Being down 7Ks in souls, Aegis Aurora make a play for the mid Guardian for their flex slot. However, Virtus Pro already responded with their own flex slot by taking the lane 1 Guardian.
Catch Overseas, Divine Barrier used. Looks like they're able to get out for the time being. That was a triple up here for Aegis Aurora on towards mid after losing the right lane. They stack this part of the map, but they might be forced to pay for it now. Overseas eventually going to fall. Zergy not really healthy enough to be going forward with this one, but clearly Oberkim has found someone worth chasing. It's free mock connection there with the carbine means Oberkim's got to respect this. They have a healing ride available should they need it. They do ultimately lose that Guardian, but one is taken swiftly back on that left side of the map.
After losing 2 players on a push to the right lane, Aegis continue to force a fight, thinking they could take down the KLS and Obikim.
Staying alive, I thought they might actually have an ultimate, but it's not to be. Disaster is, well, they know they're dead. They know they're absolutely dead. Stone Idol here, and a Frost Grenade will help the KLS secure that kill. More there to be done. Frozen Shell are going to be thrown up, though, and this is a little bit hectic now. Hyper being thrown up in the middle of this. Tornado also going to hold Oberkim aloft for the time being, but so much damage got put down on Overseas. It ends up being a trade. Spirit Lasso catching on to ABL now, and the damage is real. The Barrow follow-up was very, very good.
With the new patch, we see a lot more fights in the jungle. Even with D-Mob being caught out, VP still turned the fight around. Left, right, and center.
Healing boosting for the Kelvin. It's a pretty big item. Gonna make him an absolute nuisance in the sustained game. Okay, we're going for a Storm Cloud. Telekinesis, though, says absolutely not. Tiny trying to get away here, but Zergy already has, of course, that rapid fire buff and riddles the 7 with those bullets.
With the lead going from 10k to 20k in just a few minutes, AA are being picked apart even while they get the man advantage in fights.
A high sustained, tankier position. You can see here, my goodness, yeah, the escalating resilience. Pretty good for Zergy, who is still unharmed, basically untouched after that entire exchange. That's kind of gross.
No, you know what's gross? 10 kill streak for D-Mob. That's kind of gross. Can we actually see like the kills for both these two teams when we have a second here? Because it's got to be insane for D-Mob. And it's another kill onto Overseas.
Okay, nice. Use the time wall. Yeah, in though goes the Calico. Sharik. Oh, what's this? I don't think they have the move speed yet to chase down, but they get there anyway with the Feral Leap.
Sporting a 60k lead and getting Rejuvenator, VP decide to end the misery of Aegis Aurora.
Now, you've got the Cold Front, you've got that Fortitude, you kind of get all over the map, you can sort of cycle these barrels one after another. Yeah, it's still balanced. Yeah, they're definitely, still very powerful.
Did, right? So he actually, I mean, it doesn't really matter to talk about because the page is going to be going down here, and Virtus Pro will indeed take their first map of the series, looking to defend their title for a 5th week straight. With the new changes, it's the first time we're seeing Yamato get some play here in DFN. However, with the Mo ban, once again, VP are preventing Aegis from getting that devastating combo of Mo and Vindicta. Already dominating their lane, getting a very early kill on Disaster, Listic and Sherrick keep the pressure on.
Fight. They realize Sharik is low. Listic basically drawing a semicircle with their charge melee hit, by the way. The mechanics, kind of crazy. This should be the Guardian, though. Obviously, can parry this off in this situation. Listic able to bring it down. Shoulder charge away because Virtus Pro got what they came for here, Jason. Here's coming in ultimate. Seismic Slam. Where are we headed? Turner shot is also used. Okay, not quite the connection on Hapex that I think Listic was looking for, but he dashes forward to make sure that the Ivy is inside that siphon range. Nicely done. Stun into stun. That is dirty mechanics. What a brilliant parry from Hapex, and it's still, sadly, not enough.
With the lead already growing for VP, Overseas Response gained himself 2 kills on Zergy and Michaelis.
In play, ABL kind of mindful that there was no escape for them there anyway. Zergy goes in, takes a bit of damage though in order to get that kill, and has to respect the fact that, well, Freemock is hunting. Are we ignoring? Okay, I was wondering we were just going to ignore the Lady Geist here, but no, there is, of course, also going to be Wizasta turning up in this lane. 7 didn't quite get out. Zergy is at the Walker and still dies to that assassinate from Overseas. Great shot, and that'll be a second here for the Vindicta.
VP continues to nurse their lead, getting their second flex slot, while Aegis Aurora have none. 2 more players. I think Wizasta died over on lane 1. I think Hapex died over on lane, or on the left, the right-hand side lane, if I get my directions correct. And this Walker's going to go down. This will be another flex off for Virtus Pro. And I mean, the lead wasn't too big. It was only about 8K, but they're continuing to take objectives here. And even though they lose 1 or 2 in some fights, they're still equalizing things.
Man, Demo was making this look all too easy. Okay. Here comes the Infernus. Dimov going to be caught now, so they're channeling inside that hour form. Concussive Combustion comes out. ABL goes down, but eventually Dimov is dealt with. Here it is. Storm Cloud popped by Zergy. Get off my lawn, nerds. High ground, got to respect it though. Freemock is up there and they are very healthy. The swap does connect on the Zergy around the corner. Little sussy.
It's just an all-out brawl in the mid lane between these 2 teams. But they haven't got a single objective yet. They need to look at how can they approach getting something going. It looks like it's going to be over towards middles. They get the kill into Obikim. Maybe they get their first guard of the game, as looks like the Shadow Transformation has come out here looking for the kill on Ballistic. Ballistic is beefy. He is tanky. And he does a hell of a lot of damage. 15 minutes in, VP have a 20k soul lead as they look to push it further, but taking away enemy jungle. Aegis Aurora noticed this and punished Listic and forced a fight, seeing Shark in the right lane.
Scarily healthy. They are focused down quickly, though. That's definitely one of the biggest threats on the side of VP neutralized, but Sharik is the one with all the souls, and they are about to enter the fight properly. Tiny Sniper just trying to get a decent scouting position. There's Hapex running into the Calico, and Sharik makes very short work of the Gremlin. And I'd say that ABL is not going to fare much better. Not even time for a Shadow Transformation, had they even had it available, which they didn't. It should be Aegis Aurora getting wiped out now as a Storm card gets thrown up in the middle of the map, and it's time, folks, to head to some of these bigger objectives.
Yeah, it might be a mid take here, but I would say take a Walker at the same time. I mean, the thing is, Overseas is the one with the most souls on Aegis Aurora. And even in that initial kill on Listic, they had to commit so much to it that was the only kill they could get. And then they eventually lose 3. And frustrations arise as Aegis don't want to let Obikim get away. And Obikim, again, showing the master of mechanics with the great use of the punch with Fleetfoot, trying to create some extra distance. And he does get saved by the teammate, it seems, as Michaelis comes in and takes down the chase.
I cannot believe that Okim's just gotten away with that. That doesn't make, surely they don't. Surely they don't get away with that. And you can see how you can get around the map so easily now with those bounce pads. Divine Barrier going to be popped here, so that's obviously a little bit of extra shielding. Desperately Hapex is trying to chase this. This could be Aegis Aurora's undoing, trying to chase for this kill. They get overkill. Okay. Hapex at least going to trade themselves for this. Stone Idol's not going to do much to keep them alive. Okay, I like this at least. It's going to be a concussive combustion being thrown in by Wizasta. Listic actually goes down here. Virtus Pro thought they had a chase, but Aegis Aurora are moving in numbers, and it looks good until the Calico turns up, and everybody's day is ruined.
While VP are taking mid boss, Aegis Aurora tries to respond with the urn, but Sherrick and D-Mob deny Sonya Sniper the pleasure as they steal it away for themselves.
Crushed front by Virtus Pro. I mean, every single lane, top to bottom, left to right, got completely annihilated. And it's very difficult, especially with the new map, to find paths back into the game to even out the soul deficit when your early game, you just lose every single lane. It took forever for Aegis Aurora to even get their first Guardian down and open up the map. And once they did finally get those Guardians down and open up the map a little bit, what have they had to deal with? They've had to deal with a brick wall in Listic and Sharik.
After picking up a few kills and the first stage patron going down, VP stick around and finish off the series, defending their title once again.
Okay, unclear. Hapex maybe? In we go in. Yep, that's going to be the Ivy down, Jason. Outfire dropped here by Overseas, but God, it's just barely a tickle with how strong Virtus Pro are at the moment. Here's the seismic coming on in. Storm Cloud will cover the area, and now the patron will await administrations of Virtus Pro. I'm not sure what Listic was doing there, but that's fine. We are going to have another champion here in week number 15, folks, and unsurprisingly, it is Virtus Pro. One of the quickest best of threes we have seen. Another 20-minute game win. Aegis Aurora sent absolutely packing back to the drawing board.
Well, what is there to say? Virtus Pro laid the smackdown on Aegis Aurora and proved they are the best team in Europe by far. Well, at least for now. Obviously, with DFN 16 right around the corner, there's still a week of play here for teams to figure out what they can do better as they go into the next week events. Make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome, ladies and gents, to another Deadlock Fight Night. I'm DDK, I'm with Jake, and we are everything's presented by Intel, Jake. It's good to have you on for another show. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just excited to see, this new map, this new patch continue to develop. I think the teams have, pushed the innovations a lot. I think last week was really chaotic with like a ton of new innovations in play and a real different playstyle overall with how much farm is on the map, how much the game has changed with only 3 lanes and, all these big shifts. So it's exciting to see, these big changes coming into Deadlock.
Yeah, we had, of course, some interesting results last week with like teams that had no time, less than 24 hours to prepare for massive changes. But speaking of teams, let's check out the the schedule that we have today, where we have so much action. Of course, if you guys are not familiar with how this all works, we open up each region with a play-in, and then the victor then goes on to play the winner of the previous week in the money match. $1,000 on the line. And Paravision and OneWin, definitely 2 teams that we've come to get to know pretty damn well at this point. A lot of familiar faces and names. Any standout matches for you here tonight, Jake?
I think these top 3 in EU have really come together and solidified a bit. I mean, with how competitive EU is, I feel like any one of them could wind out on top today. But ultimately, I think these 3 teams are all really strong, have all had their own individually strong showings in previous weeks. So I feel like it's really anybody's title for the taking this week.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be really fun to see who's adapting. But it's like in the lead into the start of the show, you're talking about how we had these massive changes. A week is a decent enough time to prep, at least better than 24 hours. So really curious to see also what we're going to get. And someone that's going to be helping lead us through a lot of the action here today is going to be, of course, our analyst for today, or rather for the first portion, which is going to be Mitch. Mitch, you've won the play-by-play of the year. Are you going to win analyst of the year?
Absolutely not. I'm just not built for that league. However, I do hope they can, deliver a couple of key incisive insights here and there, but I can't promise they won't be pejorative and related to your appearance or things that you say throughout the show, Dan. So just want to set your expectations for that in advance.
That's true, actually. I've noticed that a lot of your your bag of tricks is essentially like 70% full of just really giving shit to Jason. So I do think shit giver is like a good replacement for a personality. Like I genuinely I do that with my friends a lot, Dan. And the more I like you, the more I like to hang on you. So buckle up, buddy. Oh, nice. All right. Well, I can't wait. Well, let's see who we have up first. Of course, let's look at the rosters. You never know with Deadlock Fight Night what rosters are going to be changing as we look into the opening match here. Of course, we've got Paravision versus OneWin. And for Paravision, they're a team that have been pretty stable, all things considered. I think the European region in general has had a bit more stability, but this team has had a lot of great performances so far. Definitely looking for that title match to take down VP.
Yeah, I think Taz has had a huge performance on a lot of these, pick-off heroes, whether it's the Paradox, the Holiday. It's been really impressive, and I think that's a really important role in teams, especially now with all the farm in the jungle. People are going to be greeting it up. Play With Me probably going to be doing that too, farming a lot of camps, but that means there's a lot of openings for these initiators to get in and start fights, kind of anywhere on the map at any time. So I think teams' ability to read the map and to punish that farming is going to be critical here. And don't forget, this team, terrifying. We missed him for a week because we brought Aegis Aurora, Podgelias, Cambria in last time, but Saf was actually one of the ones on the Grey Talon and had a disgusting game, really ran away with it here. So this is the kind of team that is always looking at picks like Holiday, Calico, Viscous, really looking to make plays and yeah, obviously get really powerful carries in the hands of Play With Me, Saf, or Prestus. And Play With Me, someone we've talked about, like, hey, what's the hero pool looking like? This team has picked Hayes 5 times and won 1 of those games. So obviously we're always talking about what hero Play With Me is going to be on, and if they can have that impact, Paravision need them to.
Yeah, definitely a really high ceiling of play with me, depending on the hero. Like, never know that Haze will make an appearance. But they'll be up against 1win to begin with. So for 1win, again, actually, a lot of established names definitely have had some changes, with this roster. But there are some key pieces like Zanya and ABL that we are used to seeing.
Yeah, I think Empty Dreams could have potentially some big games here with like the amount of farm on the map. I think that's going to be an exciting matchup to watch, is some of these late game carries coming online. Play With Me versus Empty Dreams, in terms of maybe even Xenon as well, in terms of getting really farmed up and carrying those ultra late games. It feels like the teams that fight a lot, there is going to be a lot of space for other people to consume the jungle, or just a lot of camps, a lot of boxes to be taken on the map. And exciting to see who ends up winning in those late game scenarios. I do think Play With Me could play with it towards his style. If 1win team can't shut him down with his, desire to get incredibly farmed, snowball the game out of control.
And the comp you're looking at right now, obviously this is just the preferred heroes for this team, but they have played the same 5 heroes in both matches they've had here at the Deadlock Fight Night. Grey Talon, Ivy, Mirage, Wraith, Yamato. That's the core of this team. They always seem to want to build in that direction, where Zanya's the one that maybe might be on a Mo and Krill or a Viscous or something like that. But this team so far have had a really defined approach that they want to take, something that of course can kind of be targeted by a team that knows them well enough. And I imagine, Dan, these two have tangled a fair bit.
Both of these teams, yeah, they're definitely going to be, it seems like for both regions, both EU and NA, that the pool at the top for good quality scrims is definitely not super deep just yet. I would imagine with Europe it's going to be a little bit deeper, but yeah, you would expect that there is going to be a lot of familiarity between a lot of these players and teams, and that really just makes the broadcast a lot better for us, I think. Now, with that said, I think we are ready for our Mo 1v1. So this is a highlight for a lot of people on the show, the boxing action. If we ever have a LAN, we've got to do it in person. We've got to get that going.
Do we let the viewers bet channel points on this? I feel like this is just such a natural channel point gambling opportunity.
True. That is okay. All right, that's got it. We have like a brainstorming category in the Discord where we put our ideas. I think that's going to go in there for sure. All right, what do you guys want? You guys can tell us what you want as well in the chat. We are listening. But we'll have to see if we've had much practice in these Mo 1v1s. Players are getting better at the meta. We've got some swipes, some warning shots.
Yeah, this one's intense. Like these guys, they're very patient, very trying to bait the parries. Very even health bars right now.
And what happens if you step out of the arena? We've never actually had that happen. You just get instant disqualified.
Oh, true.
You just run away and start farming jungle camps.
You come back with the spirit strike,
Yeah, you come back in with heavy melee buffed.
Oh, that's in trouble.
Well, this is in trouble. Oh, just give it the last second parry, hiding around.
Oh.
Okay, all right. The hurt box there. That seems to reach.
No!
Beautiful.
Amazing. Well, there you have it, ladies and gents. That was a long one. I think that's one of the longer ones. Are we keeping track of this? I know Jason's got the spreadsheet. We keeping track of the stats here.
Yeah, okay, so the spreadsheet that Jason curates definitely doesn't have this in there. But I can tell you,
stats.
Just on a personal level, that was one of the longer fights that we had for sure. Also, you'll notice, big shout out to the people that do this for us. Our Mo and Krill, or one-on-one, or our Mo one-on-one rather, isn't glitchy this week. We've got that updated for the new map. So yeah, big shout out to those that make that possible here. Now we have map and side choice that has been given over to 1win, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. I'm still curious to see what they do with it. I feel like personally, I'm expecting Paravision to have the edge. Do you guys feel the same way? I mean, they have had, I feel like, a more stable roster. Both teams have great players, but Paravision feels like the more known quantity to me.
Yeah, for me, I think you hit the nail on the head talking about flexibility. I think Paravision has shown a little bit more diversity in terms of the comps they're willing to play, which I think makes them a tougher opponent, in a captain's draft scenario where, you can attack 1win team's preferred heroes with bans. That being said, I feel 1win team, there's always the chance, I think, that things come together and that they're willing to keep this incredible aggression up, and somebody like Play With Me, can really hit an incredible snowball, and they can hit the tempo. I feel like they've been in those winning positions before and just haven't been able to close out the game because of the difficulty sometimes in finishing objectives and, not losing that lead, not throwing away important team fights. Definitely winnable for both teams, though.
This 1win team, by the way, has beaten Paravision before. They actually beat them in a best of 2. They 2-0'd them back in the 1win bombshell tournament. So that was obviously before we went down to 3 lanes. And in the Deadlock Fight Night, they've not been nearly as successful. Whereas, Dan, we get excited about this Power Vision team because they push Virtus.pro habitually to the full 3 maps when they play in a series. Like, that team is legitimately very close. We've zeroed in on a couple of small vulnerabilities that could, lead to them struggling against that top team. But I don't think they're far off pace with a team like Virtus.pro.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be fundamentally like very well rounded. It usually feels like the draft they have some issues with the draft. Obviously, you put the haze statistic there where they end up with haze quite a lot of the time, and they have a really low win percentage. And when it's one of your star players, that certainly feels like a leak to some extent. But we're going to get the opening bans here. Vindicta and then Sinclair. I mean, Sinclair makes a lot of sense. Vindicta's been interesting because she's been changed a little bit in how people are playing her in the meta just as the last couple of weeks of more of a crow-based build as opposed to going the heavy assassinate. So interesting that Paravision is still prioritizing a ban there.
I mean, seeing the Holiday get banned, or rather get taken first, is pretty interesting. I feel like Holiday has like firmly flipped over Paradox in terms of pick priority for this initiator opener role. I think the verticality of the new map and some of the chaos of it, a little bit shorter sight lines on average, especially around that middle area, has really improved Holiday's performance. And Paradox, while still strong, has fallen off a bit. One of the team just snagged the Paradox right away. They don't want to give it up. It's kind of an interesting choice though, because I feel like Paravision likely wouldn't have really contested the Paradox at this point. Maybe
they ban it like in that second ban wave if one win don't go for it here just to hamstring them. But no, Holiday's pretty powerful, and you don't normally spec very heavily into like the gun build, but that crack shot in lane is basically as good as a pulse carbine that isn't tied to an ability. Obviously it does what it is, but like you don't actually have to aim it, you just shoot them in the head. So there are a lot of analogs between your kits in general, but I think like a Paradox Calico is great here for one win. We've seen how important it can be just to crush the lane right now. There's less of that roaming early in the game. It's more like play a 2-2-2 and try and pick the strongest lane composition you can, which is why we're seeing the Vindicta ban, because last week we got a Vindicta Grey Talon lane in EU that was disgusting. They like pushed a Guardian down at 5 minutes in, and then they used that to snowball the safe side of the map to take all that farm. So I really think we're focused on here, like at first 5 to 10 minutes, having a great 2v2 setup for yourself.
Wow, it's an early Abrams selection from Paravision. I think they want something that can really match this Calico toe-to-toe and not back down when it comes to like the frontline trades. And additionally, I think that extra stun control could be pretty valuable in battling things like Calico and Paradox in terms of initiating in the mid-game. Abrams is one of the few heroes who has the potential to actually tank through it. Wraith is still not yet taken. I feel like Wraith could be a great selection here for both teams with how high prio it typically goes in Europe.
Under my protection now.
Oh, wow. Okay. And the other thing, too, that's interesting is we have Geist still on board, too. And I feel like Geist is another priority. And also the way Melee Creeps are actually using Geist in terms of just looking at the new dynamics, having Geist as someone that can just handle a lane 1v2 and can hold on to the middle lane, can farm super effectively, be on the front line if you want, be DPS. Like, Geist seems to have a lot more value coming into this, some of the newer changes. So another one I'm interested to see if we'll get early, but the Wraith, yeah. Okay, the Seven's another one that has seemed to be even better in the new meta too.
Lady Geist is a big pick for Virtus.pro. They love the Geist. They're picking it first a lot of the time. Paravision have not lost a game in which they've been able to pick Lady Geist, so I do think that it's going to factor into winning strategy. But the 7 here, we've seen to be very powerful, and a lot of it is to do with how easily you can apply that stun. You can stick 7 in a lane with like a ton of CC, and then try and get them, to the point where they can be ultra fed, ultra farmed. But we're not really trying to play for big storm clouds here. It's not about like stacking that spirit over the top and just going nuts here. 7 really can be a bit more middle of the road and still highly effective.
Yeah, I think just the natural farming speed on the character is probably the highest in the game, that you have like natural AoE on 2 major farming skills, and with how many jungle creeps there are, especially the both middle jungles between the lanes. I mean, there's just a lot of creep camps right next to one another, and 7's got to be the fastest jungle clearer in the game right now. And I think that matters a lot in terms of like, you're going to send 5 people to fight, you have 1 to farm. You kind of want that maximum clear speed.
And you're departing lane as well. So if you take that first Guardian, often one of the people in that lane is going to take the safe, neutral camps. The other is staying and playing like a more defensive 1v2 to try and hold on to their Guardian for as long as possible, whether it's to deny a flex slot or obviously deny the access of those, to try and keep people in lane. So you're thinking about that a lot. 7 might be paired with like a really powerful laner, someone who can hold their own. We talked about the Geist stand as a good example of this. Someone with good clear, good AoE, survivability, or what you're looking for here. The Bebop, though, is a pretty saucy pick to come in at number 4.
Ooh, it's kind of sick, especially in light of, the Abrams and the Holiday, 2 initiator pickoff heroes that kind of need to put their body on the line to initiate. And so I think there's something to be said here for Bebop and potentially punishing some of those opening plays. I mean, Bebop has been kind of a feast or famine hero and obviously has so much dependent on your ability to just land hooks. But I just have a feeling, Bebop fundamentally, the power of hook is so high potential and can even become sort of a carry here in certain games. Kind of an interesting pick here to go in Europe. Feels like it's been a little bit more popular in NA.
So early, too.
Yeah. And the Kelvin response, I mean, this is a very natural response, I think, for the Kelvin is just typically high prio. I think the amount of healing is going to go great with Abrams and Mirage, who want to get in there, want to be aggressive, and really leverage those heals. And Kelvin has just, in general, I think for quite a few weeks, been the best support, the most consistent, and the most heal throughput, and some great utility with that Frozen Shelter.
And the distance between lanes has never been longer now when there's only 3 of them. Kelvin with like a fleet foot, especially when you're into the team fighting phase, the roaming phase, can cross the map in a heartbeat. It's like faster than Ava if you have like the frozen path to work with, right? And with one use of frozen path, Kelvin can cross most of the map. It's not an issue for him. So sick roaming, obviously massive, like the ability to turn a fight on its head if he just drops in. Frozen Shelter, we know how powerful it is. Also, Frozen Shelter plus Alchemical Fire is insta-kill. Like that is disgusting. You get in there, you throw the fire down, and your opponents are in deep trouble because obviously you don't have a ton of damage in that shelter. The Alch Fire, though, obviously increases the gun damage that your opponents take, and it really ramps.
I like the Yamato response as a hero that can, man up into like a Wraith Initiation Holiday, whether it's even Kelvin in the Frozen Shelter. Yamato is probably the one hero in the game that can tolerate that level of stun control and damage output and potentially come out unscathed, potentially outlast it. So Yamato response makes a lot of sense at this point. One wins preference for sure.
I mean, you've got 2 characters now that have like pseudo ethereal shift abilities baked into their ultimates. Shadow Transformation, Return to Shadows. You can also take ethereal shift on both of these heroes and it be very reasonable. So you've got the ability to shrug off a lot of this hard engage, this CC. There's like telekinesis, there's the Abrams slam, there's Holiday stunning you up, there's Kelvin, there's a lot of CC on the Paravision side. So one winner trying to create something that's as resilient and maybe even agnostic to these crowd control abilities as possible.
Yeah, and I love that we get the Yamato too, just because we don't see it as often, and ABL is somewhat of a Yamato specialist. So
EU shift! EU shift spot in the wild! Somebody, get the quick ball out!
I gotta say, I like the Shiv with the Kelvin. I feel like that combo is so potent. The deferred damage combined with Kelvin's just constant heal throughput, it's just pretty ridiculous how hard it is to burn the Shiv. Even if you get all the healing reduction in the world, something like a debuff remover is just so efficient in matching that. So I think there's a pretty deadly frontline here building together for Power Vision with Shiv, Abrams, Holiday kind of running at you, and then Mirage and Wraith playing a little bit more range, delivering the DPS, but also still very comfortable getting into the brawl, getting into the mix. Where One Man Team are, I think, a little bit more pick-off oriented, a little bit more late game hyper carry oriented. A little bit scary to think about the 6-on-6 or high numbers engagements in the mid game.
I'm just not over the moon about the lane assignments here. Like, One Wind really need to generate a lot of power from this Bebop lane, I think, and also the Calico lineup. So being able to get forward, get in the face, because Ivy's great at like a 1v2 in pushing the waves out, of course, with like all the points in Kudzu Bomb and the Alk Fire. That's great, and it is definitely going to be relevant at some stage in the game. But Shiv with any sort of healing over time, any debuff reducer, as you put it, to shut down enemy heal banes, feels unkillable. You can't burst him down and he just gets healed up, and that deferred damage, so to speak, as it ticks away, can obviously be cleared, and more of it can be cleared when he's maxes out that bloodletting ability. So that's something to be wary of.
One thing that's actually pretty good for One Win is that they have 2 ultimates that are going to be really helpful in like huge area control. So if they are in these 6v6 fights where they may struggle a little bit, Bebop's Hyper Beam or Seven's Cloud Form are going to allow them some options to reset the fight, or to just like force fights that maybe are a little bit hard for Paravision, where they can't group up the front line as effectively, to just give One Win a few more options. Because otherwise, I do agree, like that front line's pretty scary if that's just unmolested running at you and you have no way to kind of disperse it. So that's at least something that should mitigate that weakness.
I think Wraith and Mirage, or especially if they're speccing into a little bit more high damage builds, are going to have to be very careful for Bebop and Paradox, because I think if Paravision can keep the focus fire from the enemy team on their Shiv and their Abrams, who are getting like heal tanked from Kelvin, I think they're going to be in a great spot. That's the fight they want to take, where Abrams and Shiv are tanking those initiations and surviving with the help of their teammates. But by the same token, I think if OneWin can pick off some of these backliners, there may be damage problems for Paravision, right? They may, have a little bit too much tankiness if they lose something like a Wraith or a Mirage, early into the team fight. You could see somebody like Seven, Yamato, like these are not heroes that I think you can really tank through in a long enough engagement. Like if Seven is just farmed as and just like continuing to pump damage on you with that third skill, like he can get really, really out of control in the ultra late game. I do think it's gonna be hard for Seven to ulti very much though. A lot of stuns, a lot of control available for Paravision.
Yes, Paravision versus OneWin coming up on your screens. This is DFN 16 presented by Intel. The first match of the day. It's going to be an exciting day. These are two great teams. And of course, Virtus Pro is awaiting in the wings to see who is going to be their opponent for that money match. Now, Mitch, I don't know if we can keep you on for how long you want, really. It's really up to you. I don't think you might get muted, so you can add some final thoughts now, or if you want to continue chatting, you're more than welcome to do so.
Yeah, you're welcome to loop me in, I think, when things get a little bit quiet throughout the game. But again, right now, I just want to reiterate. We're looking for, what am I, JD Vance? We're looking for strong lane assignments. We're looking for 2v2s that can get out of control, because now those neutral objectives, the Guardians and Walkers, mean more than ever. They're worth more souls, and they give way more map control, Dan.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot of interesting changes that definitely, I think, change some of the value of the compositions we see. Like Jake, for example, you were mentioning sort of the pick-off potential for OneWin. Well, information is, because there's only 3 lanes now, it's a bit harder to come by. So those ganks, where you can get those hooks, get those drops, should actually be a little bit more accessible and more value than they used to be.
And I think Calvin already starting off pretty well, bullying this lane with that Ice Beam, already pushing the lane to tower, a few denies going the way of Shiv there. And it's a good start here to the side lane for Paravision.
Yeah, what are your feelings right now, Jake, in terms of the matchups in each of the lanes?
I mean, I love the Shiv Kelvin. I mean, like, even though the real synergies of this combo don't really get online until, all the skills are leveled up. But I still think it's a great start. Once Kelvin is able to drop that heal with the Frost Grenade, this could be a very aggressive, very high pressure lane. Could be difficult, I think, for OneWin team to hold on to their Guardian if the lane keeps going against them like this.
Yeah, and I know for many people, the changes will be something that they're still kind of getting used to. So in terms of the dynamics with the creep camps and now the extremity lanes, we've been using some terminology like the weak lane, the strong lane that is more familiar to other MOBAs. Do you feel like that's an accurate way to look at it? And if so, there is the right lane from Paravision's perspective, the strong lane or the weak lane?
I mean, I think it just depends on the draft. I feel like the lanes are so symmetrical, unlike most MOBAs where there's like a little bit more, like in Dota, for instance, there's like significant differences in like the location the creeps meet that really dictate the safe and off lane. I feel in Deadlock, anybody can win the lane. I think it's just up to your mechanics, up to your execution, more so than like a decision. You're not going to like give up the lane just because it happens to be the geometry a little bit different. I think there's still, both teams really want to win, really want to put pressure on early lanes.
All right, well, the Shiv Kelvin lane definitely seems like it's doing a lot of work at the moment. In terms, even though the abilities aren't leveled up, they really have a lot of pressure. They're constantly fighting at OneWin's tower. So obviously, when Paradox gets his Paradox top online, maybe the story will change a little bit. But so far, looking like Paravision across the map is a bit further pushed across most of the lanes here.
Yeah, both side lanes I think are going well for Paravision. OneWin team's putting a bit of their hopes here on the mid lane, which is going quite well for them. I mean, that Bebop with Yamato is super scary. You get hooked in, and then there's a massive amount of damage follow-up. 7 super low there after that proc from Mirage, and this is getting pretty scary actually. Abrams absolutely full HP, could even consider a dive at some point. Tower still hits pretty hard at this phase of the game, but yeah, side lanes are looking tough. Taz super low in the mid lane though, which I think OneWin teams, they really want to get those ults online very soon. Bebop almost has Hyper Beam. He's 500 souls from a Hyper Beam, and that's going to put him almost over the top on that. This Bebop is having a great start to the game, but maybe needs to with how the side lanes are looking.
Yeah, very good point. And it's interesting too, because another dynamic that's shifted is now we have less Guardians, less objectives, so that necessarily we have higher value for each of individual objective. And there's that Hyper Beam going over the top there actually, just quickly to push this lane. And this kind of rolls into my point, Jake. Getting a tower first, like how does that impact? How does that like play with the advantage for the team that gets that first tower now?
I think opening up the mid tower is pretty powerful for especially taking away one of the most accessible shops for the enemy team in terms of reducing their farm efficiency. But also it opens up this mid lane now, like you were mentioning, for some potential farm. Like I could easily see Yamato just staying in the lane, defending, pushing camps as she wants, and then Bebop really open to start ganking with a level advantage. I mean, Bebop is a hero that can often be played as a support, but when he has a great opening like this, he can easily just turn into a late game hyper carry. He starts, whether he's scaling the bomb, scaling the gun damage, he's a huge threat, and he's such a potent ganker, which looks like he's already looking to get stuck in here on some of the side lanes and turn around his team's fortunes.
Yeah, straight in there. Very aggressive hook attempt. Not going to land, unfortunately, but just very bold. Just going to walk in there and see if they can finish off Staff. So Staff will go down on the Abrams and more tower damage. And it's crazy here because we had so much success on the extremity lanes for Paravision, but Bebop just crushing that mid lane, getting that first tower, is now just not just equalizing across both extremity lanes, but actually just taking command. That push from One Win is huge on the left lane. Another pick here, this time going in favor of Paravision. They at least get something back.
Yeah, it is an expensive side lane gank. Seems like Bebop is going to maybe eventually get this tower. Paravision, though, still going to fight for it. Don't want to let it go down so easily. And that kill into Yamato, who's actually coming back into the mid lane with the help of an Ivy ulting. See if Yamato can turn this one around. Yamato still no ulti, though, so it's a little bit risky, but the first kill should be enough, securing that defense of the mid lane. Curious to see what's going on, though, with that Bebop. Additionally, still keeping the pressure on in the side lane. Really important right now.
Yeah, and the focus on the objectives. Like, we have two Guardians down of the 3 in under 5.5 minutes. That's really fast, actually. That's really fast, and that gives a lot of options for One Win now, who have managed to accomplish that in terms of what they can do with the map control and the vision, the extra vision that they have on the map. And Bebop roaming back into the mid lane. I mean, in the meantime, we do have the paradoxical swap here online for One Win, as we're seeing that defense mounted against the Shiv Kelvin combo, which I'm sure is again powering up over time, as you mentioned. Here's the Bebop again. It's
going to need the power up, though, because this is already, we're looking at a 5K lead here that seems to only be getting bigger. This is another pickoff going the way of One Win team. And I mean, this Bebop had a great start to the lane and is really starting to take over the game. The lead is expanding, and Shiv and Kelvin, as good as their start was, they're not able to secure an objective. They're just getting stagnated in the lane. I think the Paradox are doing a fantastic job just holding the wave with that pulse grenade, you know, denying any kind of additional tower pressure. And I think eventually Bebop might look to rotate over. That being said, rotating into Frozen Shelter and a leveled Shiv is pretty scary. I think if Bebop gets this gank, he could, you know, blow the game wide open for his team. But if this goes wrong, this could be a turnaround here for Paravision.
So close. Presence has been announced now as well after that hook was missed. And indeed, it does feel like a great position for One Win. And there's a Hyper Beam over the top now. That's going to allow a lot of pressure on this Guardian, just warding away any defense that could maybe prevent some of this damage onto the Guardian. It doesn't. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take it down. It doesn't. Okay, there is some assistance coming in off of the rope. The top rope is play with me on that Wraith. There's a telekinesis, and it looks like Bebop not actually taking an enormous amount of damage there, looking pretty safe, but there's the Frozen Shelter. That's exactly what you were talking about, and this is a great conversion here for Paravision, able to convert every single kill. That is a much-needed response.
Yeah, and fighting into that power lane was just a little bit too much for Bebop, overextending and, you know, getting counter-pressured. Still, the return coming back in, being sped down the lane here to the Mirage and Abrams. See if they can turn their fortunes around in this side lane as well. Can't get out on either. Oh man, 2 pickoffs at the same time. So One Win team striking right back.
So 4K difference on the overall souls. One Win still a little bit ahead. It just seems like they've maintained mostly that early lead they got after that initial mid Guardian was taken, and they began to just roam really aggressively. But it seems like things are settling a little bit now. Jake, how do you feel about One Win, who are currently actually pressuring the left side jungle?
I mean, still a good start for them, 5K lead, but I think the fact that Shiv and Kelvin won that fight really stabilized the game for Paravision and allowed them to still have like a position of power on the side lane. Abrams as well, getting caught off and punished here. So One Win team, you know, keeping the pressure on. I think as long as they fight away from the Shiv Kelvin, they are much stronger on the map. Maybe just continuing to pour the pressure on the weaker heroes will be the better strategy here.
Yeah, I like that play from One Win there in the jungle. It felt like they were timing that for when the jungle was coming up at the 8-minute mark. They were just kind of waiting, and they got a bite as soon as the jungle came up. There was a Paravision player, and they fall off to farm the rest of the lane. And it just seems like one winner overall, a bit more active in their gameplay. And again, it's exactly what you were saying is needed. They have a more pick-off-based play style. Speaking of which, okay, Bebop's in trouble. There's the last O, and Bebop is going to get just completely obliterated. So Paravision still
That's why we see Holiday
first.
first picked. Just an absolute brutal, no response possible solo kill for the Holiday. Pretty massive. Under attack as well here is the Mirage, getting to the tier 2 tower. Very risky to go for this, but Calico willing to take the gamble with high HP, able for him to get out of there. The kills are going back and forth fast and furious on the map right now. I think this slightly favoring one win team, but the more chaotic it gets, I think the more likely Paravision are to find their way back into the game.
Yeah, okay, well, this is, oh my god, came in just in the nick of time. That's unbelievable. I think Shiv went down to like 20 HP, but still alive at the moment with her damage deferred, still doing its job. And I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive together for too much longer, but really heavy action here on this right lane. I don't know if that Guardian is going to stay up for much longer. Paravision converting, Taz coming in off of the Holiday jump pad and just causing havoc. I hear a hook in the distance there, but I'm not sure if Overseas managed to catch anything. And it looks like actually Paravision having to fall off, getting caught on the retreat somewhat. But all right, after the dust settles once again, it seems like a relatively even trade.
Yeah, I think it's still the fact that the Guardian goes down though for one win team is, Paravision has really relied on this being that last bastion of strength on the forward part of the map with losing both of the other Guardians. The fact that they're able to keep that right lane strong and continue to defend that position, I think is really draining some of the resources from a one win team that was snowballing out of control, but now lead down to 4K. Like this feels a lot more accessible.
Man. I love the, you were talking about how impactful that shelter can be, and it's like that's, and with the Shiv especially, and...
Yeah, he was definitely under 0 health when you consider the deferred damage, but the fact that it's deferred, I mean, he still has like enough to get, he has that time for Kelvin to continue to heal throughput. It's like a really insane synergy, and I feel like it's slept on a little bit, like with how good it is. I mean, I understand maybe if you don't have the Kelvin, maybe you don't go for the Shiv, but with how good Kelvin is, I feel like that double combo is insane. As we're seeing a combo gank here with Paradox dropped in by Ivy, there's almost a pretty sick play. Definitely a scary threat you've got to be worried about here. As one-man team continuing to get active, right? Continuing to push the tempo with this comp.
And one thing, we were talking about previously was with people doing all the roaming. Initially, okay, well, ABL was able to farm, and he has 12k souls at the moment, and that's actually on the Yamato especially, we start to enter scary territory if the trend continues.
Yeah, Yamato's not a hero you want to see getting too out of control, something you do need to suppress, and maybe that's the value for one-win team. Like they're willing to keep this game chaotic as Seven and Yamato just hit like a certain late game timing, get active. That's going to be pretty scary for Paravision. Nonetheless, though, the fact that Shiv and Kelvin are having a good game really, I think, makes it a lot harder for one-win team to continue to snowball over them, because running it down on this Shiv Kelvin, as we've seen, is a risky proposition. Like the chances are the fight could easily get turned against you. And if you're not catching off and bursting heroes very, very quickly, things could, slip away in the team fight.
Yeah, and speaking of team fights, here we go once again. A nice charge initiation coming in from Saf on the Abrams, but needs the help from his team. 3 players here for Paravision, chasing down, I believe that's 2 right now for one win, so they're outnumbered, and this looks like a great gank coming on through. Really good opener there. And we can see on the middle side of things, Paravision still pretty dominant in this middle lane, which is where Bebop and ABL started out.
Yeah, the Frozen Shelter used defensively, but keeps everyone alive for Paravision, so I think they're not going to be too mad about it. Nice swap initiation, catching onto the Shiv, but a missed uppercut. Seems like Shiv is getting right back into this, taking the fight to Bebop. Very risky play. Maybe just felt like he couldn't get away in that scenario with more players converging on his position. One-man team, though, continuing to bring numbers now to an engagement that's already going their way. So difficult to push, though, this mid walker. Like, even with kills, with player advantage, it feels like you need a team wipe to pressure the mid walker.
Yeah, and more fights here for Paravision on the left side lane. And it is interesting we have that middle Guardian up, but got to hold that thought here because ABL is coming in for another gank flying strike there to try to catch Taz on the Holiday. The jump pad escape. Oh my god, the power shot in the distance. Trying to get out of there, sliding away. The fleet foot activated as well, and it looks like Taz is going to be able to escape. One win not going too deep there. They've got other problems here because we've got Press in there on the Mirage. We've got the Shadow Form to try to get that TP activated. Looks like ABL's going to barely get away thanks to the Shadow Form.
Yeah, Shiv was just a little bit below that threshold of being able to actually one-shot burst the Yamato with the ulti. Extremely close. So Yamato gonna be happy to get out of that. Pulling a ton of vision aggro on the map is nice here for a one-win team. But the lead has completely evaporated. I mean, Power Vision, these pickoffs from Holiday, the winning team fights in the middle of the map, especially with the Shiv and the Kelvin. And now that laning phase advantage that we thought could potentially get scary has really been equalized, and Power Vision fighting incredibly well.
Yes, yeah, and it's always a question when you have this approach where you've got your Yamato really focused on farming, just not as active in some of the team fights. We saw this dynamic previously with Melee Cruise and Geist, and the question's always, are they going to come into the fights at the right, perfect moment and not leave it too late and not leave it too early?
Catch being attempted, Yamato, no ulti on 1 HP. Just, is she getting out of that? That is criminal. What an escape there. Kelvin getting stuck in with the Shiv on the side lane, and this is super scary. Just Seven trying to rip the ult, trying to defend himself in this position, but is it enough? Yeah, Kelvin willing to just tank through the Seven ult in the frozen shelter. I think they're right about this. I mean, they just have so much heal here. I mean, Shiv is healing up in the Seven ult. That's a pretty nice combo right there.
Yes, yeah, and it's going to attract the attention of Overseas to defend that right lane. But in the meantime, Paravision are, I mean, they could potentially shove this lane as well. They've got such high threat on both side lanes. It's hard decision making for one win. They're down 3 players right now. Hyper Beam, though, that's going to help defend the Walker on the right side of things. And Paravision, yeah, I think they maybe realize they can still keep pushing on the left side a little bit as one win are now deflecting finally that push of Paravision. ABL able to clean up the rest. So one win looking to stabilize, still on parity here in the overall souls.
Yeah, very greedy move though from Shiv and Kelvin. I think that's a mistake right there to continue the push after, being in that lane for so long, showing themselves for so long, and committing the frozen shelter crucially. That's been the thing that's allowed them to turn team fight. So I think continuing to pressure the Walker there, definitely a mistake that's going to cost them some of that snowball that Shiv was on and equalize things just a little bit. Shiv still in a huge position of, leading the game, but man, Mirage and Abrams are also both getting pretty massive, and Wraith getting farmed in her own right. So Paravision are getting the soul distribution really nicely, even though one win team have a very small advantage right now.
One win do have a lot of map control right now. They've got this. I'm not sure if we're waiting for the cooldown on the ults, if that's what's going on right now with the urn, because you'd usually expect to see it get carried across with the flying mode.
Yeah.
I forget what the actual ability name is right now, but he flies.
A little special delivery from Ivy, usually what you're going to see, but both teams now posturing on the urn drop off. I think both understanding the priority of that position right now. This is a critical urn with the game so even. I think this is going to be potentially a scary one to drop off. I mean, a few important ultimates unavailable here for one win team. No 7 ult, Bebop ult also a little bit away. But it seems like Paravision are actually content to give up the urn and just pressure other lanes. So they're going to completely flip the script, not even attempting to fight that at all. They have to get something somewhere else on the map, but it seems like one win team are defending well. Interesting choice from Paravision. Just didn't feel like they wanted to take that fight.
Yeah, they get the potential trade here on the Walker as well on the left lane, which in fact it's not even going to be a trade because, yeah, Paravision are giving up their push on the right side here, and they're not going to be able to get to that Walker in time to stop it from going down. It's just going to be whether or not one win stick around for too long. We've got some pressure from ABL on the middle Walker.
Now,
as
what's
well
going on with this Mirage? Okay, seems like Yamato was also forcing presence. So, I mean, the map is being kind of dominated by one win team in the last few minutes. The decision for Paravision to give up the urn and push elsewhere on the map really was a mistake here. I mean, they got nothing out of that. They got punished pretty brutally. Looks like Calico's going down here in the subway, maybe being punished, overstaying her welcome. But across the map, I mean, one win team really dominating the lanes, dominating that last trade and re-securing that lead that they started off with.
Yeah, it seems overall their play of the entire map, their macro in that sense, they've always been a step ahead to a large extent, mostly keeping Paravision on the reaction as opposed to taking the initiative. But that said, Paravision, they've got Play With Me, who is doing a pretty good job of keeping highly competitive on the rate in terms of the farm. And so that's always going to be a danger.
Yeah, we'll see if Play With Me is able to, get out of control here, able to be that crucial impact character. But it's a little scary for Wraith this game with the amount of defense, right? With Yamato being able to completely block that CC. I think the ultra late battle for Wraith is a little scary against something like a Yamato that, especially, you think about items like Refresher Orb, Telekinesis, onto the 7, trying to catch him as he looks to get out through the TP. Yeah, just saw a little bit too much damage. Standing still against the Wraith, not a wise strategy, even trying to teleport out, maybe the only way in that condition. Commitment, though, from Kelvin here, trying to defend and hold on to this mid lane as one win team are just pouring the pressure on. They're willing to continue the chase into this room, super aggressive. they are finding a few kills here, but it's getting tenuous this close to the enemy side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like it was a really good potential setup for that Walker. The fight got a little bit weird in those close quarters, and they're gonna have to back away. So I think Paravision are gonna be really happy with that, not having to give up the Walker. But it does just mostly feel like one winner dominating in the map control game. Right now, actually, all the lanes are pushed in favor of Paravision, but that's been, I feel like, seldom the case. And so one winner going to be, pushing their lanes back out, and before we get into another team fight scenario. But there's not actually much jungle on the map at the moment. So, and with the next zone coming up in bridge buffs, I would expect that to precipitate a team fight or two.
Yeah, definitely, looking for fights, especially around this buff with not much else to be done on the map. And although One Win Team, they weren't able to fully take the middle walker, I mean, getting it a little bit below half HP is pretty important. I mean, with how much HP it has now, I feel like it's not always going to be one push that clears that walker, but doing that much damage to it does set up for, I think, a future take on the walker with how quickly they're going to be able to burst it down now. Raj locked in the animation. It's too funny. What is
I don't
this?
really... It actually looks pretty awesome. This looks so composed, so chill. Well, we do have a potential fight there. What's that, Mitch?
He's got quite the demi-plie on him in ballet terms.
Exactly. And we got this fight now in mid. One win we're looking for with ABL, and ABL is feasting at the moment. Frozen Shelter's going to be popped there. Not sure who's going to get caught in by that. Okay, well, looks like the Yamato ABL is able to survive it, having to try to escape here, cut off from the fight. But as the cooldowns go away, able to bring himself back into this, and this is no one that can stop ABL on this Yamato right now.
I mean, that's just a rout here. Paravision getting crushed. Only Shiv able to escape the team fight. That's going to be an immediate push to mid boss. And I mean, fighting this close to mid boss, very efficient with your timing to be able to show up here. And I mean, initiating on the Yamato, really risky move, right? Yes, Abrams, you pin her in, but I feel like Yamato's happy to tank that initiation. She's almost the best character in the entire team to tank it and continue to turn around the fight, especially with how farmed Yamato is. Taz also got bursted pretty quick in that team fight, and there's not going to be any contest on this reju. Mid walker already the half with the lanes pushed. I mean, this is an open setup here for One Win Team to really take this game into a dominant position.
Let's go for a little stroll.
What are your thoughts, Mitch? We're finally seeing One Win break away with a hearty lead in the last few minutes.
Look, I mean, it was honestly, they had a massive lead early on, but it looked a bit different because Overseas was investing in a lot of like the combat barrier and, a lot of those more defensive items, like a divine barrier taken early. So that Soul Lead wasn't as clear to see. Now that you're actually seeing it obviously demonstrated so much by the Yamato, it's much more striking. Overseas sets up the game by dominating that Taz lane and denying the Holiday the chance to go roaming, which means that Yamato also strong in their own right in a strong lane of their own, but Overseas rotates in to help with it, just gets out of control. You got all the right items you're looking for, Dan. Spirit Snatch, Improved Spirit, Torment Pulse, that's the big three. You are hitting like a truck, and you are healing so much of that damage back as Yamato.
And now we go into what looks like an earn fight. Feels like it has to be contested. Paravision, they can't really give this up for free here, but it's rejuves all around. This is a very dangerous team fight for Paravision, but they're going to give it their all at the moment. No Frozen Shelter online. The rescue beam coming in there, looking after Shiv. But this is not a fight they can take. The Cloud Form and the Hyper Beam over the top stage.
Yeah, and they didn't catch anyone in the Frozen Shelter. I think they were trying to snag an enemy in that. It got just canceled and pushed away. So I actually think it's wise that Paravision just retreat out of this fight. That opening was so disastrous for them and not finding value on the Kelvin ulti. I think that's basically their only way to win a team fight. I think it's actually really smart of them to not continue the engagement and just give up the urn, try to stay alive, live to fight another day. I think they would have been wiped there in that defense. And Shiv doing his best to hold on to the Walker, diving straight into the backline. Absolutely no fear on the Shiv, pushing the limit, and he's sustaining through this. It's looking like a potential Walker defense, but ABL has something to say about that, popping the ulti, diving in under the tower. I mean, this is an overwhelming amount of damage, even for something like a Yamato. Now gets bursted down by Shiv, who is full rage, looking to snowball and catch more. You might have the rejuve on, but these catches could come thick and fast here. Paravision taking the opportunity to at least clear that main carry, and Ivy as well going to go down. These are just rejuve kills, but it's a nice start for One Win Team.
It's actually really impressive. Just we're really seeing the value from the Kelvin shift that you were highlighting earlier. Now that Shiv is a little bit more tanky and is sustaining, as you said, through insane damage, and that provided just enough stoppage, and it's going to be interesting because we see a pretty sizable soul differential. Maybe it was like 30k before that fight started, and yet Paravision still looks really good in the team fight.
it's definitely a start here as far as bringing this game back. I think there needs to be a little bit more done. Abrams, though, starting on the 7, that's a great initial target. This is a lot of that damage. Now getting bursted low, finished off by Shiv. Another pickoff, so Paravision, once again, right, they lose one major team fight and fall really far behind, but then in these small numbers pickoffs, they look amazing. They're fighting really well, finding the catches they need.
Yeah, and we see that again. The farm is kind of where it needs to be for the most part for Paravision. You know, often looking to the to play with me in general, but on the Wraith especially, that scaling is pretty nasty. One win, settling back now, clearing up some of the jungle. So, a moment of calm and peace once again.
And Shiv, I think, is going to be really critical in this game. Something to watch out for. This hero gets a little bit more online. I think he hits like a certain late game power spike. Could be a big threat in his ability to actually, I mean, we've seen he's able to tank through some of the damage. And I'm a little worried. Think about the single target damage, the dots. That's what you really need to burst through a Shiv. And you're lacking that just a bit for one win team. And they've got a lot of AoE in these team fights, a lot of you know, like control of a large area, of a team fight area. But Shiv doesn't necessarily mind, I think, those big AoE skills. He can kind of fight through them, especially with the help of his teammates.
And it does. I'm really impressed, actually. Like now that I'm thinking more about it, how disciplined one win were to, yeah, go for some of those team fights, because it did kind of feel like on paper they should be able to kind of barrel through and have enough of an edge to be aggressive, but we can see that they're still holding on to their lead, which is the important part. But it's 21k, so it's not necessarily growing. It's not necessarily decreasing. And once again, we have a dash for this urn.
E-shift coming through, ulti also available. So Calico baiting the engagement, potentially getting out of dodge. Nice pull of aggro on the map, making a little bit space elsewhere. But the urn was grabbed in that moment by Taz, who's now delivering it for a potential safe turn in. See if one win team want to contest this. It's a pretty scary area of the map to do so, and they don't really have anybody scouting it out yet. So potentially this could be a free urn turn in. Although Calico looking to potentially turn that around, deny this from Abrams, who's just holding on to the urn for now.
Yeah, and again, you're not actually missing out too much on the map at the moment, because the lanes are really pushed. If you're Paravision, because the lanes are pushed against you, there's no farm on the map for your opponents to take with that map control. So right now, one win, it feels like they're in just like mega pick territory. Like, what can we find? A hook or a swap? What can we get right now?
And Paravision, I mean, they've done really well playing for these defenses and like turning fights around on objectives, letting Shiv tank the initiation, getting saved by Kelvin. But as far as actually going out into the map and challenging some of this farm, I mean, they have to do that eventually. I think one win team are keeping the map control. They're getting absolutely everything out of the map, and their lead is only going to expand from here. So Kelvin looking to potentially threaten this urn, but remember, I mean, he's visible on the mini map. So one win team have exact track of him, and they're not committing everybody to camping this urn defense, right? They're leaving players spread on the map, keeping all the lanes pushed in.
Yeah, and it feels like the frozen shelters are so key in some of these big team fights, and also these enclosed spaces. So we'll have to keep our eye on that. As it looks like one win are going to be collapsing in on this left lane, looking to try to follow up on players they spotted early, trying to follow up on those picks. Flying strike gets cancelled. And there, did I just see the frozen shelter get popped?
I guess you did. Yeah, wait, that's
wow.
Surprising. I think maybe got baited, but Taz to get a lasso catch. Maybe nothing found there so far. Calico brawling for, but you know, just return to shadows, heading away, and both of those front base towers go down. Getting picked apart now. One win team, I think they're showing great patience. This has historically kind of been their problem. I think that they get an early lead and then potentially they throw it away by overextending. But right now, they're doing really well, just continuing to expand the lead, get further ahead. Wraith pushing a walker, but not going to get it, just getting defended by an Ivy who, you know, are you really going to go on the map and fight just because the Ivy shows? That's pretty risky.
Yeah, you can't be sure what's behind that. And so this is actually really good macro management from one win. And interesting spot now. Paravision stuck in the base. All it takes is one clean pick for one win, and they can perhaps convert onto the rejuve. So really interesting. And in fact, we actually have Play With Me going back into that right lane walker, challenging Flammable on the Ivy, and actually he's going to get it. He's going to get the walker.
Yeah, is he going to die for it though? He's very low, has used his teleport. Okay, has the speed boost on the zip to get out of there. And this Abrams, I mean, Phantom Strike available for Abrams, right? So there is a lot of pickoff, whether it's from Taz on the holiday, whether it's Abrams, Phantom striking in and pinning out. Seems like an attempt to force the mid-boss here, coming in very risky move. I wonder if they're actually going to do the mid-boss or just force it to roar. Seems like a full commit. It is dying. And ABL, you've got the Yamato, right? You've got that pair resistance, but already the fight starts kicking off early in the pit before the Rejuve's even down. And it's just an easy secure here for the one-man team, right? Stormcloud above the pit, and Paravision thought about getting stuck into that, but just a little bit too much pressure, a little bit too much threat. Some ultis have been committed, though. I'm curious. On Yamato gets bursted. Yeah, ulting for the pit is now costing a lot of players their lives. Paravision playing their ultimate advantage, even without Reju being willing to take these risks. And so far, this 6-man deathball is terrifying. I mean, this is the threat that Paravision have when they group up and stack on these Kelvin heals. I think Kelvin's going to have a ridiculous heal stat this game if they keep playing this way.
Yeah, that was super interesting. Just like you say, you've got all those ults popped, which makes it really like one would almost want to have a fight. They want to commit Paravision to have a fight in the pit, but Paravision didn't give it to them. They're like, okay, we'll just give you Rejuve. You're going to burn the ults. And that seems like it's the genius move here, catching them at one win on the escape of the pit post picking up the Rejuve. And this has allowed Paravision to kind of get out on the map. And not only that, but they've actually closed the distance in souls pretty dramatically. It was almost a 30k difference, and now it's 5k. So great decision making from Paravision and one win. They do have some rejuves, but this is getting to be a problem because that death ball is seemingly insurmountable.
Yeah, it was a really nice fight, and I think getting into this ultra late game, you know, these really stacked 6-on-6 engagements, you're kind of forced into that when you're defending. Seems like it will be a free Walker take. Paravision not in position to defend that. They were getting jungle camps elsewhere. And honestly, maybe that Walker was destined to die with the rejuves available. Maybe at this phase of the game, Paravision want to just keep the fights to their base. I feel that Walker defense, you know, got what it was going to get for them so far in this game. And one-man team, I think, are wisely just clearing the map right now. Earn is available, though, with a few players from Paravision towards that pickoff. Ivy not able to grab it just yet. And oh, maybe she is going to be able to slip in there. She's kind of zoning it for now, denying the pickoff from their opponent. Definitely this Earn fight is the next opportunity for Paravision to potentially take an engagement, but it's a fair Earn turn in, given that the lead's not that significant.
Yeah, and this might be a pick opportunity. Ethereal form there.
Rescue beam. Beautiful. Once again from Kelvin. Bebop needs to find a hook here.
And this has been amazing on the Kelvin so far. And this is backfiring, this pick attempt, Ethereal form to try to stay alive a little bit longer, but I don't know if this is really on the cards for Overseas to get out of here in one piece. Divine Barrier doesn't mean too much at this stage of the game. It's just desperately trying to slide his way out of there. Might be able to escape it, but surely not. Okay, 3 players following him. So there's a good conversion for Paravision. And post this rejuve, I'm actually worried for one win. It feels like maybe the best time is come and gone for them in this game.
Yeah, it feels like Paravision are online with this late game deathball strategy. For one-man team, though, in the end, they lose one player with a rejuve on, and they get an Earn. I mean, like, it's and probably farm a lot more of the map in that time. So there's an argument to be made for just space created. But I think you're right. Like, the bigger issue is just a question of the team comp's ability to challenge in a late game scenario against something like the Kelvin. And I'm curious if Kelvin is going to be building towards a refresher. It feels like Frozen Shelter is just a critical aspect of this comp. And for one-win team, I mean, you've got a lot of these big one-shot ultis with Seven, with Yamato. And if you're not winning the fight decisively in that moment, I think things are going to go against you. So Kelvin's ability to sustain these team fights is going to start to become a problem.
Yeah, scary, because also how do you create some fights here? I mean, one win, do you have tools to do it? But we're so late in the game, there's so many ways to rescue someone if they do get caught by a hook or a swap.
Canceled the lasso, no connection, swap coming in. So now being turned on is Taz. Went a little bit deep for this. One-win team is bringing everyone. Blitz, though, nice rescue beam, gets him out of trouble potentially. This is the chase is on, though, for one-win team. All 6 players are here. Seems like there will be at least one player caught, and it's the Kelvin. I mean, this is only one pickoff, but hold on now. I think there's an opportunity for one-win team to actually force the base. I think this may be the single most important pickoff they can find, even though it is the support. This Kelvin's the linchpin to some of these team fights.
Oh, totally, yeah, and just like keeping people alive, you know, rescuing them after they get hooked or similar. And yeah, I think that one win are also feeling the urgency here, looking to set up for this push onto the base. And 30 seconds, that's what they have until Kelvin is back online. All right, Flying Strike up above, and it looks like a lot of damage is going to get put straight onto the Abrams there. And it's still contesting under these Guardians. They're forcing their way into the base, looking for these kills now here. One win. They want to capitalize whilst Kelvin is down. Staff is going to go down as well. 20 seconds till Kelvin's back up, and one win is still in the base, doing damage, controlling space for the ults. The Cloud Form over the top is giving them so much control of space here. It's hard for Paravision to take these fights. They trade onto the 7 at least, but there's so much damage being done in the base.
Yeah, it's Shiv's time to shine, though. There's no Yamato ulti, although the execute fails for Shiv, and now he's chasing deep on a Yamato, but that burst was nasty. Yamato in real trouble, though. Shiv, Ethereal Shift Force, had to slow down the chase just a little bit, but Kelvin is online, and Shiv, he stays live a few more seconds. Kelvin's going to be right behind him, aiding him in this chase out, and One Win Team may have bitten off more than they can chew. They've got multiple low players who are really not going to be any help at all in this team fight. Bebop doing everything he can to juke out E-Shift Force, but I mean, Shiv is on the case, got team right behind him, not scared here. Calico as well knows that she cannot take this fight, and I mean, the Shiv is firmly out of control, willing to continue to chase through the map. The rest of One Win Team just fully disengaging, running away, licking their wounds. The base is heavily pressured right now, and Shrines did go down, but the Patron wasn't dropped, so it's another good defense for Power Vision.
Man, this is scary stuff here. Oh, nice catch there with the cards as well. 4 players down for One Win at the moment. Empty Dreams back up shortly. ABL gonna have to pop the Shadow Form to try to do anything to stay alive, but it seems hopeless at this point. There's so much damage.
Shiv down
here.
Yamato could be out of control right now. She's still high HP, and with Shiv down, maybe she's the only one left in this team fight, 4v1. But she is forcing E-Shifts, does force a Frozen Shelter. And it looks like she's out of there. Man, that Yamato is seriously scary at this point in the game. Still 4v2 now, player advantage reset with that Frozen Shelter from Lips. This could be an opening. Seven wants to continue to engage onto this Wraith. Seems like he is going to get the Wraith kill and staying alive as well with Yamato coming into assist. This could be a bit of an overextension. Yamato's a huge threat here. 3v1 though. He's going to go for it. This is extreme confidence from Yamato, getting massive lifesteal though. And it seems like the 3v1 is going his way with Bebop respawning. You've got to be scared now for Power Vision. Yamato continuing to reinitiate. That only 15 seconds off. Now potential rechase here for Power Vision. They turn it once again. Oh my, I mean, this Yamato is really insane at this phase of the game. I mean, she's actively engaging into 1v3, 1v4 scenarios, and it's actually looking pretty good for her.
Yeah, the fact it's just that moment when you're in a 1v3 and then the 3 people look at you and then a run in fear. It's definitely a statement. And because of that, you know, it's kind of given the balance to the situation with One Win. Post that base dive, as you say, they didn't get the Patron though. That's definitely a problem. But to be honest, they did a lot of good work because it feels like they're on the clock. It feels like there's desperation in the sense that right now, Power Vision's comp, as you said, the Deathball strategy has really come online. Shiv is so strong, and you know, hold the phone. We've got a charge onto Ava, onto Zanya, forcing that E-shift again. But that's going to be enough.
It's just uncatchable with the E-shift. I mean, she didn't have to return to shadows there. She just debuffed removered everything and teleported out with the E-shift only. Earn drop off coming in. It seems like there is interest for Power Vision to contest this though. TP's coming in. This is going to be a 6-on-6 engagement. Mirage not there, but of course has that global TP to potentially get stuck in. Yamato also a scary hero to initiate on even when she's dropping Earn. Seems like she did not get it down there, getting pulled in, but so tanky is this Yamato. She's not even forced to pop the ultimate yet in the Frozen Shelter now. Still high HP though. They can't really deal with this Yamato, and Kelvin dropping low. That's all the heals now for this comp. Extremely low. Yamato prioritizing that chase down. And with the Flying Strike, it's enough. Play with me, 1 HP. Taz, 1 HP, completely forced out of the engagement. And now it's a full chase down for Yamato. No fear. She's just riding confidently into the enemy backline who are retreating, running for the base. 4 players left alive for Power Vision to reset their health and try to pull off a defense here. Abrams, though, I don't think he's going to get out of this one. E-shift potentially keeping him up for just a moment. They're going to lift him, and oh, if Abrams lives, that's so massive. The team save coming in from Wraith. They're turning on the Yamato as well, as Shiv is part of that chase. But man, I mean, this Yamato, everyone is giving a lot of respect to her. They don't want to overextend and give her too much lifesteal on that 3rd skill.
Yeah, it's so crazy right now. ABL, one of the best in the business on Yamato. Maybe maybe VP will want to ban that out if it's the case that One Win end up winning this one. But straight onto the mid boss here, One Win, and that's going to force surely a response from Power Vision. Do we have any ults online? We do have some ults online here for a One Win. We'll see what they're going to be using though, as they're going to force the fight. Power Vision will try to nip at their heels here. Are they going to commit fully into this team fight though? There's so many players here for One Win, and Power Vision have 2 down, 3 down now, and this is not a good look for them.
Yamato just continuing to solo the mid boss while the rest of the team chases down these kills. Abrams dropping, and the attempt for Play With Me and Saf to bait a fight while it's successful, but they've just bitten off way more than they can chew. Yamato now takes down the mid boss here, and I wonder if she's even gonna, okay, just ulting for safety here, securing this take on the rejuve, and everything has been set up for One Win Team to close out the game right here, right now. The only last hope for them is that there's still a patron drop available that's going to reset some of these respawn timers, but at least the drop feels inevitable, and there's still a full team fight available with rejuve for One Win Team.
Wow. I mean, what an amazing game we've had so far. It really felt like the sort of the timing for Paravision was really strong, and that OneWin had missed their window to have superiority in the game, but just finding their way back because in large part of the strength of ABL. And yeah, here goes the Patron. That's gonna get taken out. That's gonna reset the respawns for Paravision. But OneWin still have full rejuves, and they're still pushing the issue here, looking for the picks.
Taz grabbing the Paradox, pulling her in. That's not the hero you want to have initiated on. She doesn't have the tankiness. She is maybe getting pulled out and somehow saved. And oh no, that's a missed frozen shelter. Not able to catch the Paradox. Now the pit is being forced. Empty Dreams. Stormcloud over the top with Yamato in the pit. Ulti almost online. And this is OneWin team securing the series and booking their ticket to the money match with a massive turnaround in this game from ABL's Yamato.
What an incredible performance. What an absolutely awesome performance from OneWin. Oh, that was a back and forth game. We really saw the strategies for both teams come into play, whether it was the early game with OneWin and the dominance with the Bebop and the Roam, and then farming up on ABL, or whether it was getting that Death Ball online for Paravision. It's crazy that OneWin came out on top after all of that back and forth. Both teams also, Jake, I feel like we're really disciplined on the macro.
Yeah, impressive stuff from both sides. And honestly, I was really impressed by Overseas and ABL, right? Not only, with I think both of the side lanes arguably going against them in the early game, it was just the mid lane that was dominant off the back of big hooks from Bebop in the early game. And then, Yamato was quiet for a little while after that early game, but she was absolutely putting work in on the jungle, getting farmed out of control, and then really putting it to use in that late game.
Man, ABL is something else on the Yamato. Let's bring Mitch back in to see what he has to say after that. Slobber knocker.
I mean, again, with the way the game is now, getting like a 30-40 minute game is about is a maximum length of time, right? We saw both teams with about 250k souls. That means you are getting a lot of these heroes getting to their end game and just be completely terrifying. Someone who really flew under the radar a little bit for me, and I'm curious to see what their damage looks like at the end of the game, is Empty Dreams, right? And it wasn't about Stormclouds. It is about how they're built into their 3, because you max that one out, you're spreading a lot of damage. You've got toxic bullets, of course, and a lot of ways of just getting these shots to bounce. Quite like we saw from Wraith, right? I think Play With Me kind of had to be a hard carry in this game, but there's just so much available to shut them down, and it didn't matter how much damage they had. They couldn't kill ABL. One thing I noticed is 5 ethereal shifts on the side of Paravision. They're abusing the ethereal shift into rescue beam combo, so they're very slippery, very hard to catch. But when they actually have to win out these fights, when they have to throw down, they do struggle with that sort of sustained damage. The Shiv at times can give it to you. Taz got shut down a little bit early, and once we're all in fighting, that pick potential, the roaming prowess of Holiday, obviously, it's not being put on display necessarily. So this comp on that, they had to get down and dirty with that. Unfortunately, we're not well equipped.
Well, we have our player of the match ready, Mitch. I know you made the choice, so you can lead us through this one as we go into it. It's going to be the player of the match presented by Intel.
I mean, look, this for me is an easy one. What is kind of absurd to me is that there was actually a player in the server that did more player damage than ABL, but the fact that you are putting out about 44k as Yamato, and you're virtually unkillable. When you see a Yamato pick up Mystic Reverb, it's already too late. I mean, at that point, they are so far ahead. They are so incredibly fed. And there are a lot of situations, of course, where, they're really hard to kill. You've got a team that is obviously packing like a bunch of heal banes, right? Making sure, of course, that you're limiting what the Shiv and what the Kelvin can do. And then you've got this like absurd amount of burst damage here that the Yamato can sort of offer. Getting to the point in the game where we actually have Boundless Spirit, Mystic Reverb, those 2 tier 4s on the Yamato means you're hitting very hard. They took that metal skin as well, just to shrug off bullets entirely, which is pretty sick against what Paravision's comp is trying to do, because they have that Mirage, and of course they have that Wraith. The build is really nice there for ABL in general. Omega farmed, and I really like how this comp was designed to set up some individuals and some of these lanes for success, because Overseas took over the early game. There was like 3 or 4 picks off that hook because they took Mystic Reach first item, and the first time Taz saw that hook coming, they didn't realize just how far it could reach until it was too late.
Yeah, something else I'm looking at from this stat card is this Ivy building into Heavy Spirit. And really, it was kind of the Bebop who took a little bit more of a supporting role this game, allowing Ivy to have very significant damage. You think about what we talked about, this comp for Paravision with these incredible frontliners with, Shiv, Kelvin, Abrams pumping heals and like continuing to just walk at you. I mean, that's a dangerous strategy if you're fighting in the fog and Ivy is like constantly catching you in those thorns and stunning you out. And I mean, you think about like all the AoE zoning potential, pretty scary, especially Ivy when she gets really maxed out with that extra charge and like all the different, whether they're building Mystic Slow, all these different status effects pouring onto you. And now you're chasing through that death swamp trying to fight an ulting Yamato. I mean, good luck with that.
It's crazy because obviously like Alchemical Fire triggers escalating exposure, the one that obviously does applies the spirit amp to you. So when you have that combined with superior duration, right, you have Kudzu Bombs down, you have Alchemical Fire down, it's like amping up in terms of the damage it's doing against you. You can't, again, like it more than counteracts the pretty significant healing over time that Pyrovision composition had. So this is a one-win team that like takes an approach to the early game and makes use of the Bebop to get them ahead there. Then that becomes less relevant. It's more about their raw push power. It's about the team fight damage of the 7 and the Yamato being unkillable. Also just continually pulsing damage, in their vicinity. I really love how we saw a modality here from OneWin, a switch up of that early game approach and which heroes were supposed to lead the charge in those different phases of the game.
Yeah, it was certainly a really great performance. I'm wondering like which team was better, because we saw great stuff from both teams, different periods of the game where either team was really making their strategies work for themselves. But we're going to get to see at least more from OneWin, because we're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we're back, we're going to the money match and they're going to be up against the Titans of EU. It's of course a Virtus Pro. See you after the break for that. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to another Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel, and we are about to enter some pretty fun territory. Our money match is up next, and it's going to be one win after a pretty impressive defeat of Paravision, which may have been the favorites by many's estimation, but instead, one win will be up against Virtus Pro, who's so far been pretty indomitable, Jake.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a new patch, new meta, and you got to think last week was very, very fresh with teams like just trying to like scramble and figure out what they can do. Now they've had a little bit of time to think about different approaches to the game. One thing ZP was highlighting in the break that I really liked was the emphasis on feeding all of those slot machine buffs, the Sinner Sacrifice buffs, to Yamato, who not only is incredibly farmed in terms of souls, but you don't quite realize how many buffs she's stacked up over the course of the game to hit this hyper carry level and do those like 1v3s, 1v4s in the late.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to when we can have the stats to keep a better track of that, like live during the match. That's gonna be a really interesting story to follow, and also to see how team strategies may evolve around it. But to help us determine how the teams are strategizing, let's bring Jason in as our analyst for this game. What's up, Jason? How's it going?
Doing better now that I'm the meat in this little sandwich we got going on here on the show.
Nice. And you'll be happy to know I'm not gonna throw any shade away.
Well, it wasn't the same in rehearsals. I think all of you were throwing shade my way when you thought I was AFK. I was actually just listening, crying, hearing you guys talk trash about me. No, it's good to be back here, man. And that was honestly probably one of the best starts we could have to a DFN show as well. Very back and forth, seeing the new meta and the change in the new meta kind of really come into fruition here in our second week. Now that we've had more than 24 hours for teams to play. And as Jake mentioned, stacking all those buffs onto ABL, he had over 4.1k HP in that match. Like, how are you supposed to kill Yamato? First of all, the kill Yamato has that much health. It seems impossible.
Yeah, let's check out our rosters for this finals, for this money match, and let's dial into what we're going to be looking at here. Obviously, we just saw a one win, but so let's open things up with Virtus Pro, Jake.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, I think Mikhail S is like always one of the more impressive paradoxes and pick-off players. D-Mob and Listake have been awesome on the front line. And I think Zergy, this is potentially a great meta for Zergy and Sharik, how much they like to get super farmed up. Can't forget about Obukim, whose proficiency on the Kelvin has been like a key game winner in many, many scenarios for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think for me, Obukim is probably one of the best, if not the best support players in Deadlock right now. Like, his mechanical skill is just absolutely ridiculous. The movement he's able to pull off and the openings he's able to create on heroes like Holiday as well has really helped take Virtus Pro to the next level. One thing I am worried about, though, Dan, is that apparently we're hearing that Michaelis is very under the weather, but he will be playing for Virtus Pro today, and he's definitely one of the pivotal pieces for Virtus Pro's success.
Yeah, last week we saw Virtus Pro actually destroy everybody, and I think what was maybe the most one-sided Deadlock Fight Night for the European region, I feel like, because usually it's very competitive, but they destroyed everybody. So, based on what we just saw from one win, who'll be looking at next, what do you feel? Even with an under-the-weather Mikhail S, do you feel like these guys, based on that previous performance, are going to give him a run?
Well, for me, it's a rematch of week 11, I think, for Virtus Pro, because that was a match they should never have actually won. If you guys can cast your mind back, or you can head over to Locked In over on YouTube and check out the recap of it. One win, base raced like 2 or 3 times. They tried to zerg down the patron and it failed multiple times, allowing Virtus Pro to get back into this. So for me, going into this match, I think Virtus Pro really want to put their foot down against them. But obviously, I think, we saw Listic in chat, Lightbringer as well, Obukim. They were watching this match, and I think they're very aware of what one win is going to try to do. I think my eyes are kind of wondering, will they take away the Yamato just to prevent any sort of ABL pressure like we saw in this last match?
Yeah, I think one win team, if they want to play the Yamato again, they might have to take it in the first phase. I wonder, will it be high enough prio for VP to ban it out directly in the first ban? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't hate it just with how much of a threat that potential is, right? Like, if you hit that ultra late on Yamato's just not vulnerable to focus fire, right? Like, if you have debuff remover, E-shift, and your ulti, you pretty much cannot initiate and burst this hero down in the late game, with that huge HP stack. And if you try, she's probably going to turn the fight around and crush you. And I think if you just don't want to deal with that by taking it out with a ban, it could be a great way to approach that. However, there's heroes like, Sinclair, I think, is a huge threat in the game right now. Something that teams have to be very worried about with how much flexibility he has with the audience participation in the late game team fights, and also just an incredibly oppressive laning stage.
Well, let me ask a question actually for you, Jake and Dan. Is that if you take out Overseas on the Bebop and the impact he had in that laning phase, or in the early game, I should say, in the last match, do you think ABL would have been the same level of threat that he turned out to be? For me, it's a no.
It's fair. I think if she doesn't get the snowball rolling as quickly as she did in that early game, it wouldn't be so massive as they hit the late game, and maybe some of those 1v3s, 1v4s wouldn't have been possible. So you can also just think like, hey, we're just not going to lose lane. And take that approach that we're just going to focus on our draft, getting the most dominant lanes we can. We'll be the team to snowball and hit the ultra late game. I also wouldn't mind Virtus Pro. You know, you can always steal the Yamato for yourself, right? You don't necessarily have to ban it out. There's the question of pick priority, and there's a lot of high prio picks, right? We even saw Taz like get really punished in that game by the Bebop on the Holiday, but I still think Holiday is a massive threat in a lot of these games. You know, maybe that doesn't really matter if you leash the Yamato. She's not too worried about that. But for most heroes, most situations, that leash pick off, the ability for Holiday to pull you, completely into the opponent's position is really scary.
Yeah, and just a quick segue into the history. To know where we're going, we've got to know where we've been. And you're alluding to the rematch on Deadlock Fight Night 11, Jason. We last had the Paravision versus VP. So what is your sense now of the EU region? Because we've seen this dominance now from VP, winning 4 in a row. This is the closest thing we've seen to an era on DFN.
5 in a row, to be fair. I can understand. It's very misleading seeing like the Virtus Pro win on the right-hand side.
Oh, right. You got me.
For them.
You got me.
Don't worry. It gets me every time. I think what's crazy about EU is that we're actually starting to see kind of like less teams come about. Like we have Aegis Aurora, we have Paravision, we have One Win, and we have Virtus Pro. Maidong right now, I know is kind of suffering a loss of players, and they're kind of in a rebuilding phase. The Pojali Scumbria as well. I'm not sure exactly what they're up to as of recent times, but we're starting to see like Virtus Pro just kind of really create like a dynasty over in EU, whereas Hydronation was the team to do so in NA.
I mean, 5 in a row is pretty serious. They did go to game 3 a few times, but they're a huge threat. And I think this is a map where, like, historically, VP's style has been, this defensive posturing, getting to an ultra late game, drafting a comp that when they come online, they're just confident they will win. If they reach this point in the game, they will win. They'll be able to execute the team fights better. They'll have the right tools in the kit to be able to win these late game objective battles. And historically, they've been able to prolong games. I think this new map in general is a little bit easier to get that farm online to activate those heroes in your draft. So, I think stylistically, this is a good patch for VP.
Yeah, and I feel like last week was a little bit of a weird story. VP just crushed everybody. I don't think it was super representative of the team's ability overall. And based on what we just saw from One Win, they clearly have an understanding as to how they want to play the new version of Deadlock. And with that said, we've got the Mirage ban, we've got the draft underway. How do you guys feel about Mirage ban as an opener against One Win?
I think the Mirage is just always annoying to deal with, right? With the global presence, it's just like you can't quite trust what you see on the mini map.
Yeah, and they also have like a 0% win rate, to be fair on it. Only in DFN, but they've only played it twice to be at the same time. But yeah, I think the split push potential, especially if you're looking at having one player sit back, if we're gonna like kind of go on the idea of stacking all of these buffs onto one player, it kind of gives the ability to kind of still have those 5v6 fights while still applying pressure in some other lanes when you need to, while the other player's farming away. I think all in all, like Virtus Pro, it's a solid ban, but also leaves up, Paradox, leaves open Holiday, leaves open a couple of other picks that maybe they want to go for.
The first pick for VP. The first pick has so often been Holiday. I know, we were talking about Geist previously, which I can absolutely see. I think Geist is really good. Right now, we talked about it in the last draft.
Today is
but it's going to be the Vindicta. So is this going to be more a Vindicta Crow build? I feel like that's been the trend.
I think she has a really scary lane, really threatening, the ability to like continue to pour the pressure on in a winning lane, snowball potential to like continue to stay active and gank side lanes. And then I think the flexibility of this character is just that it can really, even if you aren't necessarily like the late game gun damage carry, you can still be super annoying with your ability to like zone players or control them with the stake in the late game. Can be super powerful in setting up for your teammates.
Yeah, I think one thing we can't forget about is Michaelis, I believe, played her last week, and it was, I think, a beauty. Like the stakes out of Michaelis can be ridiculous, and they also can set up a lot of plays when it comes to these like 2v2 lanes. If you think about like any form of CC to pair in with that, it's almost a guaranteed kill. And if you get the Vindicta rolling early on, we know how strong she can be, obviously.
All right, and well, the interesting thing here is that we get the Paradox opening pick, and it's so often been that people, as we were talking about, pick the Holiday over the Paradox for their openers, and that does obviously leave that open to VP. It'd be kind of weird to, I mean, actually, to be honest, I wouldn't probably pick it if I were VP, because if you're going for Paradox instead of Holiday, I feel like one winner basically saying we don't high pro this initiator, so I feel like you would pick something else.
The weird and interesting thing is that like Virtus Pro have kind of shown that they have the flexibility as a team to play Vindicta on Obikim, to play it on Michaelis, to play it like on whoever they need to. So by picking like the Vindicta early, I think maybe one team's like, okay, we're going to take away your Paradoxes. Maybe Michaelis is going to play Paradox, but like, no, Michaelis is probably going to be on Vindicta, or doesn't necessarily need to be, which does open up him to potentially play some other heroes. I think if looking at every region, Virtus Pro to me has definitely been the team that has the deepest hero pool across everyone on their roster. And it's really hard to like ban them out or to pick away from them, because they just have such a depth of pool that anyone can, you know, rotate or flex over to something else they need.
I think the Abrams is also a nice combo for Vindicta in terms of like late game setups. You stake people, you set them up for the pin, and the Bebop gets picked up for VP, who, I mean, it seems like the Bebop stocks are really rising in Europe right now. This was a huge factor for one win team's ability to snowball the game. And now there's already 3 items of like major control initiation for Virtus Pro, with like a lot of stuns available in the draft. For one win team, the fact that they grabbed the Calico, I love. Like last game, the Xenia's Calico, he was constantly pushing lanes and sometimes getting caught by 2-3 players and just getting out of dodge with the E shift, with the ulti, with the Ava form, and just like pulling a ton of attention to himself on the lanes. And wow, a Holiday as well. So double initiator, double pickoff. This is not a normal draft from one win team. They're grabbing both of these, maybe thinking they could steal it away from VP, but they could have also banned it. So they chose that they wanted to have this second initiator catch hero, which has not been a popular draft strategy so far in Deadlock Fight Night.
Does seem like a replacement for the Bebop. Maybe that's what they were looking for instead, because that's what they ran last game. They had the Paradox Bebop, and they did seem to do that. They were controlling the game a lot in the early game with it. So maybe that's, you know, Holidays is the budget Bebop for them in this case. The Ivy ban coming on through.
I mean, that makes me think about what Jake was saying about that zone control we saw at the last game, how you could just really bog down an area, make it very difficult to chase into it or to run away while inside of it. But I mean, we don't really see Obikim play that much Ivy compared to like Kelvin and a couple of different heroes out there.
One team had the first pick, right, coming out of this?
And a VP
Virtus Pro had it with Vindicta.
Oh, sorry. Like now this pick is available. So I think they could steal the Kelvin right now and block the 2 like most popular support picks. That would make this ban make sense. I think if they don't take the Kelvin, then I really will be confused about what one win team are trying to do. But the Yamato ban, I think, makes a ton of sense for VP with how like scary that was from one win team. That's just something you don't really want to be dealing with. I prefer banning this. I mean, in theory, you can shut her down in the early game and deny the snowball, but I just feel like there's a bit of a clock on the game with what we saw Yamato can do 1v3ing in the late game. I mean, I don't know if we've seen anybody do that in Deadlock, so I like taking that out with the ban.
But Jake, they went with 7 instead and leaving the Kelvin open. So does that force Virtus Pro's hand to take away the Kelvin before it gets denied?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why they would ban the Ivy. Like, what are they so worried about from the Ivy?
I mean, they have Holiday Paradox already. You kind of already have like a pseudo support, you know, with those 2 together. I don't know if they want to invest in like a Kelvin as well, because where's the real damage going to come from? And with Yamato being banned away, it's like you don't really have that hyper carry you can depend on from that last match.
Yeah, I would have preferred them to steal this Kelvin away, because I think Kelvin loves to be, you know, healing somebody like an Abrams who's like frontline in, taking a ton of damage. You got to think there's going to be a point in this game when Abrams gets a Phantom Strike up and he's just going to be picking up this 7 and carrying him home, and it's not where you want to be on 7.
Yeah, it's interesting because go ahead, Jason.
I'm looking at this right now for Virtus Pro, and like the lane phase is gonna be kind of interesting. I know Calico can be like a little bit of a bully. 7 takes a little bit of time to ramp up, but his stun obviously is insanely strong. With the Mo as well. Like for me, this is Virtus Pro saying we want to win lane and we just want to win the game from there.
Yeah, like roll the objectives.
This is like a more aggressive draft than they've historically gone for. I feel like usually they draft a little bit more late game deathball carry style, and this is a bit more pickoff centric. So trusting that maybe they just want to shut down one win teams jungling, shut down some of their snowball, like you talked about, Jason.
Yeah, and so one win needs. I wonder if one win are going to be trying to respond with these last 2 picks. Okay, so the pocket coming out. Okay, obviously that's a pretty typical pick against the Kelvin when the Kelvin's in the mix.
Where's the Lash? Like I understand like Lash can be hooked out of this.
Also the Kelvin ulti I think makes it scary to Lash.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about like
blocked.
the mobility is like so important, and that's why I really kind of like the pocket pick as well, because of how many buildings there are, like how it's kind of close quarter. Being able to escape is really like a godsend for a lot of these heroes and a lot of the ways that you can play. And I feel like pocket is generally that safe pick, but obviously off the back of the Kelvin ultimate, that frozen shelter, you can counter with the affliction.
Okay, I guess like it seems sometimes I feel like the Infernus when they're against like a really tanky lineup, because you just get like so much consistent like burn damage output, which is kind of nice to chunk them down a bit. But like it's an interesting pick. How do you guys like the Infernus?
I don't hate it, because I'm trying to think, like if you go like a toxic bullets round, I think item, I think that's gonna be like a really strong pickup against how tanky Virtus Pro are. But also Infernus is like one of the few heroes in the game that can get some ridiculous healing reduction on people with your catalyst and a heal bane. You get him up to like 85% healing reduction, so you kind of negate that Kelvin healing that he can do. If you can focus onto one target, you're gonna almost guarantee blow up that person as long as you don't get blocked out by a frozen shelter.
Great point.
Yeah, I will say the challenge in this game though is there's really very little frontline for one man team. They've got Calico who can like take the initiation and survive, but Calico's not offering you that like consistent stun control, like raw ability to just soak damage and continue the fight. Feels like they're very pick off oriented with really explosive damage on one win, which could work for them. They could, I think maybe hit a point of getting out of control. But I'm also thinking like, man, once Abrams gets Phantom Strike, Vindicta's staking people, and they're getting followed up on by Mo, Wraith, people. There's a lot of catch for VP, and I just don't know on one-man team who can tank these catch skills. Like I guess you're hoping Calico tanks them all, but I'm a little worried. I feel like a lot of these players, like I'm imagining, Seven, Holiday, Paradox, Infernus, all of these characters very vulnerable to getting stunned and hard bursted. I mean, they do a lot if they're able to like put down their damage in the team fight. Like you mentioned, Infernus can be really powerful. He's able to just pump damage in the team fight. But I'm worried about his ability to stand and deliver against the potential death ball from VP.
And one extra thing too is that you have this like really like this lineup from VP that's going to be really good at just barreling down objectives. And I feel like you force the other team to defend. Bebop's going to be opened up with like a lot of good potential hooks when they're defending on reaction. And like there's a lot of problems here for one win. Do they have anything to mitigate the sheer like pushing power and picking power of VP?
I think for me, it just comes down to how strong both teams can be early on. Honestly, I mean, when you have a Paradox and you have a Holiday, you have the ability to create these opening kills. And I'm also curious, thinking, down that train of thought we had before about stacking these buffs, the Gambit onto one person. If you look at both teams, like who would be the go-to person from each roster? Who would you say, Jake?
I'd imagine it'll be Wraith for VP as like the natural ultra carry. Maybe you could see Vindicta as well. I think both of them playing for that like super high damage late game. I don't think there's a character like Yamato though, really on either team in terms of somebody who's like unfocusable in late game where you're willing to put all your eggs in one basket. So I think for it's probably going to be a little bit less committed of all-in stacking on one player for either team this game.
So Dan, before I go, you remember last week I said Virtus Pro were working on like a certain like combo?
Yeah.
We're seeing it now. It's the Vindicta and the Bebop in mid lane. Observers, please keep your eyes on this lane, because once that stake hits, a hook's going to come through and you're going to see a kill happen. It's going to be a thing of beauty.
Amazing. I was actually going to ask you before you went how you made of the opening lanes, but I feel like that's some juicy stuff, so you're free to go, sir.
That's a scary laning combo. Few levels on an instant hook on a pocket so early, but he's got the cape, so he's not really going to take any damage from that. That was off cooldown. He would have been in real trouble, at least getting heavily pressured right there. Early HP bars looking good for Virtus Pro. The trades seem to be pressuring one win team, and they don't really have the strongest laners. I think there's like Calico's pretty solid, Holiday, Paradox pretty decent, but as you mentioned, there's a few heroes that need a little bit more time to come online for one win. See if they can, endure this early phase in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get picks on that pocket. Good matchup against what's otherwise a very scary lineup. I mean, the cloak, stylish and practical. Love to see it. What about the other lanes here from your perspective, Jake?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mo is going to be able to be really annoying in that side lane. Like, I like the Mo Wraith lane with Mo frontlining and like constantly pressuring you and tanking a lot, where maybe Wraith can just continue to put out damage. And then Kelvin Abrams is just going to be extremely annoying to ever be aggressive against. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get too active. I think maybe they can, once they get some of those ultis online. But I think both side lanes are actually going to be pretty placid. I think it's going to be mostly a farm trade. Maybe Kelvin Abrams can get active, but I think Jason's right about the mid lane where, you know, a few levels come online for this beef up Vindicta, and they're going to be looking for kill attempts.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because, oh, hello. Might be some trouble here for Mr. Mo. I don't know if there's going to be enough to hit. Oh, the parry's crazy. The parry's crazy from Zergy. What a reaction. That was not going to go well for him.
Sharik hit that parry, no?
Oh, did Sharik get it?
Yeah, the
Tommy
Mo,
did it.
just absolutely timing that on the quick melee. Yeah, and that's the risk you take, right? Going for some of those tricky melees. And Furnace already under pressure here in the side lane. That's getting constantly prioritied under tower by this Abrams. And I mean, this isn't even the full potential of this combo. Like, what you're really looking for, I think, is when, you know, Kelvin gets the heal grenade online, this Abrams is going to be just unkillable in the lane.
Done playing nice.
Yeah, and I wonder how the story will go in that mid lane, like you were saying, because it seems so impactful. The team that gets that first Guardian down, that was key for OneWin previously. They were able to turn that into so much pressure on the lanes, on the extremity lanes, and then they just kind of took over the initiation game. And that was what enabled them to get ABL on the Yamato really ahead. So that mid battle is going to be a very interesting one to follow. OneWin have a lot to be up against in the Bebop and the Vindicta.
Yeah, so far just the pure last hitting though is going in favor of OneWin with you know 3K soul lead this early in the game. Kind of surprising to see that kind of a lead without many kills really coming in. Seems like it's just the last hitting dominance from the side of OneWin, but 7 drops again in that side lane. This is a hero that you do want to snowball early on. You do want to get a little bit out of control. Side lane getting active though. Kelvin forced to run out, forced to just try to reset this engagement. But this level of pressure, even if it's not resulting in kills, is certainly going to allow OneWin team to continue to farm aggressively. Kelvin, ooh, try to dodge that headshot. Holiday would love to continue to add that pressure on.
Yeah, doing a good job here. Across the board, I feel like, VP. On some of these lanes, recovering some of that soul differential. How do you, like, I've never asked you actually what your opinion is of how they changed the last hitting dynamic.
I think it's allowed a new strategy in the lane where you're able to be like ultra focused on attacking the enemy, and you don't have to last hit your own creeps as long as you're, you know, bullying the enemy so hard they can't go for denies. But I feel like denies have also become a higher priority, so it's like more worth. You both want to shoot the enemy more and you want to deny the creeps more than you did previously. You just don't have to worry about lasting your own creeps. I think as people like, you know, acclimate to the change more and contest more denies, I think people are going to come to like the change more and more.
Yeah, in theory, I personally like it a lot. Well, I'm not sure that I get that hook connected, but either way, it's like we'll have Obi Kiyama trying to pursue here off of the ice path. He's going to find what he's looking for. Frozen Shadow to heal up, to stay safe from the tower, and maybe to take another fire here. This is looking pretty scary for Flammable. There's the assistance coming in from Alistic, from that off of that charge. And in the meantime, Shriek is going to go down on that Mo.
Yeah, and the pressure's now getting really intense in this side lane. Mo has died a couple times, tanking some of this pressure for the Wraith. Dive under tower comes in from pocket. Not able to get traded, or not able to find the pick he's looking for, rather, caping out. Oh, and the kill comes in for Michaelis in that mid lane. And Listic also get a kill in the side lane at the same time, really equalizing some of that lasting advantage that OneWin team were able to eke out.
Yeah, and Michaelis, nice shot. Apparently, he's got some kind of pox. I've heard that he is under the weather. He's ill. He's feeling
Couldn't tell, man. He's playing well. And I mean, even with the guy feeling sick, they put him on potentially the you know, late game carry role for the team, showing a lot of confidence in him despite his potential illness.
Sometimes being sick is a buff, man. Like, I don't know, like all of the
flu game
functions except playing turn off and you're just like a beast.
Oh, he's diving on Mo. This is super scary. That first kill is gonna pop them both. Oh, but he can't quite get it online. That's so insanely close. I think if he gets that first kill off, he gets a double kill and maybe lives with the lifesteal. Really pushing the limit there, but they just barely bursted him in time.
Yeah, Zergy's still out here putting on quite a lot of pressure. I mean, Zanya's super low. I mean, it is obviously, I mean, nice pickup on the other side of the map there from Obikin, but yeah, it's really hard to kill Calico. So many ways to get the health back. There's still good pressure.
Yeah, and so far it's really been a bloodbath in that right lane, like kills being traded back and forth both ways. I think Listic has been able to get pretty farmed. Abrams getting picked very early in the draft here, both games. So both teams showing a lot of prio here. And the HP is pretty low still for OneWin in this side lane with Wraith. And Wraith ultimate online Mo as well, coming up very soon. As I say, HP's getting low. Calico just gets basically back to full off the lifesteal. But Seven's a very vulnerable target to, stun control, like the Mo and Krill and Wraith can bring to bear in this side lane. So Seven's got to be very cautious until he gets his health bar back up.
Yeah, in the previous map that we saw, OneWin took down, I think, the first tower. I think they took down 2 towers in under 5:30, and we're at 7:30 now, and no towers down for either team. This mid lane is getting pushed pretty heavily by OneWin, which is pretty dangerous because close to you to that tower, those hooks get more dangerous if one gets connected, but that is not to be the case just yet. On cooldown at the moment, and there is Obikim in with a frozen shelter here. Once again, on these extremity lanes, a lot of problems being caused by Obikim, and that's going to also get Listic stuck here on the Abrams. Oh my goodness, it's surviving for quite a while, but eventually will go down. Now Obikim with the great escape. Obviously that Infernus burn is annoying, but the Ice Path plus Ice Beam seems like a good get out of jail combo.
Yeah, another 1-for-1 on this right lane. Both teams just willing to duke it out, brawl it. Paradox trying to escape on super low HP, and that's an easy snipe for Mikhails. Does cost them, though. That mid Guardian was pressured down by Pocket in the meantime, so decent trade here for OneWin, opening up that Walker, or rather that Guardian first, with their own at very high HP. So this continued lane pressure starting to pay dividends now. OneWin team building a pretty sizable advantage.
Ooh. Good damage coming in from Empty Dreams as well, taking down that tower on the left lane. Okay, well, looks like OneWin, or rather Virtus Pro, not too happy about that. Following forward, telekinesis activated, and that's going to be the Calico's Anya going down. So VP, they're behind a few K here, but they have a lot of presence on the map at the moment. Case on the right lane, there's another pick with the hook. Action absolutely everywhere at the moment. Hard to catch the Pocket though, cloaking away. The pursuit is not going to find its mark.
Yeah, the bait cloak comes in, and Mo taking an aggressive steal here on that Sinner Sacrifice, looking to get in for an ulti potentially. Seven very vulnerable to a dive, super low HP under the tower, and yes, bursted down with the help of the Wraith. Mo combo online as well, so Calico, even with her tankiness, got to be worried, right? That instant stun control is a threat. Is there enough damage here? I feel like Calico's tanking through this no problem. It ends up being kind of a wasted Mo and Krell. Not only wasted, but he's getting turned on. Calico is absolutely unafraid of that ulti, continuing to recommit. Burst through Mo, thought he could tank with a lifesteal. Not even close, though, in that side.
And at the same time on this right side lane, Listic going for the charge, and this is going to be a very big problem right now for OneWin, trying to defend against this. Oh my god. Zenon getting absolutely blown up on the Infernus. No defense possible. And I imagine that Guardian's going to go down shortly as well. OneWin.
And the bursted even through the frozen shelter is the Kelvin. Another failed charge, but the lift may be enough. Oh, lassoed under the tower is the Abrams. And even Abrams with the tankiness does get a parry. Tries to run out, but it's not enough with the help of the Guardian. That pull under the Guardian combo from Holiday, such a huge threat. We saw that last game.
Swapping positions as Zergy back to the left lane. I thought for a moment they might be interested in continuing to fight a 3v3 on that right side lane, but just keeping things dynamic, creating an imbalance now, because unless OneWin actually want to push with these 3 players on to that right Guardian, they're actually just going to be wasting some time. Right now, we are looking pretty good from OneWin's perspective in terms of objectives, and 6k ahead as well on the scoreboard. So it feels like VP are doing a great job, but when I look at the objectives and the souls, OneWin are ahead.
Yeah, it's a decent game for them so far. Swap under tower comes in, parried the Guardian though. Seems like Bebop has enough HP to get out of this. Paradox extremely low, wants to escape. No lasso available for Flammable though, and that'll be Bebop backing out. Just getting a little bit of pressure. Seven ulting, fighting the Kelvin, who I don't think he has quite the damage to get through that. Infernus ulting as well, trying to re-engage on that Abrams, who's being forced very, very deep into enemy territory. Being chased down by Infernus, Kelvin as well. Under pressure, few skills available. It does have that frozen shelter in one. If he does get in trouble, be able to slip out with that. Dimov and Mikhails, though, staying together, right? Like this laning pair started together, and now they're getting active on the side lanes together, right? Continuing to leverage that combo even after the laning stage.
And here is the pursuit of the combo finding its way onto ABL in the Pocket. Once again, it's just not a target that's easy to kill. Empty Dreams in there with a stun to try to make things a little bit better here, but okay, well, we're going straight onto the 7 right now. Empty Dreams getting pummeled right now. Absolutely pummeled by Sharik, who's just not giving up on the chase. He is going to keep going and going and going. Has to reload. Can Empty Dreams get away? He goes to the parry. It's going to whiff, though. 1 HP. There's a rescue beam coming along. In fact, it's a lasso, my bad, under the Walker. And my God, Sharik took everybody for a ride, but he found terminal velocity right at the end.
And so many players low on 1win, but they're still able to stay alive, still able to get out and reset their health bar. So that's going to be a costly death for VP, who, although the game is, you know, decently against them here in the early game, I still feel decent about their position. I think these early Guardians have not really translated into the kind of domination on a map that 1win were hoping for. It feels like these fights are still going very much back and forth.
Yeah, there's a snake into the uppercut combo. That Bebop Vindicta coming online, but it looks like ABL is going to be in from the side with the pocket. Maybe an unexpected guest to the fight. And that's the great problems here for VP initially, but they handle it really well with the assistance from Listic, who also appeared unannounced. And that's going to look like it will convert into this Guardian. In the meantime, in that mid lane, 1win are trying to defend that mid Guardian as well. As the action continues, as more players join here on the right lane. 1win bring to bear the Calico. The Shadow Form is going to be really effective. And they're going to be able to chase down the rest of this. So really good cleanup crew here for 1win.
Let's see if they're prepared for this.
Same time, though, Mikhails is living through these engagements. He's letting his teammates die sometimes, like, you know, coming in, doing the objective. And, you know, sometimes the Abrams get caught off. But as long as Vindicta stays alive and keeps accelerating, keeps finding this lane farm in the jungle camps, I think VP are going to be pretty happy with how this trade going. Looks like a fight's converging here on the mid lane. Bebop looking to see if he can get in on it for a hook, but Pocket is diving on top of this Bebop. No shields available. In real trouble now. Dove by Infernus, popped and exploded. Easy cleanup here for 1win, who find 2 kills in the mid lane. And Virtus.pro just too ambitious trying to push that.
Yeah, it's very troublesome. And we need a response here for VP on this Walker pressure. This is very early Walker pressure. Mikhails is going to come in from the back. There's
Big
the stake.
stake.
That's going to be really hard to dodge. He's got to try to hit a really nice assassinate, though, now going over the top of the roof, seeing if he can find the target down below, scanning everywhere, unsure exactly where to look. We'll take this in a sacrifice instead. But in the meantime, we have activity there on both on the, well, actually looks like they're disengaging 1win from that mid lane.
Yeah, the mid lane has so far been a very dangerous place for Virtus.pro. A lot of deaths coming in here. Abrams looking to potentially threaten to steal this. Initiating on Holiday, putting a lot of pressure on him. And this Abrams is tanky, willing to take the 1v2. Does have ultimate online. Lassoed, ultimate forced. So much damage pressure on him. Not able to find his stun connection. Trying to now escape to that buff tower. Only 20 seconds for that next buff online, so these kills will likely result in a buff take. And the initial damage was enough. The teammates came in, and Listic ended up baiting that engagement really well with the support coming in close behind. Now Vindicta looks set up to claim the buff. Potential power spike here with Empty Dreams, also 1 HP, cleaned up on the side lane by Obicim. And
yeah, we do have a
really
TP
turning the
coming in.
game around at this point.
Yeah, 1win looking to convert on that side lane on the right side there with the extra TP. And this could be a problem for VP because can they escape? Can they get out of there in time? Looks like that's not going to be the case, but Obicim also gets converted. And that's a naked Guardian right there waiting for 1win. So they're going to be able to take that one down as well. And okay, so looking at the score, it's with 86k to 86k. VP did a great job catching up. And 1win also just equalizing with 3 Guardians to 3 Guardians now.
Raid's coming in with a gun buff here, though, and Vindicta finds the opening stake onto Calico. Ultimate almost online for her, see if she's able to get out. Faith initiated, though, burning hard, and seems like trying to turn on this Vindicta is too much. Yeah, Mikhail's able to grab that snipe down, and this gun buff Wraith is able to really wreak havoc in this engagement. Still has ultimate, could still be looking for more, but somebody's got to catch that lane, crashing on the Walker. 2 Walkers now being crashed on, so Virtus.pro probably gonna have to retreat and farm. Paradox is able to get out with her life.
Being carried away by 1win on the back of Flammable at the moment, and there is a bit of a chase from VP looking to try to take the urn back. Oh my god, Sharik is really going for it on the Mo. I mean, you got to be bold if you play Mo. And they're going to back away though. They've scared them off. They've chased them back. But the problem is now you're kind of wasting time if you're 1win, just hanging out at this Walker if there's never a push. And we're going to get some TPs coming through as well, it seems. Mikhails looking like he might be TPing to that left lane potentially. Join Obicim. Nope, actually going to rejoin the fight to this Walker.
Ooh. Close hook. But this attempt on the side lane is now opening up the left lane. Frozen Shelter forced just to keep Infernus out. But this Kelvin may still be in trouble, and the Urn drop-off is coming in, so that right lane tower pressure is really critical right now. Virtus.pro going to almost certainly lose this Kelvin. They're going to need to be able to get the Walker at time, but it looks like they are. And at the same time, they get an extra kill in Overseas, despite losing that Kelvin and the Urn. Taking the Walker and a kill on the other side is a pretty decent trade for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and I always love seeing that Warpstone on the Infernus. It's just to be able to like close the distance, 20% weapon damage buff. It's just a great item for Infernus. With that
What
said,
a pull-in.
yeah, good catch, and that's ABL down.
They're losing a mid Walker for this. I mean, that's an expensive cost, right? Even though you are getting some value in terms of kills elsewhere, mid Walker is very, very tanky, very hard to take down. So losing it this early in the game is actually a pretty significant win for OneWin.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, in a future where we have much better statistics or more sample size, if we're able to get a better sense of like the implied value of that in terms of souls, because of the map control that you benefit from having killed it and all the creep camps you have more access to. But enough about that, I suppose. Okay, a quick pursuit on to Calico. Hard to kill, but Zanya's really on the receiving end of a lot of damage here. Oh my god, the Divine Barrier going to help to get out of there. The crows as well, just everything. Somehow Zanya's looking pretty okay.
Yeah, I can't believe Zania got out of that, even without E-Shift online, still able to make the escape, showing how powerful this Calico is at like baiting the enemy's attention around the map. VP doing a little bit of jungling. A little honest work in the jungle. Getting these buffs up on Michaelis.
Yeah, Michaelis really seems to be saving the day in some of these scenarios. He's really created a lot of space, like catching these key assassinates.
I'm curious if we could bring in Jason right now. Jason, what do you see as the next key objective in this game? Where do you think we can start to expect things to break down from what seems to be a pretty defensive status quo for both sides at this moment?
And I'm kind of looking towards mid boss, to be honest. As you pointed out with that mid walker going down, that's so much control that OneWin can kind of have, and so much extra sticking their heads out that Virtus.pro have to do without the information of what's around there. So OneWin, if you potentially open up with like a fight near mid, if you can catch up Virtus.pro, it's an easy transition into mid boss for you. But I also don't know if they're the kind of team to force something like that. I know they've been very aggressive in the past. They've been very aggressive so far in the matches today, but I feel like they're playing mid boss more as an opportunity rather than let's try to force something around there.
That's a good point. There's no camps available on OneWin's side of the map, so very hungry players going to be roaming around this left side. Seems like a big fight brewing on the left side right now. Wraith already getting a lift off. Infernus, pocket ultis both pop. Seems like the connection wasn't too great here. VP are able to kite out for now. 7 as well, so major ultimates committed for OneWin team, and so far it really hasn't translated into a critical pick. Now the Frozen Shelter comes out from Obikin, is holding it down basically solo in the front line, needs the team to come in and support him, but this 7 ulti is just keeping everybody out of the fight. No one can come in. Overkin, even with the Frozen Shelter, just can't last long enough. Some very low players on the side of OneWin, though. I'm not sure they really want this fight. Both teams brawling on low HP. Mo as well still alive, and now Listic, Demov coming in from the side and assisting in this team fight. OneWin team popped so many ultis so early. Yes, they killed Kelvin, but it just wasn't enough.
I wonder if Michaelis' stake there in the Veil was just like insane value. Keeping those two players like stuck by the Veil, like taking so much damage, unable to proceed, unable to retreat. And what a turnaround in this fight. 1 for 4, ultimately. Huge value for VP.
Yeah, mid-boss going down, potentially Urn being run at the same time, Kelvin holding it down in the mid lane, and thinks this is just going to be a free mid-boss and Urn take, potentially, for Virtus.pro. I don't know if even the Urn is going to be defensible, but OneWin are at the same time pressuring that left side Walker, forcing Kelvin to defend, although hold on, Bebop, Abrams also coming in to defend this Walker, so this push coming in on the left side of the map now turning into a bit of a team fight with Rejuve online. Pocket ulti finds a few, connection comes in, but Paradox is so low and being chased down now by Abrams, who knows exactly where she is, got her dead to rights. And now Wraith on the rundown, TP up in a few seconds. Could have liked to keep this going, maybe getting a little bit risky though, chasing a pocket. Oh, and they also find Calico at the same moment. This is a huge swing in favor of Virtus.pro.
At the same time, I like this from OneWin because, the other team has to rejuve. Instead of playing defensively, they're pressuring everything that they can to force the reaction, waste time on that rejuve, pressuring this right side Walker. They get some decent damage, get it just slightly below 50%, but they're going to have to fall back and away now. They've lost 3 players, and at this point, VP, they can seriously threaten maybe multiple Walkers. They are working on that left lane Walker at the moment. That's going to go down. Nothing to defend that. But can OneWin keep it to just the one Walker there? Whilst VP have this rejuve up?
Yeah, and the urn turn in now being done by Michaelis, and a lot of jungle to clean up on the map with these dead players. I don't know that Virtus.pro even necessarily need to take more objectives with both sidewalkers down. I think they could also look to clear the map, and you look at the jungle camps, right? You know, one win side of the map is very cleared right now. There's like one camp, like two camps in a Sinner's Sacrifice, but Virtus.pro side is very, very rich with resources. So I think VP can look for a fight here, but they also have a lot of jungle to clean up on their side of the map. Seems like the pressure coming in towards mid, though, very grouped up from both sides.
Yeah, Zenek trying to jump in there on the Infernus.
Oh, double pull back in.
So he could get out, but nope. But in fact, it's going to be Demov that's going to get taken down eventually. One win. Looking like they have a defense here again on this Walker. This is looking good. Isha forced out from Michaelis, trying to keep himself alive. He's getting focus fired now. Oh my god, just a hip fire shot straight into Zena's chest. But the trade comes through onto Michaelis here, and VP is still with those rejuves online, looking to clean up the rest of this fight. But with that said, One win still have quite a few players. They're forcing the retreat.
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro a little bit too greedy with Zergy elsewhere on the map, you know, clearing waves, defending the sidewalker, and so much committed pressure on the mid. In the end, though, 3 for 1, nice trade for One win, but these are just rejuve deaths, and so I wonder if One win are going to be able to convert to a jungle still. Looks like they're right on Zergy, who is taking the Sinner's Sacrifice. They're all around him, and he doesn't have TP. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this. He's very, very low, surrounded on all sides, trying to just dance his way out. But that's a look at that bag, the beach ball. They're able to grab it all, but hold on, staked and caught by Michaelis, who also showed up with the help of Bebop. They don't want to let this bag get out of dodge. Team's chasing down for the proceeds of that jungle camp. 7, maybe holding on to it for now. Oh, and hooked out of the TP. He's done.
Oh my god, absolutely fried. And it's just growing bigger and bigger. The bag on... Oh man, it looks so good for One way. It looked like a horrendous overextension from Zergy to an extent, but the way that it was converted back...
I mean, that's the rejuve, right? Those quick respawns. They just died. That Bebop died and came right back in to clean up the fight. Catch onto Listic, or rather by Listic, and another big bag goes the way of Virtus.pro. I mean, those are a couple big swings in that net worth advantage. And Abram's able to start stealing some of that side of the map. And VP aren't going back for their own jungle. They're just continuing to keep the pressure on, continuing to force One win team to respond and stay defensive and snowballing these pickoffs one after another.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting too is, yeah, of course, One win they lost out on some souls there overall. They got behind a little bit, lost an objective, but they were still like dictating the fights mostly, even though the other team had the rejuve. And you know they were trying to force VP to split up, trying to waste their time. But hold that thought, because we're in off the top rope, and we've got an engagement here. Michaelis is going to try to fly backwards there, try to get a better position. Doesn't want to get focused. Has a big bag on his back as well at the moment. Can't afford to go down. And VP will rally around Michaelis and fight back the intruders. And indeed, it's a retreat from One win.
Yeah, are they going to be able to get out though? Moon Creel on the chase. A few players potentially being challenged, but Listic and Obakim are just in mid clearing the towers. Now they're getting flanked though by the retreating One win players who are grouping on that side of the base. Listic though is so tanky, like not even taking damage right now. The help of the team able to help them get out of dodge there. Chase comes in onto the high ground. Looks like Kelvin being attacked, but running after Kelvin sometimes is a dangerous prospect. It seems like One win team are thinking better how long this pickoff is going for. They're gonna fall back into the base, but oh, this is scary. Now VP are all on their side of the map, and there's a lot of jungle to do. I think this lead could get out of control in the next few seconds.
Yeah, Jason, how are things here for One win? Do you feel like they've got some win cons to get back into this?
Bro, man, I've been like fully focused on the Bash brothers of like Listic and Sherrick. I mean, we're obviously focusing so much on like Michaelis, and to be fair, I think a lot of the early mid game really was dependent on him cleaning up a lot of these kills. But like Listic has just been kind of unstoppable with the assistance of Shark. They're able to dive in towards like the back lines of One win, completely ignoring any front line because, well, there isn't really any front line for One win at the moment. But for One win, any like win condition, I'm struggling to find a way back in. 20k behind, we know Virtus.pro with leads even less than this can look even more dominating. And if they get caught out here and lose this fight over the urn, that's definitely going to be game.
Oh, what a hook.
Disgusting hook. What a find.
And he's
oh my god.
It seems like he got out though, got around the corner, and now the swap in. Pulling straight way too deep, forced into a desperation combo into the backline. Another pull coming in from Holiday, trying to pull that target out. And the 7 ulti is zoning everyone away. VP, very low health on a few key targets, and they're forced into a hasty retreat here. They've been able to hold on to the urn though and steal that away as they retreat, so it won't be a free turn in for One win. But so much low HP. I don't think VP are able to fight right now.
Yeah, that 7-0 feels really high value, and like again, sort of controlling these fights against a really strong frontline comp from VP. But with VP, Jake, you know they do have this frontline comp. Do you feel like it scales as well as One Win's comp? It feels like that could be a danger if the game goes on for too long. That One Win could start taking over.
I feel like the problem for One Win team is they're too dependent on these ultis. They're too dependent on Seven, on Infernus, and on Pocket to like hit these big AoE ultis. And I think in the ultra late game, when everyone gets all the survivability online, like you just aren't really going to be like bursting the whole team with an AoE ulti. You need to be like picking off players one by one and generating a consistent advantage. Now the re-engage comes in and there's no more 7 ult. Virtus.pro have reset. Will One Win be able to replicate that defense? Earn already going towards VP.
Frozen Shelter up as well from Oberkim, looking to separate these One Win players, isolate them, take them down. One Win looking to go and fight over this reduce, rather the earn spot, and forcing the focus onto Oberkim. He's desperately trying to escape. Speaking of which, McKLS on that Vindicta, operating from the back lines, keeping himself aligned. Great positioning, great burst damage coming through VP. You're rolling on through One Win here. Great snipes coming in, connected by McKLS as just the damage is just being outpoured at a rate that cannot be withstood.
What a grab
by One Win. That's a crazy catch coming in. Listic is an absolute savage. Just, oh my God, the can't be denied. Gonna pull him into the tower, into the fountain. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Listic may die, but that's mid boss, right? That's a huge team fight win. And, you know, Virtus.pro able to successfully disengage from the 7 ulti, and the re-engage is incredibly potent for them. Now, One Win, you know, with Holiday just defending the base, and Mo is continuing to pressure the base 1v1 against Holiday. Potentially a little risky with the threat Holiday poses, but ulti seems like used for Holiday, not able to find much of anything, and still pressuring down the shrines is Sharik, just being incredibly annoying on this moment. Girl, gonna have to back out as the player spawns come in for One Win.
All right, well, VP falling back, and they get to count their treasures after they were just, you know, pillaging in the opponent's base. And they've got a nice tidy 31k lead at the moment in Souls, which is actually not too insane. It's not too insane, not too out of control. But obviously having the rejuve, having all of this map control, looking at all the camps that are spawned on the map, that's a lot of like implied souls to be claimed by VP here. That's the problem.
I think One Win needs to come out on the map here, but it's scary. I mean, you got this Bebop with Rejuve and Curse. You know, if you get caught, like this could get out of control super quick. The question is who's going to farm, and if you do farm, you got to be careful from showing here for VP. You know, even if with Rejuve, you can't win like a 6-on-3. So sending players back to farm, you got to be just a little bit careful about how easily and obviously you make that move.
Dude, Bebop's just like lurching on these like high positions like a gargoyle, looking for...
Scary, man. Like if he just doesn't throw his hook, feels like you can't really play the game for One Win. And I mean, look at the farm really starting to swing against that. I mean, the lead has exploded. We're looking at an over 30k net worth lead, and I think by the time VP are done jungling, we're going to be looking at 40 to 50k. And I don't know that they even need to force a high ground fight with the rejuve. I think the best play is to just clear the entire map and be at 60, 70, 80k lead, where the game is essentially yours to lose.
Yeah, I totally agree. But with that said, they are actually keeping the pressure on. They are knocking at the front of the door at the moment, looking to maybe take down more objectives before the rejuve expires. But really, they're not committing to anything. They're just keeping One Win in their base, and now they're fanning out. Now they're clearing the jungle pretty rapidly. And the question is, how long does it take One Win to react to this? Because like you said, it's kind of a lag. They don't know if VP right now are just setting up outside the base looking for a pick.
Well, now they know because the buffs have been claimed, so they'll have that info. But I mean, it's so scary for them, right? I love the way VP did that too. They just brought everyone to the front door, showing a ton of presence. Like, hey, look, guys, we're gonna take your base. You better be here. And then immediately they all split, delta split across the map, do every objective. This earn turn in, a little bit risky though. I think with the rest of the team jungling, I think this is most likely a bait for Sharik. I think going in for this turn in would be kind of a wild play with Abrams and Wraith so far away. Maybe if they're able to come to the engagement, maybe they could bait some of the ultis out early. Or One Win team just too scared to challenge this. Oh man, they just give it up essentially for free. Obikim tanking the world in his ulti. But fighting into the 7 ulti is too much to bear. He canceled though by the Mokrail. Both teams low HP, but this is probably favoring Virtus.pro. They're happy to have a chaotic trading fight with this rejuve. It's just about to expire. Running low. In a few seconds, the kills are going to really start to count against them. Abrams still committing for more. Rejuve just a few seconds left. Wouldn't mind dying with the Rejuve on, or could just try to live and escape. He's tanking through the world here. The passive is really coming into effect, and Zergy finds 2 picks elsewhere, and that should be the game for Virtus.pro. Rejuve is over. Can't afford to lose any players, but I just think VP are gonna even be able to finish the knocked patron here since they can clear it so fast.
Yeah, they're really lacking that X factor that they had in ABL previously on the Yamato. We don't really seem to have too much fighting presence anyway to deal with all of the tankiness, and just like a frozen shelter in those close spaces, it is terrifying. And the patron's going to drop now, and this could be the final moments here for map 1 of this best of 3. This is the money match. Virtus Pro defending their title, looking to lift the trophy here for Deadlock Fight Night number 16, presented by Intel, and they're going to take the first map, so they're one step closer, but still a job left to do here for VP. But coming away from that one, Jake, one win, it's going to be tough. The draft definitely has to be a little bit different.
Yeah, that is just a masterful execution of Virtus Pro. Their strategy, understanding the strengths of OneWin's team comp, and being willing to disengage and re-engage time and time again from those big committed ultis. I feel the Vindicta was incredibly successful for Michaelis, and is able to continue to kite back in a lot of these engagements, stay alive, staking down some of the aggressors for OneWin so that they cannot continue to chase, and then re-engaging with such potency and force while the rest of the team tanks for him. I mean, VP are just continuing to put on a masterclass in EU Deadlock right now. Jason talked about this as the potential beginning of a dynasty, and I started to see why. I mean, this is a really, really well played, very dominant win for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Jason, we can bring you back in for some thoughts before we head out to a break. What do you make of this? What's your recap of this action?
Even though Virtus Pro won that game, I got to give a shout out to OneWin because they did such a great job of denying the B-Bot Vindicta combo very early on. In the scrims that I watched from Virtus Pro, that lane dominated so hard that teams GG'd out 10 minutes in. I'm not even joking with you. That legitimately happened in some of these scrims. But they did such a great job. I mean, ABL, yeah, he wasn't on the Yamato this time, but the way he played Pocket in the early to mid game was very strong. I think the one part that really fell, or the thing that really fell apart for them was the fact that they couldn't really snowball off of anything with ABL and the early aggression he was getting. They were doing a good job of avoiding a lot of DMOF's ganks. They avoid a lot of the hooks in the early game. But Michaelis was the problem for them in that earliest start of this match, because he was able to just roam around into some of these lanes, help pick up some kills that probably should have never have happened. But then you transition from early mid game to mid to early late game. I'm getting really confusing with these. I honestly, Listic for me is the MVP of that match. He became such a beast. You saw at the end, he was fighting a 1v2, tanking the world, as you said, Jake. He became this really immovable object, and I really still feel like him and Sherrick did such a great job of kind of working together, being these bash bros who can kind of dive into the back line. You can lock one person down for an easy kill. You can throw pocket sand in the faces of everyone out there so Listic won't die or Shark won't die as well. It was honestly a thing of beauty to see them kind of working really well hand in hand.
Yeah, it was a great performance, and I think for me it's surprising to see how effective VP was throughout the entire game with their comp. Obviously there's what do you think is the major takeaway, Jason, for OneWin?
So it kind of actually leads me to a topic I want to discuss, and I kind of want to hear Jake's thoughts on it as well. I think OneWin, I think they kind of knew some of the strengths of their composition were going to be obviously around the 7 and the Storm Cloud, which is why I think when Jake asked where do I think the next bit of action is going to be, I said mid, but it turned out to be in that left lane, which is a lot more open for that Storm Cloud to do a lot of damage. If you fight in some of these heavily congested areas with these buildings, it can't be really that effective because people can get away from it. Yeah, I know you can move in Storm Cloud if you max it first, but you don't move fast enough to get yourself in a position to be super effective. I mean, OneWin, I think you can't rely on ABL to carry on Yamato like we saw before. You need to be able to rely on something a little bit different. What's it's going to be? I'm not so sure, but I feel like Mo is going to be a very heavily contested pick when we get into the next draft phase.
Yeah, I think Abrams was really sick this game too, and just the fact that OneWin team didn't have anyone to properly stand up to that, right? You think there's some of these other frontliners, whether Yamato, Shiv, these heroes that are scary to get close to and continue to trade with. But with OneWin's draft, they have tons of damage, but no one who can quite stand up to that level of aggression, that level of stun control.
Bro, that Phantom strike onto ABL and the charge into that upper bridge at the Guardians in the base was ridiculous. And I think that's why we're kind of seeing Abrams being picked early on, because we've had now in both these matches him picked in the first 3 picks for all the times we've seen it. Because in these dual lanes, Abram is extremely scary. And I feel like a lot of the early game from watching these scrims comes down to can you win your lane? Can you dominate your lane? And that's exactly what Listic did with Zergy very early on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Abrams has picked up a lot of priority in these drafts, and compared to what it felt like, Abrams really fell out of favor for a while, for a hot minute there. So very interesting to see how teams are making it work. With regards to OneWin, is there a small tweak to their comp that you guys feel like would have been helpful to bring on their other heroes, or bring them online a bit easier?
I think they may need to take the Yamato in the first 3. Because I think a Yamato would have been exactly that, like the hero that can go in on the Abrams, can go in on the Mo, and just like be willing to take that challenge and potentially come out ahead. And then maybe some of these Infernuses, these pockets, could have had a longer, more successful fight, letting somebody else properly hold the aggro for them. Could also be an Abrams of their own. I think that's just the ingredient I felt they were missing in this draft.
Well, I'm kind of curious then, Jake, because I feel like we're slightly biased to the Yamato pick out of ABL just because they got the turret down really early in that game. He was able to farm up a ton. He was avoiding a lot of these fights. I feel like if you're playing against Virtus Pro, they're not going to let you get away with something like that. You're not going to be able to win 5v6 fights like we saw OneWin do up against Paravision earlier on. But I definitely see where you're going with it, and I agree. They need to have someone pick something that they can kind of like hard carry on a little bit more, because if you look at the roster of OneWin here, what they picked, you're not going to hard carry with any of these heroes.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of semi carries, right? And that maybe can do the job together. And I think that's their thesis of the draft here. But then in the end, there wasn't a hero who can stand up against. Look at this Abrams farm. I didn't realize he was this farm. That's ridiculous. When Abrams is actually terrifying. With 8 deaths to be that farmed, 8 deaths, 11 assists, 30 kills. He is active in this game. He is fighting constantly. He's not doing a lot of jungling with stats like that. And I guess he's just stealing all the bags from all the OneWin players doing the jungle.
Yeah, I don't know that last time I saw Abrams like top the souls.
Yeah, that's
pretty crazy. And in fact, top damage for the team as well. Actually, and it's only narrowly stolen away the top damage of the game by 7 by Empty Trees on the other side. What a performance on Abrams by Listic. That's actually pretty wild, both on the eye test and on the stats too. Crazy.
That's why I would give him MVP for sure. Like the control he gave his team, the aerial denial he did as well, just by existing in some of the back lines. I think it's also interesting to note, Mikhail S, he didn't max his assassinate, I think, the entire game, unless he got it in like the last few minutes. He actually maxed, I think, every other ability first. So he didn't even bother trying to build up those really big sacks. He just wanted to just kind of assist, get obviously the free crippling or the free spiritual overflow with his crow fully leveled, and then just kind of provide some assistance. And again, with like Listic and Sherritt creating that zone control, no one could get into Michaelis. In that final fight, in that ability with the Earn Turn in, Michaelis was ahead of his team. I think he even got swapped in, but he got saved by Obi Kim with the Frozen Shelter coming through. Like, that's kind of ridiculous to have your Vindicta be the front line of your team in that engagement when you know they're going to be waiting and lurking around that Earn and still come out ahead.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Any final thoughts, Jason? Because obviously we're going to be swapping analysts for the next game. What do you want to see? What changes do you most want to see be made by both teams?
I kind of want to see the Vindicta Bebop again, just for Virtus Pro, just so I can kind of redeem myself for what I said earlier on today. I think actually, I think this could go 3. I think OneWin showed that they can have a very strong early game. I think they need to replicate that same kind of performance that they had even here, to be fair. Like, ABL did a great job on the pocket. He got very far ahead. He was at, I think, 12k souls when others were at 8k on the opposing team. But it's also to take that lead and don't make mistakes, because Virtus Pro are one of those teams that will punish you for any mistake you possibly make.
Yeah, true words were never spoken. All right, Jason, we'll see you a little bit later on. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break, and will VP claim the title in the next map, or will OneWin indeed push it to 3? We'll find out after this. Okay, the grand finals are upon us here for the European segment of Deadlock Fight Night number 16, presented by Intel. I'm DDK, and here with me is Jake. And Jake, we got ourselves a finals. Obviously, VP did a great job with that comp that they just showed us. One win, though, I still like they've showed a lot of quality. So, Jason, he feels like it could go 3 maps. Are you in the same camp?
I'm a bit of a Virtus Pro believer after that game. I mean, I think it's a fair point that One Win played the lanes well. I don't think they're going to be like pushed over and just snowballed out of the game the way we've seen, some more one-sided matchups go. So I still think it's going to be a competitive map. But I feel that VP's decision-making, their drafting, their mid to late game play looks to be a tier above the rest of the region right now. And I feel like they've solidified a bit of a lead. Like as much as even when the advantage was against them in that early to mid game, they're down 5-6K souls. Feels like the fights were still just about 50-50. Like the advantage was not felt when One Win had it. And on the same token, when Virtus Pro had the advantage, I feel like they were consistently leveraging it and trying to snowball it into something more. And it's not to say they're infallible. I think there were definitely a lot of fights where One Win showed they can brawl it back, and maybe getting a couple different items in the draft could drastically change the way this late game plays out. But I just like what I saw from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I think the viewers are about to like what they see because we're going to bring Mitch back onto the screen. What's up, Mitch? I'm too nice. I feel like I got to insult people. I don't know. What you and Jason have this kind of...
Listen, don't be someone you're not, Dan. That's all I'm going to say. Because otherwise people will see straight through it. You try and be mean, but if you don't really, if you can't really channel it, then it'll just fall flat. Be yourself.
True. I do like your shirt a lot. It's really nice.
Thank you. It's very wrinkly because I don't own an iron. But hey, you can't tell. That's the beauty of it.
It's all right. It's all right. It's I feel like you generate so much. I'm not going to do it. I was about to make a really bad joke. I'm the kind of person that just throws stuff against the wall, which sometimes is fun, but on broadcast it doesn't always hit. So got to be careful with that. Otherwise, people think I'm an idiot. But people obviously look to us as the Deadlock people, and we've got so much experience covering these drafts. And at this point, I feel like it's hard for us to predict because the metas change week from week.
I got a prediction.
Yeah, I mean, do we see Abrams get banned? I feel like One Win banning Abrams could actually be something that we see here, based on the performance we had from Listic, which was phenomenal in the previous game.
Yeah, they also had a lot. I like the Vindicta call, Mitch. They had a lot of trouble catching Michaelis on the Vindicta. I just feel like they were consistently struggling in the team fights. They would try to go on him, initiate on him, and then he'd get saved to continue to pump damage.
Better things to do than getting.
It's Abrams. Okay,
there it is.
That's the fact. I mean, I do kind of think that the Phantom Strike Abrams is extremely annoying in the late game. It's like basically no way to react to it. You're instantly stunned, and if there's enough follow up, enough late game burst, it feels like really, really challenging to play around.
You are stun locked at that point because it's Phantom Strike and a shoulder charge guaranteed, and you're almost always getting locked down for a while. Can I just point out the fact that One Win managed to secure both the Holiday and Paradox? We never see that. We never, ever see that. They get both of those, playmakers with peak potential, and then there's no one to catch on the side of VP. Who are you trying to hook in? What, the Kelvin? Abrams? The Mon Krill? You're not going to catch the Vindicta. She's up in the sky, and it's not going to happen. So Mirage here, just the ban for VP, pretty straightforward, safe, and popular pick for One Win. And there are a few heroes that Virtus Pro have never lost a map in Fight Night with. Vindicta is one of them. So that might have to be another hero that One Win take a look at in the next round of bans.
Sinclair is open though. Yeah, they gave up Sinclair. We've seen pretty much every single team who was basically second pick, anyone who's not first pick in the last couple weeks has been banning Sinclair, knowing that it would go first. I mean, I'm kind of excited to see why teams have been so scared about this Sinclair. And I wonder for Virtus Pro if their commitment to banning Mirage is a bit of a mistake now, letting the Sinclair through. I feel like the Mirage has been less prioritized by other teams. It's been VP really who's had this specialty, this focus. And curious to see what One Win can do with the Sinclair.
So, I mean, the Mirage ban also might be somewhat it remains to be seen if it's a consistent choice for them, but it could be based on the fact that Mirage is really good at just chunking down tanky heroes. And given how heavy their frontline was previously, you're taking away one of the heroes that's able to actually do a lot of or create a lot of threat to that type of comp in terms of the DPS role. Because Mirage is also online pretty much immediately for the most part. But we get the Vindicta getting opened up. Michaelis was amazing on it, and the Bebop was really cool as well. So is the Bebop taken away? We know One Win like it. They can play with it. Would this be a smart choice for them to take it away now?
Look, Virtus Pro have not lost a DFN game with either of these heroes. They have won 6 out of 6 Calico games, 3 out of 3 Vindicta games. So it's a really powerful setup in their hands. We know what someone like Sharik can offer them. I do think this team is very, very good at making use of those tankier frontliners. Wraith is also another hero that they've never lost with. So keep those in mind here. Bebop and Sinclair. Sinclair, I think, is one of the most powerful laners right now, like point blank. The bullet velocity in his gun is very powerful, and also obviously his one is just like persistent poke that's pretty hard to miss, and you have to put a bit of work in to dodge it. And we know that Bebop's going to deny that combo. It also is going to give OneWin some options. They like to play this. They obviously, will attempt to go this way sometimes with their comp, so they can build adequately around Bebop, and this is not just denying the pick for the sake of, shutting down the Vindicta Bebop lane. That's fine.
Still the Paradox way as well. So you've got I feel that this is the weird thing about this OneWin draft. Like, as much as all these picks I see the logic. Sinclair being super high prio, Bebop stealing it away from Virtus Pro, Paradox, also potentially being stolen away. But I just wonder, like, OneWin's teams, there's no synergy here, right? This is just kind of like three good heroes.
Point.
And I wonder if are they leaning too much on this? Maybe they've got the back three to potentially fix that. But I feel Virtus Pro have a much more balanced lineup. Like, with Abrams banned, I think the premium on somebody like Calico as a frontliner has gone way up. So they grabbed that early. We've seen what Vindicta can do. I mean, Paradox and Bebop could potentially punish that Vindicta. But it could be hard for Sinclair actually to have a matchup against Vindicta. As good as Sinclair is, it's going to be tough to hex the Vindicta.
It's interesting because I feel like the ban for VP is got to be Yamato at this point. It's just based on OneWin's strengths in the playstyle, because the Yamato was very much based also off of that, because they did run the Paradox Bebop previously, and that was like a big part of their picking strategy, was opening up the Yamato to farm, having like mega presence and roam, and now that they don't have that, I mean, if they hadn't picked the Paradox and they got the Yamato instead, they probably would have lost. I mean, would they have lost the Paradox? It's hard to say, but right now, OneWin, what are they looking to take away as far as you guys are concerned?
Kelvin.
They need a frontliner, man. They really need a frontliner. Like, they didn't have one last game. I mean, they had the Calico, but like they didn't have like a proper initiator stunner.
Oh, that's interesting.
Bro, the
that's what you would want to.
I mean, then again, in this game, Warden could kind of dominate you if you're like too greedy with these backliners. You could get snowballed out by an aggro Warden. It's a comfort pick for Sharik. But it hasn't been prioed today, so it is.
It's a free Kelvin follow as well, surely.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? Like, Kelvin would just be such a natural pick off here, saving people who get, swapped or hooked in, potentially turning fights on the Sinclair. Although with Sinclair now, I mean, you could always steal that Kelvin ulti. It's always a consideration as far as maybe you don't want to give away some of the long cooldown, ultra strong teamfight ultis. But it's such a scary. I mean, are you really not going to pick the hero just because they have a Sinclair? It's a tough call.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because we haven't seen a lot of that dynamic play out with the Sinclair. I know CP talks about it a lot, like stealing the Last Stand is one of the best steals that you can probably get. So yeah, it's interesting. Do we feel like losing the Abrams, losing the potential Warden? I mean, they have Mo left on VP side that could get potentially picked away. So, but yeah, Mo gets picked away. So VP are getting pushed off of the comp and the strat that they previously had success with in the last matchup. Do we feel like OneWin can play the comp they are playing, or are they playing too hard to deny?
I mean, they needed this frontliner. I think this next pick will be really pivotal for them. I would love to see maybe even another frontliner, somebody who can get vision and like scout out some of these opening team fights. But I think like the top prios have been Calico and Abrams. So I'm curious to see what the replacement ends up being. Could be something like a Geist, but she hasn't been prioed at all today.
Yeah, people are not trying to pick. I think the Wraith deny is pretty crucial here. It's so powerful in the hands of VP, even if they've already got that Vindicta 7 locked away. Not seeing Mo and Krill here. This opens up some interesting angles. Like, Pocket is still open, of course. Shiv, you're not talking about like, really tough front lines. Shiv has not performed well for Virtus Pro in the past here, but obviously we know they've liked to go over to the Pocket before. This is where we see if Grey Talon, if Lady Geist is actually good right now, or if teams are entirely avoiding them. Or the Kelvin that was, we assume that has to get picked up somewhere.
Yeah, Kelvin, I think, just is too comfortable for Obikim. He's too good at it. And you do have some pretty greedy backliners here with Seven and Vindicta who might need some saves with that Frozen Shelter. I feel like this last pick for VP, I'd expect to see maybe a little bit more frontline. I like when Calico has somebody else to pair with her in terms of mixing it up in the front line. I think her holding all the aggro herself can be a little tenuous when it comes to being like chased through your ultimate. You don't want that happening.
The Shivers probably. Oh, it's because of Geist instead.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
It's really the only other like reasonable frontliner when you have Abrams, Warden, Yamato, and Mirage all sort of banned out, right? Like these quasi frontliners, or at least thinking about heroes that want to carry like Mystic Reverb or stuff like that. Like you've got the Geist here. She's very reasonable. Obviously, her tankiness manifests in a different way, Dan, but it still I think is pretty crucial to partner with this Calico.
And Ivy probably just a generally good pick. Oh, they're gonna give the Talon. So no pure support. That's really interesting. So
you can kind of like a Mo or a Bebop can kind of fill that role, I think, for one win. So I'm not too worried about that. I actually think the Talon is important that they have somebody who really brings the pressure to Vindicta and Seven in terms of raw damage. And I think we've seen Talon do that in the past with those charge shots, just nuking down Vindictas and Sevens as they try to just stand and deliver damage. So I think this is something they were lacking last game, is like real damage threat on the back line of Virtus Pro. So I think this draft is a little bit more well-rounded and solid from one win team. And they've got Sinclair out, which very few teams have been able to get out with how many times it's been banned first. So that's like, I think, a big notch in one win's column here that could be an X factor for them this game.
Would like to see the Talon played into Vindicta here as well for one win. Like if they don't want to give too much freedom, to that hero who can really start to run away with the game, then and you can still mix the Talon and Bebop and get pretty great value there as well and have a bully lane. Sinclair's a great laner. Wraith obviously really starts to ratchet up as time goes on, and Paradox can be an issue with the constant carbines coming in. So yeah, I agree. Better comp here for one win, but historically, there are so many heroes on the side of VP that they just do so well with in general. Some of them, like undefeated. So it'd be a big deal if one win were able to find a win in this map.
The lane pairings will be really interesting as we go into this one because, you don't have that Vindicta Bebop combo as we saw previously. So who is going to be paired with the Vindicta to kind of allow the Vindicta to get off to a good start, protect the Vindicta, and potentially like dominate that lane is a big question mark here for me. And before we let you go, Mitch, give us your thoughts on the opening here, the win cons, the lane setups, or anything you like.
Yeah, okay, so I do think the Seven is a big factor. It is harder to see their impact sometimes, but it doesn't even have to be late in the game. When they start to max that 3 and get decent, damage spread, they can quietly take over the game. They're not as flashy, right, as the Vindicta. They're not going to be as in your face as the Holiday setting up these plays, but that's definitely something to watch. One win do have the analog for that in the form of the Wraith. So those are the two heroes you want to keep an eye on if you want to track just how well these teams are going to scale.
A pretty scary lane with the Bebop and the Sinclair, Jake. That's pretty nasty.
Yeah, a lot of damage threat, a lot of nuke potential. Definitely need to get a few of these skills online. But by the same token, the other side of the lane is I think no slouches. I think Vindicta and Calico can put a really lot of pressure on, can be a big threat. Looks like both teams tend to try to freeze the lanes here. Catch attempted on Calico, but the dodge is just enough to get her out of trouble.
But the Talon. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to see. I was thinking, where's the action most likely to pop off here in this early game? I guess it is just Bebop finding those hooks. Empty Dreams, though, is already quite low on the Wraith. Potential target.
It'd be hard to push in onto the Talon and Mo as well, like to do too much. And similarly, I feel like pushing onto the Geist and the Kelvin's gonna be really hard on that right lane, but actually it looks like we're gonna get an opening kill onto Sharik.
Look away for 1 second, and it's the Bebop and the Sinclair. I mean, there's a reason Sinclair's been banned first. I think this is the hero to really watch for one win team, the hero that wants to have an explosive game and get out of control. Mo under assault though, swarmed in, under the siphon and the slowing beam from Kelvin. This is an easy kill here. Cleaned up, trying to stay in, trying to get that lifesteal online. Mo is all about, finding that limit of aggression. But his bluff gets called there by Virtus Pro.
Yeah, it's hard to get close against the Ice Beam. And the damage output of Geist is just, that's very rough. That's very rough. And you at least have Talon who can be throwing out the power shots in the distance, but definitely a difficult lane. But obviously, one win have that really strong mid lane here, which is super key because, again, it's against the Vindicta. Michaelis on that Vindicta. Vindicta's movement is like very slow, so like if you're playing Vindicta, you have to be thinking about positioning like ahead of maybe other heroes where you can be a little bit more flexible on it. You really have to think forward and have heroes around you that can protect you and set you up. So speaking of which, there's the catch. Divine Barrier's online though, so that's going to save Mikhail S for now.
Yeah, it's a great buy. The Divine Barrier is going to be able to like block a lot of that instant nuke damage coming in when he is grabbed. Geist under pressure, but with the help of Kelvin starting to turn it around. Mo still healthy, still able to keep the pressure on. So VP, after that kill in this lane, look to be under attack. Geist is going to get bursted down, trades a little bit of health for the side of the one-win players, but they're really happy to get that Geist down. You know, it's a hero that can kind of get out of control, especially thinking about stacking up some of those Sinner sacrifice buffs.
Yeah, actually, you know, their turn now, one win to take some initiative on this right lane, put the pressure on, force the Kelvin back a little bit. Nice nade though, over the top.
Talon is low.
Oh yes, the ice beam in as well. Extra damage to Mo, so taking control back of the lane, just reminding him who's boss on that right lane.
Yeah, and ulti's about to come online now for both sides. Very even early game, though. Seems like both teams are all going to have their ultis on more or less at the same time. Definitely eyes on Holiday for me. Dimov has low targets in his lane. Would love to get active. Just a few hundred more souls to have the ulti online. Wraith is going to have some trouble standing up to that. Even with ulti, I mean, that low HP, you could just get popped before you can get it off.
Oh, big damage off of the barrel. That barrel, it does so much damage in the early game.
Yeah, lasso online. Holiday would love to find a target right now. Happy to just, I mean, they're getting a ton of damage here on the early Guardian. Barrel is dodged though. Crucial, I think, for Paradox to be able to stand up to this lane and just hold the creeps off for now.
Yeah, great pressure from VP. It's like in general, all the side lanes are generally looking pretty good for them. Great catch there onto Zenon. And
that could be Guardian.
One win. They one win really need to win this middle lane with the Sinclair Bebop combo.
Yeah, and 7 has ulti as well. You know, if you pop the lift, I think before 7 ultis, I think that fight could get really scary, really out of control. Swap not quite online for Zenon, so Bebop goes in early for a hook, but Calico looking to punish, looking to stay super aggressive, challenging into that Bebop, nukes him down, dodges the nuke as well from the bomb. Sinclair under pressure. Has ultied something. Did he grab the Vindicta ulti? Not sure.
Honestly,
did he Calico ult out?
Yeah, it's hard to see. We need hopefully Valve get on top of it, like make it a bit easier to see what ults to grab, and also like when he's ulting, what, you know, who's ulting.
In Dota, they have this great system with Rubik where all of Rubik's spells are like colored differently. They're like bright greens. The character is green, you know, and so you can kind of see who's who with the stolen spells.
All right, well, hopefully we get there sometime. But for right now, dialing back in, we just see this like unending pressure coming in from VP. They got so much good pressure between Holiday and 7. They're really dominant in that lane. And similarly, VP have been doing really well on the right side lane here as well. Now we're focused on that. Add into the ground, the Burrows online. We are able to take down Oberkim at the very least, but this Mo is a good target. But out of the ground,
nice
just pummeling. And is there a finish to be had here on Geist? Listic is running for dear life. Is there another power shot online? Up into the sky. They can't quite find it in time. So Listic's going to be able to get out of there.
Super close to that last power shot, but now Kelvin sped back into the lane, and maybe Talon has stayed just a little bit too long. Super low, being chased out. Oh, the grenade was just around the corner. Didn't connect, but Kelvin with the freezing beam. Divine Barrier under tower. Kelvin recommitting to this. Diving with the frozen shelter. Overwhelms the Divine Barrier, and Kelvin returned for the kill. Now, though, Mo has high HP. Is absolutely willing to chase this down and refight. Seems like it could be enough. Double disarm. Oh my gosh, this Mo just doesn't quite have the damage to get it done without his Talon in lane. And another kill onto the Bebop. Lasso stolen by Flammable on the Sinclair, but no follow-up damage.
Heartbreak here for one win, I feel like, in some of these exchanges. And VP looking like they are really get up to take the initiative. Nice swap though, straight into the tower, and that's 2 kills straight back here for one win. Absolutely what they were looking for. And that's going to help to close the gap a little bit. They were starting to lose the lead. 2K behind, but yeah, looking like they have some answers at least, and a lot of pressure mid 3v3 potentially, actually 3v2. Never mind. Never mind. The assassinate comes in, takes down Zenon in the distance.
And there's more coming to this lane. It is going to cost. The side lane tower goes down. Now they're initiating onto the Great Talon, or rather onto this Geist, but she is has some decent HP, has ulti online. Seems like the fight is in the mid lane, though. Both teams trading around that Guardian. Virtus Pro would love to knock it down. And Michaela is just barely running away from those opposing snipes. It's a sniper duel in the mid lane. Michaela's trying to circle juke on the side here. Both with the ulti. Oh, and just barely nukes the Sinclair enough to get out of dodge, gets the Divine Barrier, and gets out of trouble. Sinclair is going to live with that Vindicta ult, though. Unless being dove by Calico, who's absolutely fearlessly deep under tower, even to the Walker. I mean, the Guardian is still high HP, and Calico is not interested in respecting that. Sharik really putting on a masterclass here, frontlining on the Calico.
Yeah, another couple kills that were so close to being had by OneWin, but just so unfortunate, not able to take down Vindicta. But by the way, the pressure is back on here. I mean, from VP on this right side tower. Oh, there's the hell swap, though. That's devastating. Now, that's a problem. You've got to be really careful with your Zanya, because right now Listic's looking for the finishing shot. Oh, there's the bomb, and it's going to connect. Great stuff there from Listic. Amazing. I mean, MVP, question mark, if they win this one. Listic's been so pivotal. And this guy's just looking for this next following kill as well. They're so low. Oh, and it's going to be catching ABL out of the sky. Listic, Oberkim putting on a clinic on this right lane.
This combo is so hard to deal with. There's so much heal and sustain from the Kelvin onto the Geist, who's really, making hay with the amount of resources coming his way. Bebop now in the mid lane, would love to find a hook onto Vindicta. That's a huge catch. That's the one who doesn't want to be caught. No fight available as well for Vindicta, but the Divine Barrier, the tankiness is still there, and they're just continuing to pressure this Bebop. Vindicta's not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with him. Once again, Sharik deep under the tower, chases for a kill with the ultimate, and surely this Guardian is going down now. It's been dove enough times, disrespected. You'd think it just let it die already.
Combo found onto Oberkim. Is he going to be able to get out of there? Oh, he's trying desperately. Oberkim with the movement off of the ice path, but even better, Zanya closes it down. And OneWin coming back into the action here with a couple kills of their own, and they're just keeping it close. It feels like EP keep trying to pull away, but OneWin not allowing it to happen too much. Oh, players here for OneWin in the middle of the map here, so you've got to be careful with your VP. Only 2 in the mid between Listic and also
Bebop. Looks like he's caught kind of deep. He's very aggressive, looking for hooks. They are getting the Guardian. Geist maybe a little bit too low. No, she doesn't care. She's absolutely disrespecting this. Nice hook save onto the Great Talon, trying to pull them out of trouble, but seems like maybe that will be enough for now. VP are committing a lot of heroes to this mid lane, though, and they're pouring on the pressure. That's a pickoff from D-Mob on the Holiday, continuing to blow this game wide open. And it feels like the pressure has been unrelenting from Virtus Pro. It's a completely different pace than we saw from them in the last game.
Yeah, look at this rotation from OneWin, though. They are just charging off the rope onto that side walker. They're going to pick it, or rather, Guardian, going to pick that one up. And look at this, coming in from mid. It is a torrent of VP players looking to try to catch OneWin on the retreat after picking up the Guardian. And you know what? OneWin just barely slip away.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. Lasso being channeled just as Empty Dreams teleported out. That was extremely close to a counter pick. Opportunity for VP to grab the urn. Listic is going to pick that one up. Side lane under pressure. Great Talon now. 2v1, trying to fight it out with the flight, though. He's going to be able to back out, force those divers away. They're a bit range limited in that kind of a team fight. Both teams now bringing a lot of players to this urn drop. Both are looking to commit pretty heavily here. Although, hold on, the TP's coming in. I wonder, it's pretty much just this solo Great Talon. Oh, no, and don't tell me Geist just getting this uncontested, and at the same time, Dan coming in. Oh, hook coming in onto Geist, though, and she's needs to find a swap. Save, though, for the moment. Yeah, swap comes in, stolen by Sinclair. But this guy still has swap. She's still fighting with full power here. Very threatening hero. You can see the one-man players don't want to get close to this guy. They understand the threat that she poses. 5 ability points available as well. So Listic able to take a max level soon. Owl comes in, but yeah, what is it really accomplishing here? There's no one easy to catch. Oh, it was sneakily catching the Kelvin, who tried to hide away from it. Great awareness from ABL.
ABL with some high flying acrobatics. Beautiful stuff. OneWin looking honestly, again, like pretty good, even though they're slightly behind in the last couple of minutes. Liking what I'm seeing for them.
This Ava eating the boxes. This is so beautiful.
It feels good. Feels good. Okay, rotation coming across the map here towards the middle from a 1win, and at the same time, VP, 3 players, 4 players, 5 now gravitating towards that middle and left side of the map here. So there could be a fast response here to try to take down the very hard to catch Zanya, burrowed underground at the moment.
Yeah, Zanya gets the jackpot and gets out of there. That's a nice steal on the center sacrifice.
VP are pushing for it though. They're still pushing into the jungle. They have 1win outnumbered. And let's not 1win bring more players to this.
Oh, Holiday tried to get the catch, but was caught before he could get out of there with Zania. The rest of the team committing in though, and it's a major team fight. Bebop ultra low HP. Divine Barriers maybe is slipping out of here for the moment, and Michaela S overstayed his welcome. Now, Grey Talon continuing to pour the pressure onto this Walker, but Geist is here. She wants to tango, still has that ultimate online. Nice parry by Sinclair, who's low HP, still brawling it out in the camp. Seems like that fight is going the way of Virtus Pro. Now back to the other side of the map. That Paradox is in relatively deep, close to the tower. Seven's on the chase here, trying to stay on top of her. She's fighting it out, but I just don't think the HP is there. Seven finds the cleanup with the help of Geist, ensuring there could be no escape. And now tower pressure can come in, and this is essentially a team wipe. Overseas' last player alive coming in to fight this out with the help of the Walker. This laser could be enough to just clear the wave, stall for these spawners. It seems like Virtus Pro can accept that that's the last thing they're going to force out of 1win team for the moment.
Yeah, just the ult defense, just guarantee keep the Walker up. But 1win, they lost a lot of players all at the same time in a fashion I don't think that they would have liked to have it happen. And that really opened up a huge advantage. 10k soul differential now between the two teams. 1win need to find a way to try to stop the bleeding, try to find a positive team fight to get back into a more even game. And at the moment, we have a big grouping of VP players. There's 5 players for VP in this location around Overkim. So you gotta be really careful if you're 1win because they only have 3 nearby.
Yeah, Holiday would love to find a pick-off combo for now onto the Holiday, but she's tanky. She's tanking through it. The rest of the team was behind her. It was a bait. The squad was all there to help out. Tania thought he was getting a pick-off, but he got absolutely turned on by the rest of the team. Geist is here. Demov wants more. Still has that lasso. Mid lane, though, under pressure, going to force Virtus Pro to potentially respect it. Calico also going to go over and clear the side lanes. VP, though, going straight to the mid boss. This is incredibly aggressive call. Players will be spawning for 1win team. I have to imagine they're going to contest this, and they know about it. You see players converging on the mid lane right now. So far, just Sinclair dancing through, daring a bit of an initiation on him. You know, wants to tango in this fight. Seven casting the pre-stun, and it looks like Sinclair was just kind of tangoing with them, messing with their heads a little bit, messing with my head. But he got out, or did he?
Yeah, I don't know. The chase is on. I mean, there's no one really near Holiday or Demov at the moment. So if there is a lasso, you're not going to be pulled into much. So yeah, it looks like he's somehow got away. But the problem is Rejuve went to VP and they're going to convert a lot. At the same time, 1win did close the distance and souls.
2 walkers.
Yeah, by getting those walkers, the trade isn't too bad. They're running the under at the moment as well, but they've got to make sure they don't lose players. And what a bag.
Listic is really strong, like, again, this game. Now on the Geist, and I think an even more natural, like, carry potential hero. Silence Cliff, huge on a Calico, needs to live just long enough to get the ult up, is going to get it done. Bounce pad to potentially escape, and Ava as well. The rest of these on, I think he just knocked the Bebop off of the zip line with the Torment Pulse, and he's just dipping out. What an escape from the Ava.
Oh man, 1win, they're still trying to figure out a way, or if there's a world where they can capture this urn. It feels like it should definitely be doable. But with the rejuice up at the moment, I don't know that they want to try to risk it. And oh no,
oh, Frozen Shelter, beautiful.
Shelter. That is just gutting if you are 1win.
Zergy got traded though on the right side of the map, but still the overall picture of the map is very pressured here. These rejuve creeps are keeping 1win very defensive in their base, and they're able to snag the urn and potentially run away with it. Holiday super low. Many players on Virtus Pro super low. They've got to be very careful here. Lived as well onto Geist. She's being chased down. The silence almost over, but no, they still find 2 kills at once and grab the urn. So Virtus Pro got baited trying to grab that urn. It was just not achievable for them. And this should be an easy turn in for 1win team. That's a really nice swing back in their favor defending the base.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bringing it back to that 10k differential. And ABL definitely doing a really good job on that Talon. I really like that they have this pick, and especially because of the threat, like the burst damage threat that it has going into the mid late game. It's definitely something that, like, even if you're a bit behind, it feels like you can always kill someone really quick if you're able to catch them. So yeah, good threat from 1win. The Sinclair pick has been But definitely good, solid. We haven't seen any huge like ult steals or anything just yet, but that stuff is always a potential threat, especially when there's a Kelvin ult to be stolen. And hey, who's been trying to steal the Sin of Sacrifices?
Oh, that's a huge bag. I think that was like a 1K bag I just saw on the ground. Combo coming in though. I think is that a stolen? Was it or rather Zania's combo, not a stolen combo? Able to get a pick up on the Listic, start skilling that, but these are rejuve deaths, so they don't count too much against Virtus Pro. They're still going to be back on the map relatively quickly. Just nonetheless, nice kills for 1-win teams. They try to equalize the soul advantage.
Yeah, most of the jungle that's up at the moment is towards VP's side of the map, so yeah, I think they're definitely in pretty good shape. Oh, that's just annoying. That's just annoying if you're Bebop. All right, well, not to kill the Calico.
Yeah, no combo.
Happen here.
No combo, he still has ultimate. It's just a harassment. Both frontliners harassing each other with, I guess Mo can, get the better of that trade, but Calico, not scared of it.
Let's go to Broadway.
Yeah, how much do we have in that? So, okay, well, about 1K souls in the bag at the moment.
Well, Fortitude for Calico is pretty nice pickoff, really amplifies your rotation speed. And great talent is under pressure. This is not the hero that you want to be targeted. Now caught here. Ooh, are they going to continue to dive, though? It's a scary place to fight. The lane equilibrium is not good for Virtus Pro to be fighting in this location. And now, 1-win want to turn with the help of this Owl, turning on that Obakim, shutting him down from the Kelvin. And that was just maybe a little bit too deep to go through the veil. Sinclair, the stolen Calico ultimate.
Yeah,
I mean, the cooldown is so low, too, on the Sinclair ultimate. He's able to cycle these ultimates so incredibly quickly.
Everyone grouped up here for 1-win in the middle of the map. ABL picking up the farm on the left side. And at the moment, a thrust, 3-4 players from VP in the mid as well, looking to just catch some farm as well. But Debuff is pretty forward. Will that get punished? Will that get punished? Is there a trade here? Pulling Flammable all the way back, gets hexed. Divine Barrier, though, for the moment. And looks like Debuff will be able to escape, I think. It looks like quite possible at the very least. Need some teammates to help out at this point, but yeah, it's in pretty deep enemy territory. Just going for the walker pressure now. 1-win,
Great stun though. Coming through behind onto this Zindia, Mo and Krill, shutting them down, and the walker's getting absolutely melted. Sinclair wants to get stuck in though, wants to take this brawl this close to defending Walker. It's a great position for 1-win. Now Mikhail's completely forced out of the fight, unable to help in this engagement, but nonetheless, Virtus Pro are still doubling down on this engagement. It's because of this incredible power that Geist brings to bear in the team fight. Zergy as well, gonna rip the Storm Cloud, make a lot of space for the rest of the team to potentially clear these front towers. Calico swapped though and unable to get the ultimate off, was trying to dive in and bait a ton of aggro, and then ulti out, was silenced by that wall and killed. Zergy stunned, gonna try to turn this engagement around. Stolen 7 ulti. Oh, but he just TP's out. I mean, that clone swap is so ridiculous how well it lets him get in and get out of these engagements. But the rest of the team is falling around him, and Sinclair has no resources left to fight with. And Virtus Pro are just cleaning house here on 1-win side of the map.
Yeah, so dominant, so much map control. Okay,
ABL with 2?
They've lost a few players here. I don't know how. Okay, mid boss is a minute away, so they're gonna be safe from any mid boss conversion. But yeah, it's definitely not an unrecoverable distance right now, like 13k or so differential. So still not too horrendous.
Scary for Kelvin. Yeah, the burst, no way.
Great finish onto Obakim. So yeah, he's been pretty dominant here for the last few minutes from VP. But let's bring Mitch in real quick. Mitch, what have you been seeing?
Absolutely. I mean, again, there's got to be a big question here of what is the Bebop supposed to do? What is Overseas in this comp? We talked about it during the pick and ban. Was it taken away from VP to deny that Vindicta Bebop lane? Does it have a real purpose? And the problem is that you want Bebop to be an oppressor in the lane phase to give you that win, but when you put your Bebop in the middle lane, that's not the lane you're trying to normally shove the Guardian down first. You want to rotate in from the outer lanes after you push up on them. VP were the first to sort of send Dimov in there as a result of that. I want to keep an eye on ABL though. 26k souls is a big deal, but those might get spilled here.
Oh, that's a brutal death. I mean, ABL's been really the heart and soul of a lot of these recent defenses from 1-win team. Zania super low as well in the fight that's now breaking out in the mid lane. Listic will be a huge kill for 1-win team to find, but he's dancing out well. The extra stamina really paying dividends, getting him out of dodge, able to reset his health bar. Now Kelvin, though, under too much pressure, can't survive in the frozen shelter over the overwhelming presence from 1-win team in this engagement.
Yeah, huge fight trying to evade here. Oh, getting stunned, falling down the shaft again. absolute madness here, but it's going to be VP who are standing head and shoulders above OneWin. 3 pickoffs, the mid boss up. It just seems just too easy in terms of decision making here. Get the mid boss, and they should be able to like drive it, through into the opponent's base at this point. They're taking all the objectives away. VP, they just look. Every time it feels like OneWin could have a chance to like reset things, they just get knocked straight back down on the ground again.
Yeah, they're trying to chase out of the pit, but they're maybe being baited a little bit. Oh, pause comes in from Listic. Seems like a Discord crash. Scary moment for OneWin team, right? With this 15K lead, 2 players dead, mid boss under pressure, but both teams kind of know the status of the game right now.
Yeah, and feel free to come back in, Mitch, whilst we're in the pause. What do you want to see happen here for OneWin?
Yeah, look, again, in a situation like this, Virtus Pro feel really favored. Only being down the Kelvin is a pretty scary spot to be in, and Zergy has quietly gotten to 34K farm. I mean, if you look at the distribution, Listic is, on the guy, someone who operates pretty well with relatively low souls because of the inherent durability that's baked into their kit. But Zergy, should be responsible for the large amount of the damage output here. OneWin had this nasty burst from ABL. It's fight winning in its magnitude, but Zergy in a more drawn out engagement is going to be a problem.
Hex came in from Sinclair, able to start this engagement off well, but an instant stun coming in from Holiday. The extra follow-up, keeping still without Wraith, shutting it down. The stolen Sinclair Cloud, though, putting a lot of pressure on this mid-boss take, but still just took too much damage. Didn't have the sustain, didn't have the ultimate to match that 7 Storm Cloud, and this is going to be a free rejuve for Virtus Pro and a real attempt at ending the game here.
Yeah, this finally seems like it might be a bridge too far of OneWin to overcome. That rejuve, again, it was a problem last time, but it's going to be even worse now. And there's also so much in the way of jungle to clean up still, mostly on VP's side of the map. They've had a great macro in that sense, that they've been really aggressive into their opponent's jungle, and they keep getting to fall back onto theirs.
Yeah, I think the best play here is clearing the entire map and then pushing with the end of the rejuve, right? We saw how tight VP was on that timing last game with their game-winning rejuve. They were so patient and farmed so much of the jungle and then went for that committed fight with 30 seconds left on rejuve, but it was just enough. And I think OneWin team were also starting to wonder oh, maybe they won't fight with the rejuve. Maybe they don't expect that to be coming. But right now you see the map is so split, so many people jungling. But Holiday just still looking to get active. Hold on though, maybe going too deep, chasing a Bebop is a big risk, as we see there. But in the end, no follow-up for that hook. Divine Barrier. Oh, and barely missed last shot. That would, great talent as well. Took a huge risk peeking in on that Holiday.
Yeah, and again, the ABL is still gonna have some good burst damage, but it just feels like it's just too overwhelming at this point, especially with how much output Zergy has in these fights. Now, are we at the point of no return?
Yeah, I'm curious. I would love to get on Zergy's cam. I just want to check Zergy's items right now. Calico is just pulling some aggro on the map. Seems like Virtus Pro are just going to grab the buffs. Although, hold on, 7 deep on this lane, pushing it out. The rest of the team is surrounding him, trying to get on him. He's very heavy on the spirit damage, but he's all alone. The rest of the team is coming in. They know how important this 7 is. And he's able to slip out. That's insane movement speed. Combo coming in, though. But do they have enough burst? Not quite. Tariq still able to trade, still able to brawl this, and 7 just re-engage right back in with this Storm Cloud, completely zoning the rest of the squad away. Cancels now hunting, and they just, he's chasing kills, but there's a jungle clamp to clear. You gotta have your priorities straight. Now, ABL under threat. This has been the constant damage hero, but now stunned by 7, flanked from all sides, and the game really started to crumble here for OneWin.
Wow. Okay, you have essentially what might be the best possible pick on the most tanky damage-dealing player. And the E-shift, it's it just turns into such a perfect play with the E-shift, find that extra time. And it's going to be the base that's going to get absolutely fisted now by VP as they're looking to take the trophy one more time.
And backdoor just expired on the shrine. Although, hold on, one shrine still has 1 HP. Okay, they are going to finish it off. OneWin does have players spawning. They do have some serious pickoff threat, but the dive straight into the backline from the Holiday CC's absolutely everybody, and they're trying to get back into the base, but they cannot even do that. Virtus Pro wanting to build this legacy with extreme prejudice, and there's going to be 3 players unavailable for this team fight. The only thing in favor of OneWin is that Stormcloud is unavailable. Obukun just was doing the Spiritor that whole time. He's like, you guys want to win the team fight? Let me show up to the end game team fight.
Yeah, I was trying to hit the end patron a little bit. All right, well, VP, they're going to be diving into the pit here to look to finish this one off. Cloud,
Storm Cloud.
top here.
Oh, stunned out.
Lasso coming on through, and that is going to be that. That's a wrap. Virtus Pro are the winners of Deadlock Fight Night number 16, presented by Intel, and their reign of terror continues here week in, week out. That is just crazy. They went from strength to strength, Jake. The first game, they looked mortal. The second game, it didn't really seem like there was an in for one win.
Yeah, I feel like the first game was very rehearsed, very practiced, and then the game two was aggressive, man. This was VP pushing the tempo, disrespecting their opponents, putting the pressure on them constantly. And one win, as much as they individually, I think, had big moments, there were times where Virtus Pro overstepped. VP just have such a great understanding of the macro game. Their ability to, like, when they're even souls, it feels like they're winning. When they're behind, that's when it feels sort of even for one win. And you got to just give a lot of credit to Virtus Pro's ability to team fight, to work together in some of these mid and late game engagements. Like, they are the best team in the world right now, from my perspective, in the late game team fights. Like, it looked like that 7 was a free kill, and we're spectating. We see the whole mini map, and it looked like, oh, this is a great opening for one win. But it was just a bait the whole time. He has the E shift. The team was already coming to him, and that turned into a bait that sets up the game-winning engagement there for Virtus Pro. So, beautiful use of the map, beautiful team play, and willingness to come help each other in these difficult fights.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Let's bring Mitch back in to close this one out. Mitch, amazing performance from VP again. They just seem like a fixture, an immovable fixture for Deadlock Fight Night in these finals.
The 100% win rate on Vindicta and Calico continues, guys. Sharik had an unbelievable game early on. Really stand out for me. Dominant in lane, virtually unkillable. And we, like, I can ask the question, like, the Bebop, honestly, in both games was really to be looked to have that value. But I think it's really important to point out, I think it was Michaelis I think it was Michaelis, actually. I think he's in lane against the Bebop. He doesn't spend any souls until 1200. Gets a Divine Barrier first item. And he's like, we used to see Reactive Barrier picked up against the Bebops in lane there. It's like, it's like, oh, just pick that up and you'll be fine. But, you go a while without souls, you take that in, all of a sudden, even if there's a hook, there's just no follow-up. You've got the durability to walk away. Obviously, the bullet and spirit shielding is a really big deal. And that sort of deals with the volatility of the Bebop. Then all of a sudden, the Bebop looks god-awful here. And it looks like a pick just denied from VP that never finds its place in the composition for one win.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, especially considering that, the one weakness of Vindicta is that you're squishy and you have no movement. So you are a target. So yeah, it's very, very well played by Michaelis. In fact, Michaelis has been really consistent in terms of just guaranteeing value for the team.
This is a Zergy game if I've ever seen one. Top souls, top objective damage, baby. Just playing objective gaming right there.
I mean, you wanted to see his build, Jake.
Yeah, he's just so heavy on spirit. He just went all in on, like, raw spirit damage, but not, I think, importantly, not over committed to the ulti. Like, he was just dealing spirit damage with all of his skills, able to pop that third skill and just chain lightning everybody down in the fights. And with the incredible frontlining from Sharik and Listic, that level of backline pressure, I mean, it's a really clean, well-balanced draft from VP. Where I feel for one win, they were too focused on, like, certain heroes, avoiding certain combos, laning matchups. And I can understand that, but I felt that they lost the forest for the trees just a little bit there with a draft that, as you were mentioning, Mitch, just didn't quite fit together as well as VP's.
And I felt like the Sinclair pick for Flammable was a budget Calico. That was the ultimate, by the way, that Flammable was copying all the time in lane. And obviously it's amazing. And obviously audience participation has a really low cooldown. So it's extremely effective to make use of. This game gets a lot worse if ABL is not able to be a true terror, on this great talent. If that happens, there's that push. I think ABL finds like 3 or 4 kills on defense there where it looks pretty dire. That doesn't happen. The game's over there and then. Genuinely, like, it was that bad. We're 26 minutes in, could have been over by like 18 to 20. So credit to ABL finding some value here. But this is like a one-win team that are getting the Paradox. They had Paradox and Holiday last game. They have the ability to start the fights. They have very powerful individual heroes, but you have to wonder about the game plan sometimes. And once we started to see everybody converge on that mid lane, Virtus Pro were able to eke out advantages all across the map.
Well, let's talk about our player of the match, presented by Intel. So who do we have here? We've got Listic as the choice. And I feel like, yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, it's always hard to pick, but Listic has some incredible impact, especially this game one on that Abrams.
I was really indecisive. I don't think we actually had a call on who our player of the match was going to be. But when I saw the name Listic, I thought back to this first game where the Abrams got completely and utterly out of hand. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you don't normally expect to see from an Abrams, but Listic really delivers. They turn around in game 2 and they play a frontliner in that Lady Geist and also, look to be a real problem to handle. But it's here a bit of a scrappier first game between these two, one in which, even Dan, you felt like one win could actually come back in that map 2 and look really good. But in both of these scenarios of both matches, Listic forms part of a front line that has incredible playmaking ability. And I feel like this Abrams game, definitely, it's like a 70-30 in terms of impact across the series, deciding this player of the match, but it's well deserved.
Yeah, this was just about one of the best Abrams games we've seen in the money matches, I think, in Deadlock Fight Night. And then the Geist gameplay was also really impressive for me, like especially some of these mid-game team fights. Geist very, very active, continuing the trend for Listic. Like, he's hitting this crazy farm level where he's able to carry the game, but he's not getting there by greeting it out and jungling. He's getting there by showing up constantly, continuing to participate in every team fight, more or less. And, think about that end game gank with the 7. He's there turning it around on the guys. He's there showing up and, forcing the engagement and just constantly assaulting these 1-win players. And I think both 1-win drafts allowed Listic to do this. They didn't quite have the same level of frontline heavy pressure. And Listic showed like, hey, if you don't match me, if you don't have somebody to slow me down, I'm just going to run rampant in these games.
The drafts are greedy to me. Like, I really would have liked to have seen 1-win pick a Kelvin of their own at some point, right? They've been going without true supports and they have been letting... The Kelvin was a pick 5 in this game. Overgame is unbelievable on that particular hero. And there's like this loose end Bebop that's hanging around looking a bit awkward. Like, I would have liked to have seen bans targeted more at that sort of strong laning combo, the Vindictive Bebop, as opposed to trying to steal them away, because I don't want to harp on it, but it definitely feels like it disrupted the comp once you pick up the basic, Divine Barrier item. Then the Bebop is like really struggling to find value. It's like, okay, like, where do I go now to actually, get hook pressure to set up kills when my lane is the one that's getting rotated into, as opposed to me coming in from out of the map and going for it, which is much more standard in this 3-lane deadlock. Push for an early Guardian and then rotate me. That's what Dimov did straight away. As soon as the Guardian went down, they went mid with Lasso.
Well, we're ready for the interview. We actually usually we get the players, but today we're going to be talking to Lightbringer, who is Virtus Pro's coach. Welcome to the show, Lightbringer, and congrats on winning again.
Hello. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been really dominant so far at DFN, and obviously we had a patch change the game pretty fundamentally last week, but your dominance continues. How have you guys been adjusting to the patch? Are you liking the changes?
Yeah, I think our team as a whole prefers this version of the map. I'm sure you might remember our team previously very inclined to take a lot of fights and just in general be very fight oriented. And when I joined the team, I kind of pulled them back in a little bit. Like, okay, we got to look at the macro stuff for 4 lanes, but with 3 lanes, there's a lot more space to do what we want to do. So yeah, it's definitely a lot more favorable to us, I think.
We're seeing, I guess we were treated to the Bebop and Vindicta sort of lane setup that now we sort of know you guys have been sort of pioneering a little bit through practices. Tell us a bit about that strategy and just how important is it for you guys to craft these really oppressive lanes with, less of roaming happening on this 3-lane version of the map?
With the way the map is now, you can't use zipline momentum conservation to get around on the map or do a lot of things. It's all off jump pads and they're quite a bit slower than the other kind of move tech. For the current state of the game, it's very oriented. Like every lane kind of has to have a dude that can deny really well, because if you don't, you're just going to get out denied. You saw that in the first game, the Bebop lane. That dude had 3 times the other laner's souls. Is crazy. I mean, you have to be able to compete for denies, and if you can't, you're just going to lose. That's how it's going to go.
Yeah.
That's a great point about like that ingredient now in the laning combo that you need, a proper gun last hitter to contest those denies. I'm just curious overall. This is 6 in a row now for you guys on VP. Is that something you ever think about at all in terms of like the pressure to be, I mean, I would say decisively #1 right now in Europe with some really dominant matches last few weeks in particular? Is that pressure you guys face, or is that something you know the team is used to and is unfazed by?
I think some of our teammates are new faces in a competitive sense, and so we have some older heads. So it's kind of a nice mix where, you know, the newer people kind of get brought on easier. And I wouldn't say that they're so pressured, no. But you know, we're definitely trying to keep our lead. You know, the pressure not on to necessarily command that lead, but you know, we're not going to shy away from some nice competition either.
And something I have to ask is, given how well you guys have been playing, you've had a pretty stable roster. That's not necessarily the case in NA, definitely, but we've seen a lot of roster changes in this game in general. So, what's your sense as to what's most important in a roster in Deadlock?
It transcends Deadlock. It does go between. I mean, if you ever played Overwatch competitively, any kind of team-based game, it's about a team meshing well and like good vibes all around. Like you have to be able to criticize your teammates and praise your teammates without it being weird. It can't be awkward. You really have to be able to be on the level with every single person on your teammate, or every single person on your team, or it's just gonna you're gonna have people DMing each other like, oh, this guy sucks, and you know, it just makes it weird.
Fair enough. Do you guys have any extra questions before we let Lightbringer go?
I'm good, personally.
Yeah, congratulations, man. 6 in a row. That's an impressive feat. Excited to see you guys next week.
Thanks.
Awesome.
We'll be there.
Well, thank you very much to Lightbringer for coming on. Obviously, VP taking another title. Absolutely amazing team. And I mean, I guess there's an argument to be made that they might be the best Deadlock team in the world at the moment, based on all of the footage that we have seen and the matches we have seen. Now, if you enjoyed Deadlock Fight Night, we are not done. We're about halfway through the show. We have the North American portion of the broadcast coming up next. As you can see, we've got TF2 Boomers facing a Big and Brolic, and this is going to be the first NA portion of the broadcast, I think, that's not going to feature Hydra Nation. And there's some gossip we can talk about with regards to what's going on with Hydra Nation, but you're going to have, obviously, Melee Creeps, who won last week, a young roster that is excellent, super exciting to watch. And TF2 Boomers, I'm sure Deathy's going to make an appearance, who most people are familiar with. And Big and Brolic, they've been talked up so much. They are a really good team and very well respected, but we don't often get to see them on the broadcast as much as we'd like. So a lot of great action to follow. Anything that you guys are looking forward to before we head out to that break?
I love what Lightbringer brought up, actually, and we really overlooked, I think, that deny potential in lane. Now that split is 50-50 of souls. So that's something I really want to, probably zero in a little bit more on that broadcast and see if it influences how we just talk about pick and ban, lane matchups, and assignments in general.
Awesome. Great point. Well, with that said, it's time to go for a break. We'll rest up. We'll be back with the North American portion of Deadlock Fight Night number 16, presented by Intel. We'll see you soon.
Was the battle of the Titans between Melee Creeps and Hydra Nation here in DFN number 15. Hydra Nation, the only loss they've ever had, well, legitimate loss, was to Melee Creeps, where they took that title back here in the last week of DFN. The question is, could they defend it once again here against Melee Creeps? It seems 7 is becoming quite the staple ban in DFN NA as Hydra Nation take it away. Melee Creeps bring out Mo and Krill, which is starting to become quite popular in DFN with how broadly the new 3-lane map can be. With both teams trading out kills across multiple lanes, the TDM continues in the left lane, with Hydration still away 1 kill before being taken out.
Creeps. And oh, okay, this is dangerous here. The Yamato Shadow Form is popped. Both side and the Yamato very low though. Hydration trying to slash his way forward. 80 points of health there, chased into the Veil, and he is gone. Trade though, Aspire's going to get taken out, but
Poshibop has been busy away just farming as much as possible in mid lane, and MC decided it's time to start bringing him in for these fights.
to make sure that he's involved now, but that's actually going to be the case. But I don't know if the numbers situation is actually, it looks like numbers wise pretty good for melee creeps, but in comes the rest of Hydro Nation trying to take down Hydration quickly. That is so important.
Rokane getting caught on the left lane opens up multiple front fight for melee creeps as they come out with 4 kills and the last Guardian.
Bow as a counter onto Yamato, pretty effective here so far. Rokane though now under the gun and moving.
Oh, well, there's Axe coming in for revenge with the Ice Beam, dropping the Frozen Shelter, and that's going to allow Cool Cheese to isolate a player there, Rokane, and he's going to get taken down. Beautiful work there from melee creeps. What an amazing team fight. A great combination of utility, and they are now chasing down the remainder of Hydro Nation, and DMB is going to be one of the fallen, in addition to his teammates. His 3 other teammates that died, and what a conversion now off the back of that.
MC looked to sneak the urn in with Hydration going for a push on the left side lane.
Melee creeps full rotation right now into lane 1. Average. Looking for the dive on the Rokane. Rokane in a tough spot right now, trying to get away. Gonna happen right now. You see Average just waiting. Is he gonna go down before the killing blow comes in? Over and in. Tornado for Rokane. Down he goes. Enough support to keep Rokane alive.
Oh dear, AVG falling a bit behind there, but in comes the rest of melee creeps. They're not in a good spot in these fights right now. Hydro Nation are taking full advantage of that. Aya trying to do what he can with the pocket, but might have to try to mount a daring escape. Oh, able to take down Young Calc in the effort, but I don't.
It's a 4 for 2 for Hydro Nation, but melee creeps get the urn turn in and the right lane walker.
It's not enough.
Setting up for the urn, MC get a catch on Rokane to open up the first kill of many in this fight.
But also wouldn't be as efficient at hitting the jungle and going back to middle. But we got a fight going on right now. In the right-hand side, Rokane desperately trying to stay alive, but just absolutely jumped by melee creeps.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It feels like they're lacking that utility ZP. Again, once again, it's like very hard to get these engagements going in your favor when you have to deal with the Frozen Shelter and all of these like very difficult, oppressive CCs. We got multiple CCs coming in. The lasso, the combo kills. AVG are running amok here, trying to find that killing blow as well. Oh, into the skies on the escape, but you can't dodge the killing blow.
After MC have gotten Rejuve, Hydro Nation looks for a catch to get the advantage for a fight.
It's still competitive. You got ways of getting picks, and as I say that, quick swap here on to Poshipop, the most farmed. And there was no swap, no ability to stay alive as Vegas finishes it with the owl.
Yeah, that's definitely a way back in. Unfortunately, they've got the rejuice, so they can respawn quickly, but in the Frozen Shelter, we get the combo kill coming through to equalize into a 5v5, and we are going in. We are following in off of that jump pad straight into Hydration, and right now it's very difficult for Hydro Nation to take these fights. Again, the CC seems to be too powerful. It allows so much focused firing to be effective here for melee creeps as they continue pushing forward, just decimating Hydro Nation.
Back-to-back urns have netted melee creeps an almost 20k lead. With MC cleaning up their last walker and no way to stop it, the Hydra try to push down the last remaining walker to get their next flex slot.
Melee creeps taking more advantages, putting that pressure onto the left lane. Sending some back though to try and make sure they have some defense available for that mid lane walker to just slow that process down a little bit as they take the Guardian on the left lane, and they can start like hitting on those shrines here. Access to die, sure, but what's the cost there for Hydro Nation?
Hydro Nation able to instantly take down the Kelvin at the very least, but it's 1 for 4 right now on the total on the map. And you look at the building pressure coming in, first stage patient for Hydro Nation is going to go down. Melee creeps making their presence known.
After getting a second rejuve of the game, Hydro Nation try to sneak an urn in, but MC are there to contest, giving them the first match of the series.
Now, being in motion. Swap in. Can they kill Poshipop? Poshipop just immediately escapes post-swap.
Oh, pulled in the shelter. That's amazing.
Yeah, Flick ends up dying for the swap. It's an absolute disaster. You have to shift mid-shadow transformation. You lose some of the value, and see if Hydration can stay alive. Vegas is down. The damage on the Yamato, significant. And Hydra Nation now truly on their last breath here. And if you're Melee Creeps, they might just go for the end here and now, Dan. First stage patron already done. And Melee Creeps looking to rip away map 1.
Yeah, really impressive performance. And you can see there as well with Hydration that how quickly he melts away. That is the story for every single member of Hydra Nation here. Seismic Slam in over the top there from Young Calc to try to delay by precious time, but this patron is going down slowly but surely, and that's going to be Melee Creeps with map 1.
As we make our way into the second match, somehow Sinclair sneaks through for Melee Creeps, while Hydra Nation responds by picking up 7 and even a bebop. With Sinclair sneaking through the draft, we get a very early peek in the match to why it's normally banned.
And he copies the owl. The fake owl is very real in damage, Dan.
Saya continues to show why Sinclair's been first picked or banned in all of our matches.
It shouldn't be, at least. Very tanky, all of these heroes up here. Yeah, I wanted to
Look at
draw
the
attention
Rabbit
to-
Hex.
Oh, no.
Wait, Rabbit Hex steals the Seismic Slam, goes over, looks for Hydration. Hydration ultra low off that.
Melee Creeps are continuing to be aggressive, taking 2 fights at once and winning them all.
Yeah, I think he's looking for that killing blow on Hydration on the 7. But in the meantime, we've got some play here from Bebop. Like, has to try to stay alive, but in over the top, coming with the lash, with the damage. There is the Stone Form as well. Great stun there, straight on the top of Rokane.
11 minutes in and almost a 10k lead, MC try to force Hydra Nation's attention towards the first earn turn-in, while AVG puts a ton of damage into the mid lane walker.
Rabbit Hex, though, in Calc charges in response. See if Calc is able to fully get out. Meanwhile, we saw Death Slam coming in from low main. Not quite sure what it got. It was off camera. Bebop. The orbital laser, as it were. Trying to create a little bit of space here for Hydra Nation. Not enough to save Hydration in the moment. Calc picking up earn mid-fight. Saya off in the corner. Under pressure from DMB. Looking for a telekinesis out. Saya, no magic escape this time.
Hydra Nation managed to close down the lead to just 5k, but flash forward to the second earn turn-in, and Melee Creeps wipe the floor with the Hydras.
Then lawsuits get involved, Sir Company. But also, no lawsuits here in Deadlock when you get pummeled by 2 fists. Bebop, though, might be able to get away. No, he's not. He's not getting away. It's simply not happening. Shiv there on the fall through. Calc, though, out perhaps for a little bit of revenge off the rotation. Cool Cheese down. Caught by Hydration. Calc also not getting away. 3 for 1 right now for Melee Creeps.
With the last fight netting Melee Creeps 2 walkers, MC managed to force an overcommitment of players to the urn while they pushed the right lane walker, unlocking their 3rd flex slot while only losing 1 player.
And the Death Slam by low main. Oh, but we have a good response from Hydration. Big Proudthorn coming in over the top. Lots of damage, can't take a fight here now, and Melee Creeps will have to disengage.
Trying to close the 22k soul deficit, DMB tries to run the urn across, but this is exactly what Melee Creeps want.
Yeah, looking to set it up. Being very cautious here. Hydra Nation dropping the urn for the team fight. Worth the engage here. No Death Slam, but that's a big ground strike coming in from low main on the lash. And the positioning here for Hydra Nation. They're having to fall back here. This is a very difficult fight for them. And oh my god, AVG Axe Cool Cheese wiping Hydra Nation. And that urn is still there to be collected as well. Oh, what a disaster for Hydra Nation.
They get the urn and rejuve all in one go. Melee Creeps do a fantastic job of getting an early kill on AVG, but the rejuve respawns will be just too strong. One kill's a good start, but again, they're going to have the respawns, so you have to be able to do this multiple times if you want to catch back up, but they're still looking for some sort of catch.
Well, that bag that was picked up has now been redeposited back over to the Melee Creep side. Stormcloud out, Bebop dropping the laser in response. Death Slam in turn. Melee Creeps look to pile on the kills here. 3 down for Hydra Nation. Saya falls in the midst of all of it. Gonna be back up soon. Brocane not at all tanky enough to deal with this onslaught. Although, as I said, that gets Cool Cheese as a parting gift.
After getting the base and backing away, Melee Creeps have an almost 40k soul lead. The Hydras decide to contest the next earn turn-in since they can't afford to keep falling further behind.
North America. Here we go. Fight at the urn. AVG leading the way. Immediately dispatches Flick. Axe in there too. The killing blows continue. 3 down for Hydra Nation. And Melee Creeps, Dan, they are going to do it. We will have a new champion at Deadlock Fight Night North America as Melee Creeps crush at the urn and take down Hydra Nation 2-0. As AVG just takes it all in for a second there, Dan.
Oh, yeah. What a performance from Melee Creeps. Just so much to say about it as they pick up the grand finals. They add another title to their belt, dethroning Hydra Nation once again. The only team in North America to do it, to get it done, is Melee Creeps again.
You know, I really don't know what to say about this one because that match was not even close whatsoever. I think a lot of us out there expect it to be a lot closer considering these two teams are very evenly matched, but Melee Creeps made very quick work of Hydra Nation. Now, the question is, can they defend the title for more than 1 week where they previously faltered in the past? You got to make sure to check out DFN once again, as we're going to be kicking off 16 on Wednesday. Once again, thank you guys for watching the recap here, and make sure you like and subscribe to Locked In.
Okay, folks, the fun continues here at the Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. This is number 16, the 16th of these, which for those of you who keep a track at home is 4 bloody months. It's been great to be here for a third of a year, and we're hoping for much more. It's all connecting, right, Jason? Is that correct?
Yeah, I had to, I mean, it is late for me. I had to run the numbers in my head. It's like, yeah.
I mean, shouldn't do math on air, but that's why I wrote it down on a piece of paper before I went live. You know, there's no way I could mess it up. Great to have you back. We just saw EU. It's another week where Virtus Pro take the trophy. Another week where they're starting to look like how NA used to be. And I say used to be because we now have a Deadlock Fight Night that does not feature, for the first time since God knows when, it does not feature, Jason, Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I believe if I remember hearing from ZP correctly, the invite was sent the way of Hydra Nation if they want to participate this week, but they turned it down. Now, for all of you out there, and I know this is not them playing today, if you want to be caught up on what's happening with their rosters. So 2 weeks ago, we saw, well, I guess it was 3 weeks ago, we saw Lord of them picked up for Hydra Nation. He played 1 week with them. Then Young Calc and Rokane came into the team because left and they replaced Lord of them with Young Calc. Then we flash forward to the next week. and then it is Quig rejoining the team. And then we find out just I guess yesterday, that now Lef has rejoined and DMB's out of the team as well as Vegas. So it's been just a really hectic roster change for them constantly for Hydronation. But I think I can respect Mitch that they want to take a week off, really focus things down in scrims, and then come back and really challenge the likes of whoever our top dog will be at the end of today.
Yeah, again, look, we've seen this in quite a few regions. In fact, the top teams tend to look and cannibalize one of the up-and-coming teams to really shore up some of their weaknesses, or just take some time off. That's fine, totally acceptable. So we, of course, miss Hydronation, but we've got plenty of great teams here in NA to make up for their absence. Before we get to that, though, some quick housekeeping. For those wondering what we're doing here at Deadlock Fight Night, Intel have partnered with us to put $1,000 on the line in both EU and NA for a show match format that basically features a best of one play-in game and then a best of 3 championship match. We've seen EU already. That was Paravision taking on OneWin. The first time OneWin actually made it into a money match, but big, bad, bustling boss Virtus Pro still a little bit too good for them, showing mastery in the early days of the 3-lane era of Deadlock. Over in NA, TF2 members have been exhumed and brought back into the fray, going up against the team, Jason, who we have not seen in a while in Big and Brolic.
Yeah, I think it was DFN number 8. It was one of the ones I unfortunately missed, but they did take a win up against Llama Lords, getting themselves through into the money match up against Hydronation, where we, of course, know how that story went. They unfortunately did fall, but coming in now with majority of the same roster here for Big and Brolic. I know there's a lot of Idol fans in chat. Really happy to see them, first of all, but also really curious if we could have a new team come into the likes of challenging our top dogs in NA of Melee Creeps and Hydronation.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they have got for us. Melee Creeps have looked fantastic, though. We look to see more of them very, very soon. Quickly, you're wondering how we're able to make this show happen. Well, a big part of it is help from our friends over at Intel, of course, but a big part of it also you guys in the chat, following, those subscribing, and also those heading over and checking out our merch over at deadlockfightnight.com. Only the finest, legally distinct designs to be seen here, folks. With some new additions, of course, we've got some Calico Ivy merch, and I enjoy our depiction of the urn running back across the map. So head over and check that out. We've got a ton of other stuff there as well, including like a dad hat with our Deadlock Fight Night logo on there. So if you want to support the show and you want to be the person that is like way too early to a potentially viral meme, then this is the way to do it. Check that out, deadlockfightnight.com. Supports us. Supports the Deadlock scene in the early days, supports these teams as well, gives them another reason to grind hard and work to put on their very best show for all of us. So check it out, and yeah, maybe I'll get some merch. If I'm running out of ridiculous shirts to wear, actually. We've done this for 16 weeks now. I find that impossible. I've probably only got about 12 colorful fancy shirts to go, so I won't even last the year at this rate. We're gonna have to do something about that. Maybe get some merch designed just for yours truly. Let me know.
And made with 100% real Egyptian cotton as well. Of course, anything I do say about the merchandise is not viable and not legal in any tender.
Yeah, it cannot be held against me in a court of law. Right, good to know. Okay, so we're going to jump into this matchup in just a moment here. But before we do that, we're going to bring our analyst in for the first game. Saw him over in EU covering those matches. We welcome DDK back into the fold. Bro, how you doing?
I'm back. I'm back. I'm in between the electric dynamic of you two. I feel like you guys have a real connection. Special connection.
What happened in Studio 4 stays in Studio 4. Let's just say that until it unfortunately goes up your nostrils. Yeah, it's good to have you back here, Dan. You got a haircut I can see from last week. You're looking great. And honestly, if you want to give us a quick recap of EU, because we had some fantastic matches happen between OneWin, Paravision, and of course Virtus Pro.
I appreciate you reminding me of the teams, because my memory is really bad. And
it took me a second there.
Yeah, VP continued their dominance, just crushing everyone. OneWin looked really, really good. The opening match of EU, if you missed a match, I think that actually was perhaps the best one that we had in the EU portion. So that's one to go back and look at. Like, very back and forth game, two very different comms and strategies and win conditions. And it's kind of cool to see a game like that go back and forth, because normally it's like one team hits their win condition and it's kind of like over. But we had a bit of back and forth, so it was really entertaining. But VP still super dominant. They've turned into the Hydronation now of the EU broadcast, I feel like, where just every week it's domination.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at the start of the show. We're now seeing like a real monolith over in EU, whereas in NA and especially in weeks like this, It's anyone's game. Melee creeps, though, are pretty insane, and they will be, of course, awaiting the winner of this next matchup. It's time to talk TF2 Boomers and Big and Brolic. Let's start with TF2 Boomers here. Jason, Deathy, Ranger Salty, Fickle Frog, LGTK, and Goober. We've seen them a couple times come into the Deadlock Fight Night. You also, if you're a fan of Deathy, you'd follow him over on Twitch. You'll actually get to see some of these guys' scrims, which is really interesting. I quite enjoy sort of sitting in the backseat and watching that all go down. They have struggled, though, I think, to really, you know, I guess put up a real name for themselves with the level of competition we've seen in NA.
I will say this. TF2 Boomers, and if you heard anything different, they're all lies and fake news. My favorite team in Deadlock, period, with my favorite Lash player in the world as well, Deathy. In all seriousness, Deathy, you know, I gave him a lot of crap when it came to playing Lash in the solo lanes, but what we saw last week out of him, I think, was a major turnaround, and it shows that they can use Lash to a very good success rate, especially put him in these dual lanes, a lot safer, no pressure to lose that 1v1 lane and eventually have like a fed Yamato potentially coming your way. Definitely improved quite a bit. Goober as well. We got to see the Spirit Haze, and in theory, Spirit Haze can be extremely overpowering, very overbearing with the fact that your ultimate is going to last for an hour. But I think the most interesting thing we saw of them last week, Dan, was seeing Ranger and Goober together with the Wraith and the Haze, with Ranger picking up Shadow Weave. They, I think, really valued the stealth mechanics of this game, and with the changes in the lanes and in the map to gain information to actually open up kills and to kind of use them as roaming wards. And honestly, I really love that, considering Shadow Weave's pretty, you know, low cooldown, but Goober with Spirit Haze, you can indefinitely stay stealthed.
Yeah, I think, man, with the way that people have been talking about Big and Brolic, I've got to say that I'm expecting a bit of a blowout. But wait a second, Jason, I think earlier you told me that Big and Brolic aren't as good as maybe people have been saying.
Did I say that?
About TF2 Boomers.
Again, fake news. If you heard me ever talking bad about TF2 Boomers, it's not real.
Deathy was the worst player.
You liberal, okay? It's all fake news, all right?
Jason is not.
I got my orange spray tan out in the bathroom. Don't make me break it out.
Okay. Yeah. Look, I mean, Jason definitely was pretty critical of TF2 Boomers. The Big and Brolic roster, though,
I don't know what you're talking about.
We haven't.
Hang on, you did say a lot of stuff on broadcast last week, actually. Did you get any mean DMs afterwards?
That was last week, Jason. That was before getting any death threats, Jason.
Okay, so now you're a new man. The post-death threat Jason. Yeah, okay, completely reformed. Can we talk about this Big and Brolic roster? Because they're a mega stack. We haven't seen, we've only seen them 3 times, I want to say, in play-in games. I don't know if we've ever seen Big and Brolic sort of rack up a win here in DFN, but it's been a little while.
They did beat Llama Lords in DFN 8, and they went on to play against Hydronation and lost. And that's where we started to get a really good glimpse into this team and the potential success and where the fan base started to build for them. But then we kind of had them disappear after that. I mean, they lost. Wait, is that right for TF2? I swear, I just looked it up. I have it open here on my other screen. DFN number 8, Big and Brolic beat Llama Lords. And they lost to Hydronation. So I don't know. I don't know if I trust this graphic now. It might be wrong.
You know, your database is also wrong then. Just putting it out there.
Oh, it's Wikipedia I'm looking at.
It's paid off someone in the production.
I think it's Wikipedia. Maybe that's wrong. But you know what? It doesn't matter. The fact is, we did get to see Big and Brolic play before, and they did make their way into the money match, but they just fortunately weren't able to lock it down thereafter. But everyone's been wondering, you know, can we get Big and Brolic? When's Big and Brolic coming back? It's finally now. We got Ido and his boys coming in here to play. They talk a lot of smack. I hope they can back it up here today.
Well, Melee Creeps in the post-match interview last time after winning, they were saying like, hey, they want to see Big and Brolic in the competition because they credited their win to having warmed up against Big and Brolic before their match, their finals against Hydronation. So, I mean, they've been talking them up. They said they're like some of the best scrims you can get.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now people very excited about what this Big and Brolic team can offer. It's been quite a few weeks though since we've got to see them compete. So we will leave our expectations at the door and simply
sorry, I thought you were going to continue. I will say this. I think one problem we are seeing in both regions is that whenever players quit, it's really hard to find a new player to replace that person because we're still in closed alpha, right? It's not an open game. Not everyone can join in. The lack of like incoming players is making it very difficult for teams that lose long-standing players. You know, for instance, like Quig for Hydronation, they're obviously a slightly different case, to be able to challenge the likes of these best teams, because it takes a lot of time of grinding and scrimming for that player to kind of get to that level. And the fact is, they weren't a player you originally were looking at when you made the team, so maybe they weren't even going to be up to that skill level you needed. So it's really tough for like teams like Big and Brolic, who have had such a downtime since their last shown in DFN, to put together a team that can compete against the best teams in the NA. So I think that's one really interesting aspect about them coming into today.
We can run, I think, our Mo and Cruel 1v1 here for first pick selection or not. We'll have them throw down. And yeah, look, again, it's been a little while, right? We do have a number of teams like, you know, like I feel like this is a relatively decent region in terms of depth. At least 4 or 5 teams we often see. Big and Brolic just, yeah, by popular demand, have been brought back here. Nicely done, Poppers.
The newest addition to the team. Put him in the 1v1. He wins the 1v1. Does that mean Big and Brolic win? Who knows?
Okay. Well, look, at least it's going to offer over that, you know, choice of first pick or first ban. There's going to be TF2 boomers that are banning first as we go into this game. It's a bit of a meme. The first pick Lash. Don't expect to see that. I do wonder. I mean, it's not.
We're going to see it. I feel like we're going to see it.
Lash is not good right now, to my understanding.
It's never been good as a first pick Lash. And if I see it, I'm going to be
there's no way he's
mad.
There's no way he's first picking it. He doesn't have to first pick it. You could be
cost issue, right? Because I don't think Lash is like terrible.
What did he do last week? First picked it. But I love him. Great team. Best team.
Is Kelvin banned? Look, very oppressive. Kelvin has been. We've seen it in EU. Right now, if you're playing a lot of Deadlock, you know just how powerful Kelvin is. Kind of does it all. Can lock down, can heal, can rotate across the map very, very quickly. A great caddy for a lot of those support items. Really someone you want to try and secure pretty early on, or in this case, take them away.
And also, if like a team likes running Shiv, you kind of take that away a little bit too. That synergy is no longer there.
I'm going to bring this up to you, and it's going to be one of the biggest gripes about my favorite team in existence of Deadlock, TF2 Boomers. I feel like they don't take the draft seriously. No other team out there first picks Lash. And if I see it, I am going to be very upset because
there's no way they're doing it. They're just doing it to troll you.
To troll me? I mean, last week they did it. And I was like still so confused because it's not a highly contested pick. There's so many other stronger heroes that you want to play right now. And for me, if I want to see TF2 Boomers truly try to win a match,
you can only run from the law.
Okay, oh thank God. Then they need to take the draft phase more seriously, and this is one way to do so. Okay, I'm a fan of this. This is a good start. Favorite team.
Everyone like letting out a sigh at the same time.
Yes.
There was just no way that was going to be a first pick Lash here. I mean, again, in a different era of the game now where you are roaming a little bit less sometimes, you know, sort of in the early lane phase here, and you do want to set up with a strong lane, but Holiday does offer you that ability to aggressively shove a side lane and then rotate mid to set something up. Viscous here, I know. This one, we did not see any Viscous picked or banned in Europe today whatsoever. None of it.
Yeah, and like Viscous has kind of been AWOL for like weeks, I feel like. After like, I think also after being like first pick in like a lot of regions, just disappeared.
It's such a difference of opinion between NA and I mean, we talked about the whole like Shiv gate, you know, like Europe was not playing Shiv whatsoever, whereas NA was leaning on it really heavily, especially that melee creeps sort of roster.
Kaplan, hey. I will wrestle you at LAN.
Did you just hear that? Was that actually? Did you hear that?
You know, I heard that. Who was that?
I think that was the Lash sound. Jason Kaplan, I will wrestle you at LAN. You know what? Bring it, Lash. Which is also
actually
me.
Can we just talk about the fact that they've just taken Lash away from TF2 Boomers? Like, maybe they should have first picked it after all.
I give a lot of crap about Lash, like, and then first picking Lash. I think he's actually a pretty viable pick right now with the way the map plays out. There's so much high ground to use. There's so many buildings to bounce off of and to kind of surprise enemies. I don't hate the pick whatsoever. I just hate seeing it picked early.
Who is that saying, Jason Kaplan?
I don't know. I want to say it's Nock, but I don't know if it's actually him.
Okay. Are you sure it's not Deathy?
Oh, it was Deathy.
Nice.
Oh, man,
like
that is great. Okay. Mirage going to be locked in here. So very solid core, I think, being built up for TF2 Boomers already, of course.
I like it.
Lash Viscous is still tripping me out, man. 7 here as well to roll things out. So again, NA also starting to adopt that. I'm curious to see if the build goes the same way. I mean, we just saw Zergy build pretty straight Spirit with Mystic Slow on that 7 and have pretty good impact, but mostly was shoving Guardians and other neutral objectives down most of the day.
I feel like for the first time I am seeing like a legitimate draft out of TF2 Boomers, because we're not seeing Lash first pick. Like they're picking very strong heroes in the beginning. It is quite different though compared to EU, as you mentioned.
This big and Brolic draft is the one that's freaking me out.
Yeah, do we have the teams on the right sides?
Viscous / Talon, yeah.
Yeah, we double checked. We double checked just in case.
That's a good call out. All right, bans. It's kind of hard to estimate where the value is right now, or like the perception of value for both teams, because there's so many things to throw that off. I mean, I guess like TFT Boomers are drafting like normally, it kind of like on meta at least. So there's that.
It's I think that like their draft is pretty normal. Obviously,
Dynamo's banned himself. No one's picked Dynamo in a hot minute. That's awesome.
Why is this collegiate Valorant?
Whoa.
That's where Dynamo gets banned. I was literally watching Collegiate Valorant Roundup the other day. A lot of Dynamo bans going on over there.
I didn't know Dynamo was in Valorant.
Yeah.
Sorry. Collegiate Deadlock. Excuse me.
I'm like, am I being trolled or is he serious?
No, Collegiate Deadlock. Excuse me. Yeah, there's the Dynamo bans. It's a thing. Okay, Bebop gonna be banned out in response.
I think it's a throwaway ban, to be honest, because realistically, you're not gonna play Dynamo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't come up. I think Dynamo has some practical usage against certain comps people have been running, but it still hasn't been prioritized.
I don't know. I do go in for the sort of the mini knock up, magic carpet days of the Dynamo, but it's been a few weeks since that's even been considered. We did get it though. Did get it. All right, come on. Yamato here. Okay, so this draft's starting to round out a little bit more now. You obviously have some pretty powerful laners. I think Viscous Grey Talon obviously constitutes a pretty good lane. Back in the 4-lane era of Deadlock, seeing Lash in lane, or at least, in a duo, solo lane, excuse me, often felt like it was a death sentence for them here, but obviously in a duo setup, they can do a little bit more. And like we mentioned, and we heard it from Lightbringer earlier, you can't use the zipwire sort of momentum, the zipline momentum get around the map nearly as easily, right? So having that ability for Lash to sort of swing, across the map between those lanes, I feel like can give you a real edge and prevent you from having to use the jump pads all the time. But this Tier 2 Boomers draft looks like it's picked straight out of our previous series in EU. Calico here constitutes a really potent frontliner with, great evasion.
Yeah, you got a good mix, and it definitely seems like Big and Brolic have a few directions they can go. Obviously, Viscous can be run a little bit like a frontliner to an extent, and the Cube I think is really nice to keep Yamato up when Yamato is kind of doing whole bruiser type of thing. The interesting thing is, how the supports will be chosen. Oftentimes, I felt like in NA, like the interpretation of like how to play the supports can be odd. Sometimes you'll see like a double support and stuff like that. Obviously, Kelvin's banned, but you'd expect to see. I mean, I guess you don't have to do it. I guess that's been proven with the current hero pools in EU as well. You can run, let's say like. Well, go ahead.
I guess the definition of support's really important, because sometimes it feels like supports are just the Alkfire carriers, the rescue beam caddies, right? Which even like Holiday and Paradox have been starting to do, right? Who obviously can, take like an Ivy. I think that's still fine. And Ivy Geist obviously has been used in lane before just to have this really oppressive push composition. And also like being able to sneak some pretty easy earns is quite powerful. We sometimes see Ivies when they get ahead also start to, build in the spirit direction, right? And start to, build up with some of those items that give them additional spirit damage over time. So here's the Paradox to round things out. With Holiday getting first picked, I guess, unless you think your opponent is deadass going to ban that Paradox, which I guess is feasible, you can leave it till whenever.
So right now, TF2 Boomers, before I jump on Big and Brolic, what do they have to stop Lash? They have an ult out of 7, the stun out of 7, but that's not going to go off in time before Lash ultimate goes off. And then you have the last out of Holiday. I feel like they almost need something else to deal with Lash, but at the same time, the comp that Big and Brolic have right now is so early game heavy. Mo and Krill for the combo for a kill, Paradox for the Paradoxical swap for a kill, Lash for the Death Slam for a kill. Like they are banking, I feel like, their composition on having a strong start and transitioning into a very strong mid game as well. And then TF2 Boomers, I look at them and they're more of like a late game composition. But a problem that we've seen in the past with TF2 Boomers is that they struggle to get into a position to allow their comp to succeed and get into those later stages of the game because they lose too early on. But Big and Brolic have such an odd composition. I know Ido and the rest of them were teasing it in chat, but This is definitely like they have to win early game if they want to have a chance.
Are they good laners? I guess
That's what you have to think about, right? Is like, how are you going to pair them up 2v2? You split. I feel like you split Mo and you split Paradox between different people. Cool. Like you put Yamato with one of them, you put Great Town with one of them. Actually, no, you probably need to put. I don't know. It's a little bit tough because you need to think about wave clear, which Mo and Krill has. Yamato kind of has. Great Talon has. Lash doesn't have. Actually, technically does have. But like Viscous and Paradox are gonna be a little bit slow to clear. I'm curious about the 2v2 setups, to be honest, DDK.
Yeah, I think for me, the outcome you want to get if you're big and Brolic is obviously you want to power up Yamato as much as possible. Like Yamato is like, I think so incredibly key in this lineup. Obviously Mo and Krill and Paradox are going to be really nice for the kind of early to mid game like setups. But you need to get Yamato like up first. And so you need to secure like, I think a strong lane for Yamato. And we saw that like from previous, in the new Deadlock now with like 3 lanes, we've seen that it's pretty powerful if like if you have a hero like this to really ensure that the tower that they're laning in, like usually put them in the mid lane, make sure that tower goes down early, because it gives them the ability to farm. They can jungle like much more freely if necessary, and they can have their mate like just start roaming out from that lane. So that just gives you a lot of like farm potential, and to get that player like strong, and then into the mid game, then you're getting the Yamato out at the right timing to like get.
I worry though, like, if you look at it, there's like 3 people who kind of want to roam on Big and Brolic: Paradox, Mo, and Lash. They all want to be roaming. Viscous can obviously roam a little bit as well to facilitate some ganks. But I don't know. I know we're like talking so much about Big and Brolic, but I feel like their comp is so different than anything we've seen so far in this new patch that it's forcing us to talk about.
It's very clear though who the sole
at the early roamers, and you just glue Yamato into the mid lane. That'd be like how my interpretation.
I mean, it's pretty clear who your sole recipients are supposed to be on the Big and Brolic side, though. Between this Yamato and Grey Talon, you have 2 heroes that can completely run away with the game, absolutely take it over. On the tier 2 Boomer side of things, right, it's a little less clear. Like, obviously, you want to try and funnel to 7, but who else are you trying to turn into an absolute nightmare? Who else is going to threaten to sort of scale and take over that late game? You got great durability. I think you've got great sticking power in a fight. You're really brawly. You're in general, like, you're pretty nuggety, but...
Are you big as well?
Yeah. Sorry. Striated.
No, I thought you were making a joke about Big and Brolic.
No, I'm doing it. It's like a setup, right? I don't know. Like the 7 obviously wants to get to that sort of critical mass, but outside of that, you're brawling with like pretty good mid-range, heroes that do probably want to explode between that 8 to 16 minute mark.
I think the thing for TFT Boomers too is I feel like they have like they're just like pound for pound. I feel like they're a bit better off, and the fact that they have +7 as well. I think it's just like you have to. I feel like if you're big and Brolic, I feel like you have to take over the game. You have to win that early game, because if you don't, you're gonna get out farmed, because the farming potential is just better on the other side. And the utility they have for roaming and like laning with Holiday as well, I think that's also a bit stronger than what we have on the other end. So I don't know. I feel like Big and Brolic, it's really up to them to really get this early game right. And they just have to be creating they have to out pressure TFT Boomers. They have to make TFT Boomers react more to them, so that they can free up the map for Yamato in the early portions.
All right, it's time to get this one started here. We're obviously taking a pretty close look at these lanes, and it's going to be the Viscous Paradox here on the far right lane for Big and Brolic. Some danger lanes, I think. Definitely the Yamato, Mo, and Krill on the left. Big and Brolic. It's going to be also taking my eyes over towards the mid side of the map here, where we have that Mirage and Ivy combination. So keep an eye out for, again, these Paradoxes, these Holidays, to make those inward rotations as soon as they can get freed up, because you got Holiday v Paradox in that very same lane.
Now, obviously, when it comes to the mid lane, we're going to be keeping our eyes very heavily on Poppers, the newest addition for Big and Brolic. Look for that level up so you can get your level 2 power shot. And of course, the fly in the air as well. Thing is, like, the wave clear is really strong out of TF2 Boomers, having Fickle Frog there on the Ivy. It's gonna be very difficult to push and get this Guardian. And I bring that up because that's what we saw happen a lot in these last games, of like focusing on this middle Guardian to open up the jungle and to open up and allow you to get a lot of farm onto one player in particular. Over in the left lane, though, this is kind of the matchup I expected, to have Yamato paired with Mo and Krill. Just kind of a safe lane, very brawlerly. There we go. It's late here. Brawly? Yeah, Brolic. Because if it's 7, like, you could easily be dove here, and it's gonna be very difficult to contend against them early on until 7 gets some farm.
I tell you what, this is mid lane is pretty scary here for TF2 Boomers right now. With how low Fickle Frog is, Deathy's having to rotate come on back in off spawn. In fairness, the Lash and Grey Talon combination really has the potential to be highly oppressive here. And now we're doubling back. So look at this. We're actually holding on to souls until 1400. I've got to wonder what the buy is going to be there. It's like a tier 2 pretty much straight off the bat. Idorian here on the Yamato. Someone worth looking at, of course. And TF2 Boomers, remember, it's Ranger that really needs to get off to a good start, that really needs to be a relevant threat. Otherwise, Big and Brolic's highly mobile, very skirmish-oriented composition is going to cause them a lot of problems in the mid-game.
If I remember correctly, Ranger was actually the coach of Big and Brolic before, and then he got picked up, I guess, by TF2 Boomers. I'm not sure exactly what went down in that situation, but he's definitely a player I was super critical of looking back on last week when he played Wraith. He definitely struggled quite a bit, and he needs to have a big showing if he's going to be playing someone like Seven. And yeah, that's not what you want to see to kick things off.
No, not at all. I mean, Ranger, of course, is the player that we just mentioned needs to be really looked upon here to the lion's share of the damage dealing. Yeah, this lane is going to be a problem. I can see it already. Popper's here, just going for it, of course, alongside that Lash, peppering down and just shoving wave after wave in under this tower. Already organically, almost like a 2k soul lead for Big and Brolic, just off those couple of picks there in the middle part of the map, and honestly, just winning out in this farm.
And what's disgusting about this is I feel like this is all being done by Poppers. He's at 2.2k compared to the 1.9k out of Fish Kick, so he's getting a lot more denies off. He's getting so much poke down as well. I feel like Poppers is doing a phenomenal job. And the thing is, like, you look at Lash, I don't feel like, maybe Dan can correct me, Lash really offers much in this lane right now, especially with them being shoved under their own Guardian.
I think your throw to him was too subtle, Jason.
I think it might have been.
That is fair. I mean, look, I think like Fish Cake obviously gives you something that can compete for those deniers. I also think that, you know, being able to set up some of these quick little burst damage scenarios where you come in with a slam and get a sort of charge shot combined with that it constitutes a lot of damage. Both of these heroes are really burst oriented. They want to take Mystic Burst. They want to hit you for like that large portion of damage and basically make you irrelevant in the lane. Like, where the heck is Ivy? I haven't even seen Fickle Frog for ages, and there it is. There's that burst that comes in. That little knock-up period means that Poppers can easily follow up on the Lash Slam.
I think because of how aggressive Big and Brolic are being, like, yeah, Fickle Frog, he could put the Kutsu Bomb down to kind of clear out the wave, but they're going to get denied so heavily because of just having to depend on that to wave clear. That's making it very difficult for them to push back. I don't think they have the comp in this lane to compete against this Lash and this Grey Town, who's just putting out so much poke constantly. I mean, the soul difference is going to start to really quite grow here. As you can see at the moment, it's still relatively equal between the two, which you have to give credit to TF2 Boomers so far. But it's these other lanes where that worry is going to come in.
I mean, I've got to say, this Yamato lane also are quite ahead in terms of some of this farm. Big and Brolic, again, at 5 minutes, a 3k soul lead, it doesn't feel like a lot, but honestly, it's a 6th of Tier 2 Boomers overall souls. And this is pure punishment for Salty, being forced to try and hide behind the billboard, still getting peppered down. There's a token attempt here for Ranger to stave them off, but we've got 2 out of 3 lanes that Big and Brolic are frankly flexing on.
They have a kill whenever they want it, honestly. They have a combo, or they just do the power slash. Either works. They can just combo onto a Ranger here right under tower, and he should fall from this as well. He's going to get into the Gare with the Stormcloud at least to buy some time. The Shadow Transformation comes through. Is he going to go for the dive as Ido? Just going to continue to finish off the Guardian here and just says, see you later, and runs away from the Stormcloud. So Big and Brolic really heavily winning on this left lane.
And what choice do you have there for Ranger? You give up your tower, your Guardian, or you sort of fight for it and get forced into a Stormcloud anyway? The bullet resist is super relevant for the early part of the game, right? So in a scenario like that, it's a powerful ulti, but Ranger can't defend their Guardian. Here though, in the middle of the map, we're finally getting some action. It's going to be Idorian peer content pressured heavily. And finally, this Geist is able to get on the board.
So I'm curious, who's going to be roaming out of this lane now? Are they going to continue to keep Pure Content and Ido in the left lane to deny the Guardian take out of TF2 Boomers? Or do they rotate someone out of it to look for some ganks, which ideally would be Pure Content to open up easy kills in mid and to the right-hand side lane? As somehow Salty on 40 HP forced use the restorative locket to get himself back up to 500. Almost got completely chased down by Ido.
That went to 1. Salty went to literally 1 HP and was able to stay alive. Resto locket at this part of the game is crazy. It accounts for half of your health. But that's how hard it has been in that lane for Salty. You have Healing Right and Restorative Locket both being picked up. And here's the combo. Power Slash should do the job. Got to be a soul exchange though. A little bit scary now for peer content. They're going to burrow and walk away. Still, this Geist can be managed. Life Drain is now going to expire. The Geist is pretty far forward here, but of course the backup would have come in for Ranger, but they got nuked. There's no Guardian to play around. They're so exposed out in the open. Tier 2 Boomers, having lost their Guardian, still wanted to go for such a big fight. Help is on the way, though, at the very least here. Timely arrival for Deathy. Should be able to shut down the rest of this aggression as Idorian realizes discretion may be the better part of valor.
No, this is an overcommitment, man. They sent Mirage and Ivy over to that left-hand lane and no one to stop the push onto the mid lane. That should be another Guardian being taken here. I don't know how Ranger is actually surviving right now when they can easily just jump on top of them. Poppers will take that Guardian down. That's a flex slot unlocked, and that was too much of a commitment for that when they already had lost their Guardian.
Can't you leave the Ivy back in mid and have them just sort of control the wave push with some Kutsu bombs? And they really wanted to pile in there. I get it. A lot of global potential with that mid lane setup. They clearly have crafted a strategy about rotating outward quickly and easily.
Oh, he's not going to do it. Okay, I thought he was going to try to finish off that. I mean, they did kind of craft a comp for that. I mean, Big and Brolic are doing exactly what their comp was kind of designed for here. Very heavy poke with the Yamato and the Great Talon. Look for some early kills, look for some early towers, and then just start to snowball this lead. As you can see, Ido going head to head here up against Salty for that Casino. The Gamba really coming out strong here between these two.
I think that, yeah, is that a -2? No, okay, we got it. All good. Ido chasing on there. Power slash hits. Scary for Salty now. Divine Barrier got to be popped. They don't have access to Soul Exchange, but they did have the rest of the locket and a healing right should they need it. Now they can turn the fight around. Stormcloud, Shadow Transformation has to be used by Idorian to try and shrug this off, and they are healthy. Goober elsewhere across the map gets picked off, but the fight is still to be had here. Looks like Idorian trying to make use of the Shadow Transformation to walk away, but they've got themselves a little tea party here with Ranger, who's got to roll back. Eventually, sheer weight of numbers will bring the Yamato down.
And this is go time for Big and Brolic to push the right-hand lane. They forced 4 players on TF2 Boomers to stop Ido on the left-hand side. We saw Big and Brolic already group up with 4 players to the right, as we do see Goober land a lasso, as you like to call it, onto Gibbs. And Gibbs just going to try to run away from this one, but eventually finished off. And I can hear the shame out of you there, Mitch.
Just a little earlier than I think Gibbs would have liked to afford a Walker. Nice lasso. Ems? Ooh, okay. In deep trouble. Crack shot about to come off cooldown, but LGTK gets there first. So, a couple of important kills for TF2 Boomers, but it is the macro game in which they have been floundering. Down 2 Guardians to the 1. 4K behind. Still not terrible. They have already found parts of the map they can really lean into. It looks like here, this right side lane they're going to go for. It is a Great Talon. Set up here with a Viscous, but everybody trying to overload this now for TF2 Boomers. In comes the rain of arrows. Popper's getting a little bit of room. Now can play up on top of these rafters here, and another unsuccessful overload by TF2 Boomers, and now there could be a problem. Return to Shadows has to be used by LGTK, but they're low, and there's a Mirage in the sights of Poppers. So many options, so many targets, but this was what, a 4-player collapse for TF2 Boomers onto this right side lane that peters out. They lose 2 players, they lose the Guardian, and I'm losing my mind.
Fishcake gets the 1v1 against Fickle Frog in mid lane. That's where the 2 kills came from for Big and Brolic. Also going to be confirming both of these buffs on top of this, and the pressure just starting to be overwhelming. Initially, only being down 2 Guardians and 4K behind, that's not too big of a deal. But now the fact they've lost all 3 Guardians, which means all points of their jungle can easily be taken by Big and Brolic, makes it even more difficult for TF2 Boomers to get back into this. They have to be extra careful now whenever they enter their own jungle in case the Big and Brolic are waiting for them. And in the meantime, B&B are just going to be running the urn here. So if they're going to force a fight over at the urn, you have to look at TF2 Boomers. Are they in a situation where they can contest this? They don't have Ranger there, and honestly, I think they're going to need him.
Bye. Bye, lol. Oh, this is a problem. Stone Idol here looking a little bit awkward for Fickle Frog as they try and get engaged in this fight. Gibbs is low, though, so I'll be able to trade this. Cube, though, timely use of that one. Fishcake low, forced to try and roll away. There's going to be reprisal for this. Make no mistake, but in the meantime, Pierre is able to turn that Soul Orb in, and there's a paradoxical swap. Has Fickle Frog scratching his head wondering what went wrong, and this soul lead is already out of hand. Now we're starting to look towards these walkers. TF2 Boom is still yet to take a singular Guardian. Jason couldn't be more vindicated in his unbridled hatred of this TF2 Boomers roster.
Fake news, fake news. No. The thing is, like pure content, he gets the urn turn in for free. TF2 Boomers force a fight off the back of that, having the man advantage. They can't get a single kill, and if anything, they lose a player from this one. It's all going pear-shaped for TF2 Boomers, and they have to figure out what's the game plan to get back into this. Maybe that's a perfect time to bring in Dan here and give his thoughts about how we could see TF2 Boomers get back in, because they are starting to fall extremely far behind.
Yeah, it's kind of snowballing out of control. I think it's kind of what we were talking about in terms of what do Big and Brolic have to do well to take over the game. And they're just running circles around TF2 Boomers who can't quite like respond to all of the pressure. They're just forcing too many hard decisions at once. And I think the roaming strength is like better for Big and Brolic at this point with the way the game started. Absolutely. And then on top of that, just the compounding impact of the soul lead that they've gained as well. And the fact that like Fishcake was just like really just wrecking house. It's just been a big problem. And in terms of getting back into the game, at this point, it's really difficult because it's very hard to farm as well your jungle because you don't have map control. So you're going to very likely get picked because there's so much freedom now that Big and Brolic have on the map. So yeah, I don't really have a good answer for you, Jason, in terms of what they need to do to stop the bleeding at this point. It's 12 minutes. This is a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's a massive soul difference. Looks like okay, headset issue there for Fishcake, so they're just trying to resolve that. I would like to see probably pretty standard, honestly, items on the Lash at the moment. Ido, you'll notice, already has that Torment Pulse, so I guess that's one of the first big power spikes where Yamato really just wants to throw themselves into the fray, but they are far from unkillable at the moment. But Resto Locket is pretty good. Just give you a 500, 600 health back. Power Slash that hits pretty hard. Now the chase is on. Salty does not have access to that soul exchange right now. They've got to respect the Yamato. Idorian holding on to Shadow Transformation. Never even needed to make use of it.
So he pulled 3 players to that left-hand lane, and he almost killed like 1 or 2 of them. Figure Frog, you're probably going to die here in a second. I don't know if Popper's actually going to be chased down here. So you have 2 players in Big Frog looking for the Storm Cloud even thrown into it. But the fact that Ido, his presence alone, can pull 3 players and they can't even get the kill onto him is not a good sign for TF2 Boomers, and they can't let him continue to push this Walker for free.
Considering that there are other heroes that are just as scary as Ido on this team, right? I think like Poppers and Ido are both doing what they've sort of had to do and definitely be key players in terms of that soul distribution. They're the 2 that are going to be attracting the lion's share of attention. But in the meantime, you've got great mobility playmakers across the map like Fishcakes, Gibbs, of course, Yams is the definition of that, who can get involved, intervene in some of these engagements, turn them on their heads, or also just play for some of these objectives. Still no walkers down, but look at the map. The far right walker is almost half.
It's just so hard for TF2 Boomers to even go for these Guardians. I feel like they almost, we talk about like resource allocation a lot. I feel like you have to like almost overcommit resources to get any of these Guardians, because the way Big and Brolic are kind of splitting, they're making sure these lanes are shoved, and they're making sure that TF2 Boomers can't get any of these objectives for free to get some sort of extra income going their way here. And I'm looking towards like who's going to respond on TF2 Boomer side. Again, for me, it's got to be Ranger is one of them. Salty, he needs to be beefy enough to deal with the front line. And I guess you need to look towards Goober. If he can get any of these lassos off, will they have the damage to kill whoever he brings in? And I'm not quite sure they do at the moment.
At least this amount of souls on Ranger, which is, I think, the one player we identified as being pretty central to the game plan here. And you can see Ranger's not afraid also to chase kills down on their own and just, pop that Storm Cloud. The burst was pretty impressive, so it's definitely something you have to respect. Talk about frontline for TF2 Boomers, right? LTGK and Salty are also in a pretty reasonable position, right? They're getting to the places they need to be. A lot of resto lockets here we're seeing in NA, of course. So a lot of that healing, which is pretty crucial early in the game, because it might just be a better, more soul effective way of giving yourself that sort of durability and sustainability in fights, as opposed to going for barriers or just flat stats.
I think it's also really good to bait people in. And speaking of being baited in, Fishcake was potentially being baited as he looks to get away here, but Ido shows up out of nowhere. He's going to lose that on the buff, but that's going to be a good death slam coming out of Fishcake.
Oh, wow. Ranger looks like they got the buff here, but, well, their celebration was pretty short-lived. Ido here, healthy enough, but Shadow Transformation no longer available. They spot Goober out, but sharp shooting there from the hold. A crack shot claims Idorian. Goober will be traded out here, though, at least by Big and Brolic. Now lead by 1 player in this engagement. Stone Idol used here. Popper's in trouble. Yams also low. TF2 Boomers might have found an opportunity to turn this around, and it all starts with baiting Fishcake into one of those buff locations. What a trap to spring. And finally, folks, they get themselves a Guardian.
I don't want to hate on TF2 Boomers, but they almost lost that fight when it was 6v4, because you had Gibbs and Pure Content pushing the right-hand lane. They get a Walker, not for free necessarily, but they come out completely ahead in that. They get another flex slot. Yes, they lose on one Guardian. They get a lot of extra income for their team, and they almost won a 4v6. Like, obviously, with how far behind TF2 Boomers were, you're still going to be happy that you're able to get quite a few of those kills, but they need to be cleaner. And with the urn being grabbed here for Big and Brolic, I think it's the opportunity to force the fight here that TF2 Boomers really can't win in this situation, or just use it again to keep split pushing some things.
That being said, keep their head above water in a big way there with a good little catch. Definitely a comp that can skirmish well. Feral Leap spotted instantly. United says, no, I don't want to deal with that at all. However, they've got no choice. They're cubed up, but they will still be caught in the lasso. Cold Front going to be popped. Salty might be caught out here at all. Buddy, the cavalry has arrived. Gibbs turns up, and that return to shadows there for LGTK will give them a little bit of spacing, but not enough, as that is going to be a combo used to lock them down.
4v1. He survives. A great rotation out of Gibbs to give him the cube as well, to make sure he survives that lasso that came through, and Big and Brawl get there in time to now start to push into this Walker here. And I don't know if TF2 Boomers can really hold against this. You can see Ivy going to be going in. Fickle Frog might be in his death. It's Stormcloud going to be following up with. It's at least going to deny in zone control. Ido here around the corner. And it looks like they're going to be able to hold for now.
Gets drawn out. What is the plan here? I mean, elsewhere, we're starting to see a rotation with the urn. So Idorian giving themselves up here to, in theory, guarantee an urn turn in just in time. Yeah, is able to drop that one in and then get the heck out. They've lost the Yamato, and Gibbs is also down here. So again, Big and Brolic being forced to pay pretty dearly for some of these objectives. Important, I think, for Fishcake to at least take a trade in that situation. But Yams has no interest in doing the same.
I don't know if that was fully a good trade for Big and Brolic, though, this time. I mean, it's still a relatively early urn. They had over 10k lead before. So it's not like they were able to gain any extra ground. They do take the objective off of the map for now. But now this is where things get interesting, right? Because we talked about Big and Brolic, the comp they have, very strong early game, very strong early mid game. But there is going to be a point where they start to fall behind. And it's only a 10k difference right now, which a lot of it is easily made up with just TF2 Boomers taking some objectives. But for them to do that, they have to get some catches on Big and Brolic. And with the way B&B are rotating like this, making sure to save Ido in a 1-on-4, it's going to be very difficult to burst someone down in time to allow you to get that man advantage and turn that into some objectives.
A little bit of a lull here, but you'll notice just how far forward the line of scrimmage is on the map. And Pure Content is looking here to be a bit of a nuisance on this far left side of the map, but they might try and set up a pick off of this. Gibbs caught out again in the lasso. Got to be cubing themselves here. Goober's able to shrug off that combo. Now there's still the issue of the Viscous. Gibbs is really trying to make a quick escape now, and Regenerative Locker got to be popped there to give them enough health to, in theory, walk away. But the chase is really on. Elsewhere, Salty's gone down. Tornado going to be used there to catch Gibbs, and it will be a pick-off on this Viscous. But this time, Big and Brolic appear to be ready for it. There's a big fight happening over towards the mid side of the map, one in which Ranger is going to be the subject of scrutiny. Big and Brolic have the numbers on this part of the map, and there comes an owl thrown out. Popper's able to get the stun. For a long time, Ranger was suspended there, but has a divine barrier. They're going to have to use it here. Fishcake, they've aimed the stun at them, but it's going to be surely a swap if needed. Death Slam interrupted by the looks of things, but what goes up must come down, and Fishcake will assist with that elimination.
Again, that was another 6-on-4 for TF2 Boomers. Big and Brolic, they sent, I believe it was Poppers, and I can't remember who else it was, Fishcake pushing onto the mid lane Walker. They get the mid lane Walker with only losing one player and actually come out with a 3-for-1 trade off the back of this. This is kind of the problem for TF2 Boomers, that Big and Brolic are so damn slippery. You saw they can't catch on Gibbs and lock him down for a kill. They can't catch on Fishcake. They can't catch on Ido. Pretty similar with Pier. They're not able to lock someone down long enough to kill them. And I think that's partially due to the lead that Big and Brolic now has. As we can see, them going to be going for the mid boss, so there's really no chance you can contest this for TF2 Boomers. I feel like we're starting to see a different TF2 Boomers, but with the lead B&B have, it's so hard until they can delay this game. I'd say another 10 minutes to get the farm they need to get these kills.
Yeah, now that sort of scenario where they trade evenly in these fights, or, you know, take small skirmishes, doesn't feel nearly as good. A redo buff for Big and Brolic means that they can dominate the map and therefore dominate a lot of those neutral camps, and also get back into the fight just that little bit quicker. Gibbs here is someone who's been looked at for TF2 Boomers, someone they tried to pick off. Obviously, it's the least juicy target I could really imagine here, one of the hardest to bring down, but TF2 Boomers are settling for whatever they can get with their playmaking potential. Yeah, Cooper is definitely someone who was trying to set up for that.
And it's settling for what they can get. I feel like they know they were going to lose Rejuve, so they push the right lane Guardian. They get a flex to unlock for themselves, which honestly, with 112k across your team and net worth, you need that flex slot to get some additional items going for yourself. So I think they made a very smart play going for the right-hand Guardian. But it's what can you do next? Like, how can you continue to start to make the right decisions? Because the difference is 22K. And we've seen what Virtus Pro can do, the likes of that. And Big and Brawlic are looking to do something very similar. I think the one downside for B&B, eventually they're going to have to team fight here, like a big team fight. There's only so many objectives left to take with split pushing. And that's just that left lane walker.
Yeah. Kind of fed though. Kind of juiced, if you will.
Kind of fed is an understatement, yeah.
I mean, Fish Tank has definitely been on that high protein diet. Oh, buddy! It's a death slam to end them all! Absolute carnage! TFT Boomers not at all ready for that. They lose Salty in the ensuing fight. It's going to be very hard to come back from this one. So grouped up, Big and Brawling happy to dive on them here. And even Ranger with a bit of soul behind him, trying to go for a big storm cloud. Won't be able to hold this extremely swallow massive players at bay. They lose peer content, but that's going to be at a walker picked up. And, well, sometimes, Jason, if you want to force a fight, just going with that Lash.
That's what I'm saying, man. Lash can be so damn strong on this new map. There's so many high grounds to play from that it's almost impossible to see a Lash coming through. And a perfect 5-man ultimate out of Fish Cake opens up a complete team wipe. And now Big and Brawlic are taking the base, get another flex thought for themselves. Still with the Rejuve in hand, they could almost force another fight off the back of this, though I don't know if they want to give away the 33K lead they currently have.
Remember, Base Guardian's important to take down now because we have all of our flex slots open for Big and Brawlic. Just like that, one fell swoop and one big old slam. They've cracked open the base of TF2 Boomers, extended this solely to 34,000. You'll start to see that represented in some of their purchases after they get this all earn. Excuse me, that's how greedy they are. Life drain used here. Fish Cake walks away. He's got plenty of shield and Salty in trouble. Divine Barrier pop. Try to walk away from this. Maybe control this own turn-in location. And no pick off this Paradox ultimate, but Big and Brawlic still have the Reju buff. They're still here to fight.
Big and Brawlic, and they're being big and brawly right now, looking for the back-to-back fight here with the Urn turn. And Purecon's just going to stick this one, make sure they secure it, then go for the fight off the back of that. He still has the combo available. He's going to be popping that over onto LGTK, locking down the Calico, who's just going to be bursted down here. Ido comes in with a great power slash across this, and Big and Brawlic back-to-back fights, and they get easy wins here.
TFT Boomers, their descendants, 5 generations from now, on a cold day when the wind blows, they're going to feel that power slam in their bones. The death slam, of course, from Fish Cake that ruined them. Because since then, of course, they've not been able to right themselves. Big and Brawlic hung around. They went and took that Urn fight, turned it in, and now they're far too far ahead. 24 minutes or so into the game. They'll stick around for more fights. They've noticed Deathy, for some reason, outside of his cage. Not sure why he dared to challenge here in a 1v6. And very quickly, we'll deal with the Mirage. Mid-boss timer being called here. Big and Brawlic pull back and set up for what has to be one final push.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 minutes till mid-boss. So realistically, do we think we're going to see them wait around for 3 minutes to finish off this game? I kind of hope not, because I want to see a team. If you want to be like a real contender in North America, you have to be able to take what's almost a 50K soul lead and finish the game without an objective, without forcing a fight around in the objective. Now, don't get me wrong, that technically still is one of the better plays because you're going to force the team to fight you at Rejuve in 3 minutes time, or they'll fight you around the buffs, which spawn in 30 seconds, or potentially the Urn. You can kind of use these objectives to force a fight out. But if Big and Brawlic want to beat melee creeps, they have to show that they can push and win when they have the advantage, because melee creeps won't let that slip. Poshu Pop is easy to come back, as well as Saya. But let's see, as Big and Brawlic going back to farm up here, lengthening that lead even further. I think you said it was like a 30K lead. We're looking at almost 40K now between these two teams.
It is considerable. It's more than 40K. It's 47K. It's a lot of souls in terms of disparity. That is for sure. Is there not such a cruel irony, by the way, in Big and Brawlic taking the Lash pick and then using it to completely ruin them? Because we were like pretty critical in the pick and ban, like, wow, yeah, watch them pick Lash first in the draft and get hosed, and then Big and Brawlic take it like, what, pick 2, and are using it to turn TF2 Boomers into crusty pretzels.
I mean, I do like a pretzel, to be fair,
but it's crusty, old pretzel, wrung out.
Okay, I was gonna say, if it's crusty with like cinnamon and sugar, then
dehydrated, not taking enough objectives on the map pretzel.
Bro, I'm gonna cut right now. I'll take any kind of pretzel I can get. Let's be honest. Lane 4, or the right hand lane, sorry, we did see TF2 Boomers trying to actually flex out. They did catch Poppers. It's a great initial kill, but they've already lost out on Deathy and Goober. And Big and Brawlic still have Ido, the big man himself.
And looking terrifying here on this Yamato. Shadow Form gets them pretty deep. It'll be a 2-player death slam. And hey, they've managed to catch themselves a 7. Nicely done. Lucky number 7 comes out there for Big Brolic. And it's time to finish this game. Magic carpet time, baby. Mate, even Aladdin couldn't have pulled off a heist like this in the streets of Agrabah, flea markets, and all the rest. TF2 Boomers, unfortunately, will be sent back to Lumbridge for yet another week. And hopefully they return with something a little bit fresh, because Big and Brolic just used their signature hero against them.
I have to say, the most impressive part of that game was definitely your Aladdin reference at the very end. That was pretty damn good. I'll give you that one, man. That was pretty spot on. But Big and Brolic, yeah, they do take the win. But I'm going to say this, you know, TF2 Boom, I've always been very critical about them, but I do like the change up in their draft for sure. I think we're starting to see some good signs out of them. I hope they continue to keep grinding things out, because they have definitely made a turn for the better. But Big and Brolic just came in a little bit too strong, especially with their early game presence. And Ido, I mean, just feeling so confident in that left-hand lane just to push 1v4, 1v3, and still survive with some great communication with his team to rotate to help him out when needed.
Man, what a game. That was really impressive from Big and Brolic, a team that we now know why we should be so excited about seeing coming into this. The chat was definitely getting behind them. We were critical about their draft, I think, but it's funny how the game tends to, bring the proof to the pudding a little bit. Let's bring DDK back in, of course, who's been able to enjoy this game. Maybe a quicker one than we would have expected. It definitely got out of proportion very quickly, but if we take it back, it definitely felt like some of these lanes for TF2 Boomers were not it.
Yeah, and I do want to reflect on the irony a little bit of like the Lash stuff, because I thought we were, like you guys are bringing up, that we were like giving like shit for it, and then it ends up being the tool of the demise of Deathy. So it's like double irony for us, and also for Deathy, I suppose, and his squad. But yeah, I think, we talked about the game plan and like what has to happen with that type of comp. And you're essentially asking the Lash and the Paradox to be the stewards of your Yamato to have a good game, to really like open things up into the mid game. And that was definitely what happened. Fishcave did an amazing job on the Lash, because we saw like just excellent roaming. You kept creating a scenario where the other team just had to react, and that's one of the cool things about the macro in Deadlock that's really hard. That I think the best teams make it look kind of easy sometimes. We have to really match the right response. If you over respond or under respond, you come out behind. And I think if you're just throwing so much at them at that timing of the game, and they just can't keep up, and also we're getting way too much objective damage. And in addition to this, the Yamato Mo lane with Ido and peer content, that was actually a really strong early lane as well to boot. So they just really had so much going for them in the early laning phase.
Dan, I look at as well, if we think about the 1-win game earlier against Paravision, the mid lane was really what it was all about. I know we talked about like strong lane and weak lane, but looking at this game as well, like if you imagine Fishcake and Poppers don't have a strong start on the Grey Town and Lash, would they have been able to rotate around as much as they did? Would have been as successful they eventually came out to be? Again, the question for me is like, I'm not so sure of that answer. Like, I'm not sure if they would have been so successful. And I think we're starting to see maybe like a slight change, that mid lane is just getting a lot more focus, because it frees up ganks, it frees up a lot of jungle control, and it gives you a lot of map control that you can use to rotate between the 3 lanes.
Yeah, I think you're totally spot on. It really seems like, even to a slightly lesser extent, even if it's a side lane, just getting that first objective, it frees up your roaming potential like pretty massively, and it really puts the other team on the back foot. And if your team's enabled through your comp with where that kind of a strategy is effective, like you've got a strong early roaming comp or draft, yeah, it's really, really good. So yeah, it does make it really important then, just like you say, that you have to facilitate your comp to work in those duo lanes. Like you have the skill obviously to like play against the other team in that duo lane, but then also at the same time you're able to outperform whatever duo they have, so you can get that early edge, because it does seem to compound quite a lot more than like pre this new update.
Yeah.
Let's still play the match here, presented by Intel, of course, for our play-in game. Our best of 1, of course. That means a Big and Brolic will advance to take on Melee Creeps. Fishcake here. Pretty hard to take anything away from this guy. Honestly, the 5-player Death Slam kind of did it for me, but sort of all across the board, Fishcake with their dominant map. I think in general, like the combination of the Lash and this Grey Talon, I mean, the Grey Talon play fantastic. Pop is absolutely cracked. The Slam knock up into charge shot really seemed to be more than TF2 Boomers could anticipate.
Yeah, it's really strong. Yeah, that ult was like really gorgeous. You don't often see like a full Lash ult like that, and then also the additional like strikes or ground strikes afterwards that like knocked like 3 players, stunned 3 players. It's like a massive output, and I think we are seeing Lash and the synergies from Lash being way better. And let's not forget too, Lash did get a buff, a few weeks before this new patch where we have just the 3 lanes where Lash can like guaranteed connect the ground strike right after the ult, so you get that more guaranteed damage. So it's just about getting the ult off, and I think like you said, Jason, you do get a lot more in the way of options for it right now, and it's really hard to see Lash coming in. Like this is some of the mastery of Lash, is finding the right timing and positioning to get that ult triggered before the other team is able to really respond to it, and that's a lot to do with like just having really good awareness and timing. So Fishcake showed a lot of that.
What is this? Whoa! What is this healing for Idorian? Hello?
Restorative Locket, bro, and his 3.
This is Kelvin level healing for a 26-minute game, bro.
True.
God, yeah.
I mean, you see why it was so hard to kill, right?
A life steal, honestly, as well as those healing items. That's messed up, man. That is messed up.
You saw, like, I mean, even for, to be fair, for like Salty, right? We saw the Resto Locket in lane initially when they were up against Ido and Pure Content. Like, it was healing him for 70% of his HP. I think we're just seeing like the raw aura that Ido has when it came to that left-hand side lane to just force players against him constantly, to be able to know and min-max the Yamato to survive as long as possible. And DDK, to quickly touch on what you mentioned about Lash, like I brought up in the draft, like what do TF2 Boomers have to stop his ultimate? And the only real thing was the lasso. And if Boomer's not in a position to use it, and he's not being CC'd, or he didn't use it before, and he has it off cooldown, like he has to be the one to stop it. But it's a lot to depend on that one ability to deny that Death Slam to give exactly what Big and Brolic want.
Yeah, it is interesting too how the values have changed based on the early laning dynamics now, not having 2 solo lanes, because I feel like Calico is still great, but it's harder to come online sometimes than maybe some of the other options that you might have. Like we had like a Calico and a Holiday. That's the reason why I bring up Calico. We had the Calico and the Holiday on the other end, which are going to be your sort of like, your version of the Lash paradox, I suppose, in terms of what the initiation you can get in the early roam. But I think it's like you said, Jason, they just couldn't activate that. And if you can't get your roam online, you have to be able to lose well. And they were not able to like to stop the bleeding there when it came to the objective game. The objectives were converted too quickly. If you can slow it down just enough, I think you just don't get too far behind. But they've exceeded that threshold. They got too far behind too quick.
Dude, they overcommitted so hard to the mid lane. I think it was Deathy and the Ivy of Fickle Frog that tried to go to the left lane. I think they got maybe a kill. I don't even know if they did. They lose that mid Guardian immediately as a result of that. Tough to come back from that. The macro game definitely won by Big and Brolic. So they will be advancing, of course, to our best of 3 money match with $1,000 on the line, presented by Intel. It'll be Melee Creeps versus Big and Brolic. After the break, I'm excited for it, folks. So don't go too far, and of course, stay hard. Welcome back, folks, to NA's Deadlock Fight Night number 16, presented by Intel. Again, we mentioned it's a week where Hydra Nation are on hiatus for a brief time, maybe just regrowing some of those heads that were lopped off, i.e. replacing players or at least retooling the roster. Who knows? We're only speculating at this point, and I, for one, love spreading heinous, salacious misinformation around the internet. Welcome back. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Jason Kaplan. We just saw Big and Brolic make short work of Tier 2 boomers. Something, Jason, you kind of foreshadowed pretty heavily coming into the game. You did not have a lot of faith in Deathy and the crew, and you were vindicated.
You've got no proof of this. I had all the faith in TF2 boomers like I do every single week. You actually scared me there for a second because I was told mics were muted. Again, like I will say, TF2 boomers look much better this week than prior weeks. I definitely respect the change in the way they did the bans and the picks, and then the whole drafting phase. I'll give them credit for that, and I hope to see them continue to do so in future weeks. But Big and Brolic, I mean, I feel like they've been in almost a hyperbolic time chamber ever since we saw them back in DFN number 8, looking to improve, obviously bringing in Poppers, who had a very successful Great Talent game, but he's going to need to be even more successful up against our top dog in NA right now with melee creeps.
Yeah, before we get on to talking about this matchup in more detail, let's bring in our analyst for this match. Waiting in the wings, of course, has been Jake. Good to have you back, man. Back for some NA Deadlock Fight Night action. And this Melee Creeps roster justifiably sit at the top of the heap this week. I think it's safe to expect plenty from them. They've looked incredible as they sort of made their way up in their own time to take that spot in the first place.
Yeah, they've really impressed us in previous weeks, but I think this showing from Big and Brolic is exactly what they needed in that opening match to come into this money match with confidence, with like faith in their draft. And we talked about, I mean, they had a very innovative draft, very different than in terms of hero priorities than we've seen many teams go with recently in NA, but they made it work and they made it look really good. So I'm curious to see how that drafting strategy develops, if at all, in this next series.
Let's get reacquainted with these rosters, folks. Let's have a closer look at our teams playing in our best of 3 money match. First of all, Melee Creeps is Cool Cheese, Sire, AVG, Poshy Pop, Lomain, and Acts. And we just saw Big and Brolic, a game where Idorian was able to have a great Yamato performance, but Fishcake Jason was the one that blew our minds with a big 5k death slam and a snowball that could not be brought under control.
Yeah, I think it's really kind of cool to compare similar roles being played out of both these two teams. I don't know fully who is going to be the farmer on the team of Big and Brolic, though I'm assuming it's going to be Poppers with the way they played things last game. So like the Poppers Poshy Pop matchups can be really cool to see because Poshy Pop is typically the one we've seen in the past, especially last week when he had the guys to just sit there and farm up once they do unlock him and unleash him into the jungle. But looking at Melee Creeps, I feel like one player we don't really talk too much about, and I feel like deserves a lot more conversation around, is Saya. He's kind of a playmaker for the team. He's played a couple of different heroes to allow them to be successful. Last week it was the Sinclair up against Hydra Nation. That was ridiculous, and we see why we have Sinclair being banned away, but also his Calico's insanely strong. I feel like he's definitely become, in my eyes, one of the best players on this roster because he's just ultra consistent, and he is one of those players to make the plays that they need to get like in a lead or to get themselves back into a game.
Hey, Poshy Pop stepping into the arena tonight. You know it's about to get real with insane reflexes, big brain plays, and unmatched energy. They're ready to carry Melee Creeps to victory. Watch out for those clutch moments because when Poshy Pop pops off, it's game over for the competition. Spam that hashtag GoPoshy in the chat and show him some love.
See, Mitch, my favorite copy post I saw earlier on was, I'm surprised DFN don't have more money considering the real estate they can use for Intel logos over Uber Shots' forehead.
I'm sorry, but yeah, it's unrealized gains because my forehead remains clean, unbesmirched, unmarketed. You know what I mean?
How
it's
many
not my
subs
problem if our biz dev department don't actually activate on these opportunities. I'm right
How
here,
many subs
guys.
until we get like an Intel like temporary tattoo?
Tatted on your forehead.
I mean, I will do a whole show. If we get to 500 subs, I will put an Intel sticker. I'll get an Intel sticker across my forehead for the whole show.
How big is the sticker? Because there's a lot of room to fill.
Ideally, it's gigantic. So
We want to use the real estate, we can say.
Yeah.
We're not
we
going to
need
leave
an Intel sticker.
undeveloped land for tax purposes. This is going to be full value, folks.
500 sub redos. I reckon that's pretty reasonable. And remember, everybody, at 1K, Jason shaves his hair live.
Well, that was only for last week, to be fair.
Oh, see, that's not what I heard. I don't know if there's a statute of limitation on that one. You kind of inked that deal, bro.
We're gonna have to talk to the lawyers about that one, Jason.
You can talk to my wife about that one, and I think she'll have something to say about it.
Listen, it's for the love of the game. That's all I've got to say. Love of the game. I think we are. I'm just checking where we are at in the terms of the show here. We're not too far from getting underway here, folks. So do bear with us. But again, we've sort of seen our rosters. It's worth looking back, I think, over the last few weeks and kind of give you a bit of an idea of where we are at in NA, because we're dealing with a unique situation. There's a lot of hydration faces here on this on the screen. Now, technically, they lost number 11. But the game was awarded to them after some skullduggery was uncovered. So Hydration, in theory, a really long streak of wins. But you can see here, like, they and Melee Creeps have been trading blows. Like number 13, we saw Melee Creeps look so good. Hydration retook that spot. That was a great series. And last week, it's been Melee Creeps once more. So Big and Brolic are looking to step in the arena here and, yeah, to upset this dichotomy of top NA teams. Show that the region has got some depth, some mass, some striations, you know.
Okay, calm down.
What? They're just,
I know. Keep going.
Such gigantic, engorged, swollen pectorals.
Yeah,
they jiggle like aeroplane jelly.
You know, I feel like EU and NA have kind of swapped. Wait, what?
I said they jiggle like aeroplane jelly. Wow. Just go with. You don't have aeroplane jelly? No.
It's like ballistic gel?
No, it's just a brand of jelly. It's just like our Jello. I don't know if the Brits have it, but yeah, it's Jello. All right, that's all. Ballistics gel, I guess. Yeah. Let's just do this. Let's just get into the.
So EU and NA have kind of swapped. Where EU, we saw like DMS, Paravision, Virtus Pro, known as Buff Enjoyers back then, Aegis Aurora, all battling for that crown because it kept swapping hands every single week. And now we look at EU, and it's just all Virtus Pro. Now in NA, it can swap between Melee Creeps and Hydration any single week. But with Big and Brolic in the mix now, could they potentially be that third contender to make it more of a three-way fight between these teams? As we do see our first ban coming through, and it's honestly not too surprising here, gentlemen. Sinclair, I think it's a pretty staple ban out of most teams.
Actually, what's interesting is that usually it's the team with second pick who's banning Sinclair. So this actually suggests to me Melee Creeps don't necessarily want to use the Sinclair, because I think normally
they haven't even spicy at first pick, Jake. But they're trying to secure. Oh, what's more spicy than Sinclair, though? That really feels like.
It feels like Big and Brolic probably would have banned the Sinclair. I mean, it says to me that Melee Creeps doesn't intend to use it, because this has been the definitive, like, if you don't ban it, the first pick team gets it for the last few weeks. I think Sinclair, even though it lost its game today, I mean, like the ability to instantly escape fights, like you like go in all in, attempt to fight with every single skill, and then you teleport out, and it's like unstoppable, perfect escape that you can never be caught. I think that's so incredibly potent on top of having a really powerful kit.
Don't. Okay. Come on.
Are we just off base about this? Like, genuinely, you know, we can't.
I think it's more to take away from Fish Cake, to be fair.
We can't come into the show and say TF2 Boomers are throwing by first picking Lash, then see it get second pick by Big and Brolic, and then see Melee Creeps first pick it. I feel like we have to. We have to have our come to Jeebus moment about
Lash is rising through the ranks, man.
Yeah.
And another first on the Viscous, huh?
Yeah. Gibbs did pretty well, to be fair, on the Viscous.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like he was very present around the map where he was needed. He had a couple of times he saved Ido in like 1-on-4s. My question is, though, why is there a port wine flavored aeroplane jelly?
Because my country folk.
Why do you have a wine flavored jelly?
They say the Australians like to have a bevy now and again.
We do. We crack a tinny with alarming regularity, as they say.
And one question I see is Aeroplane's port wine flavored jelly, is it okay for kids?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
great. It's great.
Aussie kids are built a little different, all right? I don't you wonder why everything's upside down, because we can't tell the difference out there.
Little Johnny doesn't want strawberry anymore. He only eats port wine flavored jelly.
I got nothing. I enjoyed my port wine airplane jelly as a kid, but you know, I don't know what the FASD statistics are in our country. We're gonna move right along.
And here we have in the US, you know, them putting warning labels: don't drink pod flavor or pod laundry detergents. Like, come on.
Guys, like, one thing I got to look at in this draft, look at this draft. This is validating, honestly, the Big and Brolic draft from last game. Like, we're seeing essentially their draft from last game being split between the two teams. Both teams prowling basically the same heroes so far at a really high level.
One thing I'm looking at when seeing this, though, is that we've heard Melee Creeps say that they scrim Big and Brolic to like warm up before events. Like these two teams have actively scrimmed against each other, whereas other teams refuse to play against Big and Brolic. May the Creeps know them inside and out. So I feel like the draft we're seeing is kind of tailored specifically towards them and isn't necessarily a normal draft. However, when one of these teams wins, you know, feel free to come into the interview and ask them that question.
Curious what goes next. 7. I mean, pretty standard high prio, I think, on the new map with the farm speed. Curious that something like Mirage and Holiday, you know, haven't gone yet. I think these are both 2 super high prio heroes that I would have expected to be taken in the first phase.
Yeah. Okay, so we obviously, that Lash Grey Talon combo is really powerful. It looks like we're really just trying to pick up our complete lanes as early as we sort of can. The Yamato obviously pretty terrifying in that previous game. But here are our second wave of bans. Okay, fair enough. Mirage is obviously always going to be high prio. Kind of feels like regardless of meta, ever since they made their way into Deadlock, they've been so hotly contested. This is a ban I'm really interested to.
It's crazy that we're 6 picks in and no Holiday, no Paradox.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy and it's not crazy, but
Raid is also
EU.
deprioritized as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
we've not seen a ton of that pick either, which to me is quite surprising. Suspense do be killing me.
What was I thinking?
The pocket ban, it's kind of surprising because I would expect Ido to be on the Yamato again. Don't know that he would have taken the pocket here.
Yeah. Obviously, kind of known for both those heroes, so.
Kind of surprised Vindicta is also not being proud. I mean, it's wild to me just how radically different the NA perspective on the game is versus the EU. I mean, just it's
Holiday here, truly.
Yeah, like there's like all like the top. You think like probably the top 5 heroes in Europe haven't gone. The Abrams though was a mainstay in Europe and was incredibly successful in all games we saw it.
I hope that's not Ido on Abrams because I saw him stream it and he is horrible on Abrams. So please don't tell me that's him. No, I hope it's going to be Yamato. But yeah, it's so weird, but it's been something
Jesus
that's
Christ,
happened.
Jason, tell me how you really feel.
What is his brand at this point, Jake? Like, this guy's been doing this for years, man. I don't know anyone else who's honestly who has this style of broadcast commentary that just about
I'm just shit talking players. That's all I live for. You know, anyway, so it is so cool to see though, like you said, Jake, like how different regions prioritize different heroes. Like Shiv massively prioritized in NA a few weeks back. EU, they joked at it and they laughed at it and we hardly ever saw it picked. And then now we're starting to see like a little bit of switch up of Abrams being a little bit higher in the pick priority. I'm still weirded out by the Lash, Grey Talon, Mo, and Krill, but for me, already seeing Melee Creeps with those 3 heroes locked in is saying they want a strong early game and transition that into the strong mid to late game like we saw Big and Brolic do before.
I mean, what we expecting like a Geist Ivy lane here again. We've seen those 2 play together specifically. They got great push potential, but they don't feel like a very powerful lane. I feel like they definitely, so they got the ability to manipulate the waves pretty well, but when they have to actually fight, when they have to throw down, it's a bit scary. I guess at least Ivy is one of the heroes that gives you legitimate roaming potential now because you can so quickly get across the map. And that's maybe something you're leaning into a little bit more now, but I'm generally like kind of mind blown that someone like Calico is getting picked so late and still no Holiday, still no Paradox here between either of these teams.
To be fair, I think during the break we did talk about like Calico, Holiday, like a lot of the heroes in 4-lane setup that had very good success were because of the ability to roam lanes so often.
But they didn't have to win lane to roam. Now they do.
So now they need to win lane to roam. Yeah. Before it was just kind of, we could just leave the lane really quickly and go for a gank and then push that Guardian down. And I think that's kind of why we've seen the success kind of be turned on its head for certain heroes in particular here.
Okay. Bebop is
I really like the Bebop, actually. I think this potentially punishes the Lash ults, potentially, you know, pulls somebody like Mo and Krill if he's going for a combo. He's like, should be an easy pull, or you can like save your teammate with that hook. So I think it's actually a really smart game to be filling the Bebop. And the rest of the draft is so solid for Big and Brolic. They really have room for this Bebop pick to finish in 6th.
So many great lane like teammates for this Bebop. Bebop Abrams with the Calico, with the Yamato. Like you're all in basically straight away. Here's the Wraith that finally sort of gets a look. Again, like, I don't know where you guys stand on this. And it was a draft that you really saw like a lot of the most powerful heroes in the previous game split, like Jake sort of pointed out. But, you know, we see some pretty powerful lane pairings on both sides. Like, I do think that Lash, if we get that Lash Grey Talon lane, that is just brimming with kill potential. Mo and Krill and Wraith also give you a lot of lockdown ability. There's obviously we have our, intended soul recipients in Grey Talon and Wraith who we really want to see get ahead here.
I'm wondering, was the Lash Grey Talon so successful last game because just the synergy between the two and the way it's played is really strong, or if the fact they're up against an Ivy Mirage is allowed them to be so strong? And I'm not really sure of the answer. Maybe Jake, you can have one for that one, because I would imagine you put them up against like a different lane setup, and they won't necessarily have the same amount of success if they're in that lane together.
I do think it's a pretty potent lane for the mid lane, with both of them being able to really leverage the high ground and like use burst nukes on the opponent. It seems like mid lane is like very susceptible to being harassed, even when you're last hitting under tower. It's not very safe. It's not very like conservative in your position, and so somebody like Talon and Lash, they're going to have the opportunities to spam their nukes on you. Lash can also like play on the high ground on mid and just slam you at any time from that top rope high ground. So I think the lane does look good. I do expect though the Bebop to be challenging it here in the mid lane for Big and Brawlic, and that introduces a real X factor for somebody like Grey Talon who wants to be focusing on their aim, putting down damage. If the hook comes in, it completely changes that dynamic.
I also want to point out, as we head to lane, Poppers was cracked, like individually, on that Grey Talon. So confident, really clean, and really, very, very dangerous. So we are going to see that Wraith and the Mo and Krill lane there for melee creeps. They do split up the Ivy and Geist. So it's going to be Geist and Lash, and then Ivy with the Grey Talon.
Just anywhere the Bebop is, I'm expecting a lot of emphasis in this early game, right? Bebop, we've seen what he can do in terms of like starting the game off strong and getting a snowball rolling.
Well, beat Boop, we're off to work already. Sire.
I mean, the hooks are just so damn deadly when it comes to the lane, especially if you pair him with someone who has like some great damage. I mean, obviously Viscous has some good burst. You can also puddle punch them back when you get hooked in as well. So it does create some like really decent kill potential here. And Yams, I feel like Big and Brawlic, if you get going like we saw in our first match in EU, like a Bebop can just really open up the entire game, and somehow he gets a free stick here and almost a kill actually on the side.
Damage is really good. You can see you've got like one dedicated harasser and one dedicated last hitter in that sort of lane. Not the Viscous is obviously the best until they've got like high caliber rounds where they can actually easily take that last hit. But Yams rather spending all their time just being a bloody nuisance. Popper forced back there. You can see Calico try to come forward, but now life drain used by AVG. That does mean that Fishcake has to take a breather, and Poppers is very low.
So we didn't actually call this out yet, but Ido is going to be on the Abrams, and it's going to be Poppers on the Yamato. So we're going to see a little bit of a switch up here than what we kind of expected in that lineup. Obviously, Gibbs going to be still on the 7. There's not the 7. The Viscous and Pure Content going from the Mo over to 7 in this game. So yeah, I mean, I was kind of joking earlier when I said, I've seen Ido play Abrams. Obviously, when you're playing pubs, it's, it can be hit or miss. But we'll see how it's going to work when it comes to him in his lane with Pure Content with a 7 Abrams matchup.
All right. Ido's been sitting on those souls for a little bit. Just restorative shot, melee lifesteal, pretty standard combo here. Obviously good for that sustain in the lane. And Abrams pretty scary, even at an early point in the game. Axe is going to get hooked in here, but just a bomb thrown there. And that'll be shrugged off with a stone idol. Means that Axe is going to be protected from that explosion. And we have our Grey Talon back in lane. Sire has returned.
I am a bit confused though, because looking at Yams, a lot of the Bebops we see nowadays, they'll get like hook in their uppercut. They want to actually go and bomb early. And we saw him go for bomb as he hit like level 2. The uppercut just gives you so much more control. I mean, I guess maybe damage is something they're worried about in their lane. That's what why they ended up going that route. But you can imagine you hook in the Ivy and you knock him back. The Stoneform is only going to get you so far, which allows Gibbs to open up and create a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, I guess obviously that true kill potential is pretty only locked up when you have a point in each of those 1 through 3 abilities. But you can see quite easily you can get within range to stick a bomb there and fight in a melee capacity. But the Mystic Reach was taken there by the Bebop, excuse me. So Yams will have those longer hooks. Popper's very low, so this is a bit of a struggle lane for Big and Brawlic, where you really expect them to have a lot of their emphasis placed on this part of the map. This time around, that mid lane has suffered a little bit under this melee creeps pressure. Low man, of course, on the Lash, looking for a chance, and definitely has a drop in here as you can see the pursuit coming through. Fishcake caught by that one, chunked down pretty heavily. AVG with their life drain as well definitely causes Fishcake to have to respect.
Gotta be very careful though. Again, like it's going to be very hard to take down Fish Cake because he's going to have the extra healing throughout in this lane. You look at low main. I mean, currently at 2.7. If you look at like kind of the matchups here, right? Popper's at 2.1. Low main, he's like 800 souls ahead of that. Fish Cake's at 2.2. And of course, AVG is at 3K. So we already see like a big lead being built up for melee creeps. Not to mention, they do have their ultimates online here, and Big and Brolic don't have a single one. And melee creeps, if they want to use this advantage, this is the perfect time to do so.
Yeah. It's the mid lane, of course, is where those ultimates have come up first. Here's the hook. This time there will be an uppercut. It's going to be Divine Shield popped instantly, though, by Saya. Driving it back away. Yam's going to spend some of the rest of the time doing some healing. Now, of course, with that Spirit Strike, definitely a lot of burst potential still on this Bebop at a pretty early stage of the game. Push here up from melee creeps now in that middle part of the map. We're looking at the right lane, though, is definitely where Big and Brolic look their best. Still not really been able to convert that, though, into any massive advantage.
Yeah, we did see them use the Death Slam, the Soul Exchange, but with nothing really being netted from that, it's kind of unfortunate considering now their opponents are going to be hitting that 3K mark and potentially can turn things around. The left lane, the Ido and the Pure content, I feel like that's kind of one of the more interesting ones because you do have a lot of kill potential. And speaking of kill potential, Fish Cake down to 8 HP, just trying to escape here, and it looks like he will potentially be able to.
Well, man, actually not trying to go for that. Shadow Transformation here for Popez. Dangerous for AVG. Oh, so dangerous. Crimson Slash combined, of course, with that Feral Leap will claim the kill. That's Big and Brolic eventually get what they wanted in that middle part of the map, which is shocking considering how low Fish Cake was.
And now with the restorative locket picked up here for Poppers, it's going to be even harder to kill him. You can see him using it onto his teammate, a Fish Cake, to make sure that Owl doesn't finish him off. The Hyper Beam going to be coming through out of Yams. Will be canceled quite early, though, as they did go for a push here onto the right-hand lane. But 6 minutes in, and it feels like all Guardians really haven't been hit too much, except maybe on this right-hand lane, with melee creeps currently sitting behind.
Yeah, I mean, there's no pressure on this Guardian either. Big and Brolic have been working around it. Again, you're against an Ivy Talon lane, so I guess there's pretty good wave clear underneath the Guardian. And for the most part, Big and Brolic want to fight. They do want to probably try and actually get some lead in lane here, like, you know, which is more than just like the soul difference from farm, which there is somewhat of a lead there, but not overall. Maybe the denies as well have been a problem for Big and Brolic in this lane, because looking at it now, melee creeps are slightly in the lead.
Which is interesting considering like Bebop is, oh, right, actually we see a hook come in yet again onto the Great Talon Saya. I mean, yeah, he's gonna be fine to escape this one. Like, the thing is, they're both gonna be very heavy spirit damage for the poke that they're gonna be doing, and I think it's a great itemization out of Saya and Axe to make sure that they don't actually get bursted in this. But with Bebop, I mean, I feel like he's one of the best heroes in the game when it comes to denying souls. And we already talked to Lightbringer earlier on, and it's something you kind of have to keep track of here, considering it's now you lose 50% of the souls if you do get the deny on it. And we've seen a lot of punishment from that just in the last match alone.
Yeah. Okay, another hook attempt here. This one misses. There was a puddle punch that knocked Saya out into the open. Big and Brolic really want to fight because they haven't gotten a lead in this lane outside of that. But now, like, I guess you've got to get multiple hooks within the cooldown rotation of the Divine Shield, but both of those melee creep laners have it. And that is the standard response, I think, to dealing with Bebop in the lane, right? It's an item you have to save up a little bit more for, of course, but once you have it, you're not really afraid of getting hooked.
I think actually Saya and Axe probably deserve a lot of credit here to not miss out on too much farm under their actual Guardian here against, considering they're being forced to farm under the Guardian for the most part of this. They're doing a fairly damn good job, but considering we're almost 8 minutes in, there's been really not much action here between these two teams. I'm kind of surprised to see it kind of stagnate, considering you do have a lot of kill potential out of both teams in just separate lanes.
But you don't have a good push, really, with this Big and Brolic setup. Like, you don't have a great way of actually shoving these lanes down. Obviously, Bebop not known for his prowess in that regard. Can use, obviously, bomb charges, but he is low main. Death Slam. No catch there. Fish Cake able to hide out of line of sight for the most part. This is about to get heavy, though, because the players are coming in from the right side lane as well. Big fight about to brew. Cold Front got to be used, and Popper stays on the periphery as AVG is the first casualty in that fight. Big and Brolic succeeding. When push comes to shove in these proper engagements, Saya taken down, and low main also forced to their demise after not getting any value off that ultimate. And I think, Jake, at this point, Big and Brolic maybe, you know, trying to force things in these lanes, but when they get a true fight, they seem to be pretty deadly.
That's a crucial fight in the jungle. Gonna open up a few more camps there for Big and Brolic. The lead is small, but it's something that you could potentially work with going forward, and it's something Melee Creeps need to watch out for. That being said, though, I think that last ult connects could have been a very different engagement with Poppers dropping extremely low. So it's a nice comeback fight for him with how difficult the mid lane was for quite a while. I'm impressed with both teams how in the losing lanes they're able to keep this very, very stable.
All right. 4K is the sole lead for Big and Brolic. Still no Guardians falling, in fact. Not a whole lot of pressure to that effect from Big and Brolic, who are trying to take these sort of lane matchups and win them out. But it's been tough for them in mid. Melee Creeps definitely have a lead there in terms of that Guardian health. But in the left side lane, after Idorians goes down, it has to be a storm cloud here for peer content just to keep the minions pushing away.
It's kind of funny. Like, once there's a crack in that dam, the floodwaters come through. We see that initial fight go the way of Big and Brolic 3-0, and then the respawns come back through. The boost as well used down the zip line to make sure to get some kills with their ultimates. And speaking of that, we see the goo ball come in out of Gibbs, looking for the chase here yet again onto Melee Creeps, trying to dive under the Guardian. And Cool Cheese on very low HP as he's finished off by the fist of Ido.
Yeah, and now that Ido's back, things are getting pretty ugly there for Melee Creeps. This is golden opportunity, of course, to push in and take that Guardian and finally start to open things up in this game a little bit more. And Idorian knows there's buffs around the map that need to be collected. That's AVG falling. But on the left-hand side of the map, excuse me, that's the peer content, the single player for Big and Brolic over there. So Melee Creeps can turn this into an exchange of Guardians. They've got, obviously, great Guardian pressure in the form of that Wraith. And, oh, buddy, peer content, as soon as they return to the lane, getting hooked out. There's no Guardian to hide under now. 4 players for Big and Brolic, chasing after the Burrowed Mo and Krill. And Cool Cheese probably not going to be able to get away here. Forced to emerge now. Walker's starting to go to work, but Cool Cheese is down. Shadow Form going to be used. This is probably just for safety's sake. As Popper's got what they came for.
Now trading a guard and a piece on the left and the right-hand lane. Looks like Pure Content's going to retreat back to the left-hand lane to stop any sort of push onto the Walker, but kind of expected and kind of like the play being forced out of Big and Brolic's hand, considering they did leave that left-hand side completely open once Ido did get eliminated. So at least a good trade here between the both teams, but we're still looking towards that second Guardian to really be like the pivot point here when we get those flex slots unlocked. And Ido just goes ham directly up against AVG, 400 HP, trying to stay out of range of that soul exchange, and he does keep his distance, and AVG might be going down. He's on low HP. He finally falls to Ido. The cube comes through as well to block out the combat of Cool Cheese, and Big and Brolic are looking big.
I was going to say, there's no way Idorian gets away from that. Axe does eventually at least turn that into a trade, but with AVG and Sire having gone down in that fight, Melee Creeps don't have a lot of strength to work with, but a telekinesis wielding Poshy Pop was able at least to get involved. Now though, push back of course onto this mid-side Guardian, while Melee Creeps again look to exchange for the right side Guardian. Melee Creeps actually ahead in terms of those objectives for now, and it's bound to be remediated here if they linger in mid to push up.
I mean, Yams just shut down that Death Slam at a low main with the hook, and this is what we talked about in the draft. That's going to be such a good counter to preventing low main from getting any of these Death Slams through. The other difficulty for Yams is he has to be hyper aware when we get into this grouping out of Big and Brolic when they do decide to do so, because we saw in the last match alone that a lash can come from pretty much anywhere. But looking at Melee Creeps, Poshy Pop, I think we kind of wondered last week, like, when is he going to start to get involved in some of these fights, because he's typically the person being fed over to the farm, and we're seeing him involved, I think, very early on, or a lot earlier than maybe they expected him to, because of how far behind Melee Creeps got.
And here it is, Lomane trying to back away, definitely able to draw this ultimate out of Poppers, who's able to find Axe here. Shadow Transformation also will allow Melee Creeps to take the final Guardian. So despite struggling, coming up second best in some of these fights on a macro level, Big and Brolic aren't always able to, have these equivalent exchanges of value.
I mean, I'm looking towards what are they going to do with this urn here. We saw Pure Content pick it up, backed away towards this Walker, because we did have the push out of AVG and Poshy Pop since they obviously lost out on the Guardians. In the meantime, we do see Big and Brolic going for a play onto the mid Walker, going to get it down to about half HP as the counter push potentially coming out of Big and Brolic here. But I believe with Pure Content actually going to be lead the charge here with the Storm Cloud, he's going to actually fall out of range of the rest of his enemies. So he forced to cancel that one as Ido's just trying to survive, and he goes down to Poshy Pop, and this is not what you want to see, man. 15k for Poshy Pop, and he's continuing to build up a lead here.
Poshy Pop is low in fairness. They're being chased right now by Gibbs. Goo Ball used to try and somehow get over towards the Wraith, but I think Poshy Pop's gotten out of this one and gotten away with it. Gibbs is very low now, taking a ton of damage from AVG on that low ground, and realizes there's no exchange to be had here. I just don't feel like the spacing was right there for Peer Content. They were too far away from Idorian to actually help them out in that fight. And there's no guarantee Gibbs gets away with this, by the way. 20 health in a dream on top of those buildings. They are going to get a sneak back to safety.
Commitment of resources out of Big and Brolic, putting Ido into the left-hand lane to make sure they can't push on to the Walkers. We do see Peer Content getting very low in health, and consider they're trying to run the urn. They cannot afford to lose him. Pop does pick it up in his stead. Maybe trying to run it back, but he still has so many other so many other enemies to actually worry about before he can safely get this urn turned in.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a big fight here. Death Slam just to catch Gibbs probably feels like it's worth it. It's going to be a cube instantly popped. As Lomane touches down, sees an opportunity to turn this urn in. My God, we are valuing this very highly. With Sire on guard duty, though, it will be a full turn in for melee creeps. Poshipop, of course, had to get out of the fight earlier on. Is still pretty low, but trying to track across the map here to help with mid. A lot of pressure onto Axe now as this Walker is suffering some extreme scrutiny. Hook there, catches out the Ivy. Axe has to pop the Divine Barrier, Resto, lock it, and get away. Enough shielding to avoid, once again, this Bebop who really just hasn't been able to find a ton of value. There's been a decent shutdown, I think, on the Death Slam, but when it comes to securing kills in lane, it wasn't quite there for Yams. They do at least get a Walker.
I think like past the laning phase, obviously he hit a lot of hooks, but I don't think they really had a combo to guarantee any kills with the Bebop and the Viscous. I feel like his transition to mid game has been pretty damn good, though. He's been in very pivotal positions. Again, the hook on the low mains Death Slam earlier on, that was towards mid lane, prevented any deaths from coming through. But also, he's being very active to roam around the map and push objectives down. He gets the mid lane Walker. Like, that's another flex slot for Big and Brolic. They're only up 4K at the moment, but unlocking these extra flex slots, not to mention that mid control that they now have, there's no safety to retreat to for melee creeps anymore when it comes to middle. Does open up the jungle if Big and Brolic want to use that as a way to punish melee creeps.
Yeah, I mean, that part of the map is so open now. Melee creeps, though, still have somewhat of the ability to farm that. It really depends if melee creeps can start to push up these peripheral lanes a little bit more. We're owling out here over that urn location, getting a bit of information. There's nothing really to see here for Sire. Peer Content has get themselves tucked in. This really is just for pure scouting purposes. A mobile ward fight off there by melee creeps, and they do want to try and fight for that urn location. Get that picked up. Here comes the slam. Yams going to be chucked over towards the urn location itself, and that is one dead Bebop turning for scrap metal in a matter of seconds.
Melee creeps going to pick up the urn. Okay, so they do grab it onto Saya. You can see the teleport coming in out of melee creeps to get over towards that left-hand side to punish potentially Ido, who's overextended with Gibbs.
Lomane canceled, though.
Yeah, I guess Lomane, considering he doesn't have ultimate, he's not going to be too successful. Instead, he wants to keep the pressure on and keep Big and Brolic honest here on this right lane.
Oh, wait a minute. You can catch... Oh, no! Oh, Axe, it's tough to get away. There's a bit of a wind-up time on that sort of airdrop, but Fishcake came in with a big damage off the feral leap. And that's awkward. If Lomane had opted maybe to go through that TP and help out, could have been a different story. Either way, a lot of fighting over that urn turning location once more. Poppers. Shadow transformation time. We're going to try and shade. What a connection! Look at that rage. Oh, God. Saya gets caught out here. Spirits there, though, does make it a little bit hard for Yamato to get to the intended target. And Peer Content has gone down. Another Guardian, though, for melee creeps has fallen. Lomane, though, has an opportunity to burst this Yamato down. And finally, Pop's reign of terror comes to an end. Urn now. Another one for melee creeps might have just been scooped up. And Cool Cheese turns it in.
And that's them getting the lead. 4K. The thing is, they're losing objectives. Again, we're seeing Yams commit here towards another Walker. I don't think he's going to be able to get this one. He will fall before he does get the finish on it, but gets a massive amount of damage onto that Walker yet again. I didn't think melee creeps would kind of be falling behind when it comes to the macro game, but you have to credit to Big and Brolic where it's due here. The urn versus a Walker, it's not going to be a favorable trade for you to get for you to go for the urn instead. And I really have to wonder, like, Poppers, he committed so heavily from the backhand side. I think is they got the kill onto Axe, which prevented Saya from rotating with the urn earlier. And then Poppers uses the Crimson Strike, or the Flying Strike, to actually catch on to him, and then had to actually pop a Shadow Transformation too early because they didn't want to get stunned by the Walker.
Such a big catch on Peer Content here. They're going to be hard-pressed to get away with that one. You'll notice that once we get a chance to look at the build here for Yams, you'll notice that they are actually building some of those gun-oriented items here. I think I have Burst Fire Swift Striker, so again, that fire rate has been increased. But Burst Fire only activates when you hit an enemy hero, so less important for split pushing. But yeah, this Bebop starting to invest a little bit more in the potency of that gun, and it definitely does help them as they try and push across the map. No connection though off that hook. Yams is looking to try and force people away. Above them, of course, is Idorian, who's been able to stave off melee creeps, get them out of his face. We're tipping it across the map. Maybe a quick play here on the Poshy Pop. They, though, look like they've spaced out enough from this, but are they aware of what is coming? Oh, what a catch across the map. My goodness. Posh Pop, of course, able to TP out of that, but this is just pressure onto another Guardian.
Yeah, no silence, unfortunately, for Yams there to shut down and potentially lock in Poshy Pop. But again, another objective taken. That's currently 4-3 in Big and Brolic. They're still going to be behind when it comes to the lead, though. And this is where melee creeps are really going to start to stretch their legs. And this is what I worry about Big and Brolic. Obviously, having to bring in poppers to the team. It's like, how strong is their macro play? How much have they focused on getting as maximal farm as they possibly can out of these jungles to continue to build up their lead and continue to run away with it? I mean, they're ahead when it comes to flick slots. They're down currently 6k in souls.
Almost 20 minutes into the game now. Pretty close. I mean, at this point, 20 minutes and only 6k souls. It's hardly anything. See Big and Brolic set up there across that high ground, and there's a speculative hook there from Yams with no catch. We have an Urn, obviously having spawned in here. Melee creeps might be looking to push that left side lane out to make it an easy pickup. But here, Cool Cheese going for the combo on Idorian. Scary prospect, though. He knows just how dangerous Abrams can be, but Idorian hasn't had a chance to do anything. A death slam at point blank range used just to make it so Abrams couldn't act. It's a goon swad that gamps and gangs straight onto that guy.
I kind of don't hate it. I mean, that's a lot of ultimates to commit for one player and for an Abrams, but if you can make a push on the walker off the back of it, it'd be pretty damn successful. Again, Yams able to land another hook here on a Cool Cheese. Just going to warp stone and unfortunately into a sign. Just trying to buy some time. There's no backup coming for him. Instead, the fight's all on the left-hand side of the map.
What is happening here, Big and Brolic? Happy to take a fight like this, I'm sure. Pierre doesn't quite get away. Cool Cheese out of nowhere. And Gams is going to be able to bring them down. Very, very messy stuff. A 2-for-3 trade overall, though. That Urn, of course, has grown feet of its own and is heading back to its initial location. Return to Shadows used here to try and chase down Poshy Pop, who is fed, but clearly not ready to show what they've been working on in the hyperbolic time chamber. It's going to be fish cake to fall here, leave a bit of a bag. Leave Big and Brolic with 3 players across the map, and now this pressure on the walker will allow them to snap that up too, leaving only 1 standing for melee creeps.
Man, the objective game at a Big and Brolic is honestly pretty strong. Whoever's leading for them, like the calls they're making to decide to go for pushes onto like these walkers or these guardians, realizing they lost the fight on the other side of the map, has been pretty damn spot on. And Ido, with the Urn in hand, is trying to run it to the right hand side. The Owl's going to be coming through though. The hook to get him there a little bit quicker. But we can already see Low Main's waiting, just he has no ultimate up.
That was an Owl that came in. Airdrop also available. A shortage of stuns at the disposal of melee creeps here. And Axe is just circling like a vulture. Looking for the time to go in. Idorian does get hit with the stun briefly. Gibbs going to be caught with a death slam. And buddy, it's tough out there for Idorian. Again, CC'd into the next dimension. On board with Low Main here, who was one of the players that set up that big pick-off. And this time, melee creeps, they don't miss. Urn recovered, about to be turned in. And they're looking at this right side walker themselves.
3rd Urn of the game for melee creeps, which is one of the reasons why they're able to get such a lead, albeit only about 7k at the moment. But this walker, you have to imagine, will be going down here. A great little dive in at a Low Main to get Yams extremely low on health, and he just has a hard time tracking him down. Posh Pop gets the kill. They're going to continue to push through.
Transformation now for Poppers. Has to be a big moment for this Yamato. There's just too much pressure to deal with. Melee creeps, they do lose a walker in the meantime. This fight is drawn out long enough to allow them to at least extract some form of retribution across the map, and they might look to be chasing Sire there. This is Big and Brolic, of course, on the back foot through the middle of the map, and you see melee creeps head to try and defend that left side lane. Idorian doesn't want to give them the space. Chasing down Cool Cheese here as the warp stone away. Slowed up briefly. They are going to be allowed to retreat.
I don't know how Fishcake gets away from that. There's an Owl coming through out of side to chase down onto him. I guess he juked well enough that the backup wasn't going to be there in time for melee creeps, and they just both retreat, going back to farm up their own jungles. You can see that melee creeps don't really have much of the jungle left to farm here, and it's actually kind of diagonally accessible here. Not accessible, but diagonally between the 2 teams is what's available. So I'd imagine we're going to see both teams kind of avoiding a fight here at the moment. Only 10k difference though. It's kind of surprising 24 minutes in, but to be fair, Big and Brolic with more objectives are actually the ones behind by 10k.
That's the concerning part, I think. But there were so many urns back to back.
Yeah.
I want to suggest there's almost 9k souls worth of urns, if not more, that melee creeps were able to consecutively turn in.
It's like 3 for the first one, 4 for the second one, and like 5 for the third one.
Oh, right. So yeah, even more than
like
that.
12k.
Substantial when you sort of think of it that way. Melee creeps have been able to take some pretty potent fights, and a lot of it, honestly, they've been targeting Idorian, saying we are not going to give Big and Brolic the chance to engage. I'm pretty sure Gibbs and Ido died first in that last fight. And when the Abrams is caught in the Death Slam, they're at the mercy of what melee creeps have, and what they have is a ton of damage to follow up something like that. They've got 31k souls on Poshipop as well. Well worth keeping an eye on them. Whereas Fishcake at 31k is totally fine. I mean, you love the fact that, you know, eventually you can start to work on that burst damage available to Calico, but initially a lot of those souls are going to durability.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can bring Jake in here and talk about this. I mean, personally, I would rather have that 31k onto Poppers here. Actually, you know what? We're going to have to hold on to him for this, because every single time I try to bring in the analysts to talk, we always seem to have a fight breakout, Mitch.
Nah, we're going to have to get through this one here. It's going to be ETH shift for Fishcake. Remember, the sole leader on Big and Brolic, but they pop just as easy as anyone else. Melee creeps. Get rid of the leader on Big and Brolic, and now they want to push up. We do have another urn in play. They're getting more and more valuable, more and more coveted. But melee creeps are also eyeing off 2 walkers that are a little exposed here. And of course, the sort of piggy bank of souls that they represent that could put them, I guess, at a tipping point in terms of the stat check at this point in the game.
I would imagine melee creeps are going to look to push this one, because they took out like the most farm person in the enemy team. Lomane fluffs his Death Slam though, cannot catch out Poppers, but he did force a Shadow Transformation, even though we saw the Death Slam was not going to hit. So that's a major ultimate now down. They still can't go for mid though, because they have to worry about Ido with that Seismic Slam.
Yeah, again, you want to initiate before you get sort of jumped on. But geez, the gun damage from, my God, Yams is actually hitting mega hard with that laser. They're getting in trouble here though, but it looks like, yeah, Lomane does not want to commit to that fight at all. Saya just gets taken for nothing. Lomane ends up getting chased down. Idorian though will be traded out. That's Poshipop, of course, still looking pretty scary on the Wraith. Fishcake getting comboed here, and surprising how quickly they pop despite how much souls they've invested in their resilience. And there'll be a cut off here. Pinch now over towards the middle part of the map. Fishcake going very, very low. AVG has to respect the fact that there's a gigantic Yamato being dangled in their face, but Poppers doesn't have Shadow Transformation available, Jason. It was forced out earlier by the Lash Dive.
Yeah, and they can't fight this. They don't have damage. I mean, Poshipop on the Wraith, 33k is just going to be wiping the floor with them completely. This could potentially open up a mid-boss here if Poshipop can stay alive. Gets knocked perfectly into the shop. Says thank you to Yams. He's going to head over to mid-boss, and they're going to look for the first reju take of the game.
Yeah, and look, now we're getting into a pretty powerful point on this Wraith. Crippling Headshot, Intensifying Magazine, all there. To say it was a power spike probably isn't quite selling it here adequately. So melee creeps, after a bit of a scrappy skirmish, going to be able to take this away. I think it's only the Bebop in the vicinity. It's only Yams. I don't think they're going to seriously try and go for this rejuve. So big advantages, and still 2 walkers waiting to be gobbled up by melee creeps.
Exactly. They're 13k ahead, and they still have objectives to take, where Big and Brolic have nothing left to take for themselves except the base of melee creeps. You can see them starting to group up here, looking for a push or a potential deny on this urn turn in. But we can see that it's just Ido. He's going to be holding on to it in the right lane. There's no real chance he's going to go for actually picking this up, but he has to start to make his way over, because you know that melee creeps are going to look to force a fight.
There's Lomane getting caught up yet again. I said the gun damage follow-up pretty impressive here. See that Intensifying Magazine, pretty scary when you have high fire rate, the burst fire. I don't want to deal with that Bebop at all at this point. Also, escalating resilience is making him better in those engagements. There's a little more drawn out fights. No Lomane, bit of a, I think someone in chat put it, a Blowmane moment. Still an 11k soul lead. Still those walkers up.
The spirit urn is waiting.
I think they're going to wait for Lomane just to get for the respawn. He still has his Death Slam up. I think they're going to finally make their push once he does return back out of base. I'm starting to look towards Saya just a bit here, because he's going to be one of the biggest proponents of like their spirit damage coming through. Obviously, AVG is going to be doing quite a bit as well, sitting at 33k souls. And, you know, hold on. This one, yeah, he's going to be locked up in the combo and finished off. But, you know, I don't, not to like hate on him, but the Abrams hasn't been as successful as, like, for instance, like Listic back when we looked at the Virtus Pro match just before this.
Yep. I mean,
and he's going to start to fall off.
There's so much lockdown on this Melee Creeps roster, right? They have the Ivy ult that stuns. They have the Owl. They have Combo. They have Telekinesis. They have Death Slam. Maybe he's the only one without a crippling amount of crowd control at their disposal. This earn pickup should be pretty straightforward unless somehow Poppers is able to intervene through the middle part of the map, because look how far up Melee Creeps have pushed here. So this is going to represent an increase of this lead. Owl comes in, but the timing's off. Big and Brawler can't actually look in the chase to try and go for a fight. And I don't really know if there's any way Melee Creeps make use of that, but it's information.
Just to secure the urn. Just keep them back, secure the urn. That's the 4th of the game for them now, as they're looking almost a 20k lead. Now the push is going to be coming through because they lured 2 players away, Poppers and Gibbs, over towards the mid lane. Melee Creeps have such a man advantage, not to mention Yams is still down. This Walker is going to fall, and that's going to help equalize things here for Melee Creeps and objectives.
Yeah, and there's obviously like a decay available, so you throw that on Idori and really start to punish there, make it pretty hard for them to have an impact. Leech also picked up by AVG. Scary item to deal with when you're talking about the healing reduction that it applies. Some for like Poppers and Idorian who want to sort of rely off some of that lifesteal. No hook on that. No connection on the hook, rather a silence on Yams. The low man's able to take the Walker. We might see Big and Brolic try and do something off the back of this. Remember, Rejuve in play for most of Melee Creeps though. And Big and Brolic can't catch them.
Hey, you brought up a good point earlier about Ido and the oh my god, did you really just hit this hook? Low main. I mean, I should be able to escape from this one, but that was a pretty ridiculous hook to hit. But you talked about, you know, Ido, there's so much CC on Melee Creep's side, and think about all the Abrams we've seen today in DFN in EU. It's been Phantom Strike Abrams. If you're Ido, I don't think you can invest in Phantom Strike over Unstoppable. He does have Phantom Strike now. Okay. So he went with that.
Yeah, so he chose for that. He obviously chose that instead of Unstoppable. That's a fair conversation, right? Like, do you maybe need to think about debuff reduction? Maybe you have debuff reducer as well, or remover, as it were. We'll get a look at those items pretty soon, but it is Phantom Strike pickup. I do remember that much.
I mean, he could catch Pashi, he could catch Saya, but like Axe can peel, Low Main can peel, Cool Cheese can peel.
Cool Cheese happy to soak this damage. Oh god, it's pretty scary coming the other way though. Shadow Transformation used in quite the hurry by Poppers as they realize just how fed Poshy Pop is at 41k. Oh, what a catch. That is stunning stuff. Shadow Transformation again. Of course, that refresher allows you to go once more. Saya low, trying to get away from this Yamato. Poppers does not want to give up. Chasing the geriatric Archer and gets comboed on their way through. There are layers upon layers upon layers of defensive architecture here for Saya. Rolling 40 deep out there in the Cursed Apple. But AVG does go down. Magic Carpet time. Big fan of that, as Axe is the subject of Gibbs' scrutiny. A drawn-out fight to be sure over on this lane, but Yams has gone down. That disruption mid-fight now no longer available. Without peer content, you've lost your sustained damage as well. This is going from bad to worse now. I do Fishcake and Gibbs. None of them really have huge amounts of damage to output, but they can chase down some of these low targets still. And they get 2 of them. Melee Creeps down to 3. A bona fide 3 versus 3 here. Return to Shadows is going to be used now. Cool Cheese in a 1 versus 3. It's getting a bit scary. Warpstone out now, and there's some reinforcements at least for Melee Creeps. Axe is close by. Has the ability to heal up, or at least get that Watcher's Covenant in play for more sustain. Stoneline are going to be thrown down, but a Return to Shadows used there by Fishcake, put their low. Idorian seen better days, and Poshy Pop returns to the fight. Gibbs absolutely nuked. Poshy Pop getting amongst it now, but has to retreat to the high ground for a time. Big and Brolic have Fishcake very low, and Idorian gets ripped to shreds, hoping to find a little bit more. A trade for Cool Cheese, a messy, drawn-out fight. But for Melee Creeps, they don't lose anything as a result of cutting it so close.
Big and Brolic had to commit so much to get those initial kills. Low main, he gets into the backline of Big and Brolic. He gets 2 kills himself and tries to escape. Not to mention, we saw Poppers have to invest a Shadow Transformation and a Refresher with another Shadow Transformation to try to take Saya down. But the thing was, Pashi wasn't being disrupted in this fight. He was kind of keeping his distance, making sure he can, you know, attack from a good range, make sure he doesn't get caught on by Big and Brolic, considering Low main wasn't there to help assist him. But you can't leave Pashi alone. 45,000 souls, and he just saw him shred through Ido as Ido tried to go for the chase onto him. They almost finished him off here, but Fishcake was too low to go for the actual completion of that kill. And I'm surprised to see Low main actually put up that much damage towards the backside of Big and Brolic. And Saya, I don't know if it was just from what I saw, but it looked like he actually dashed through Poppers to make him miss his power slash, because Saya should have died way earlier in that one, which would have lengthened Popper's shadow transformation, which could potentially have made the fight completely turn out differently.
It's worth pointing out that the Yamato is pretty terrifying. Getting close to their 40k souls, Poppers does have a refresher, so we're looking at multiple iterations of shadow transformation. The Yamato is very sticky. It's very hard to get her off you. I think Saya felt that firsthand. But your boy Poshy Pop is getting close to 50k now. Absolutely terrifying. Mid boss, of course, represents the next opportunity for a big old fight.
They're chasing onto Gibbs. Telekinesis was used to catch him out. Metal Skin being popped as well to try to survive here. Magic Carpet, that's the only safety you need, as it does get away.
That's it. I love to see some Magic Carpet action. It's been a little while, but it's fun. I mean, geez, Leech as well on Poppers. Christ. Obviously, you know, that means that if like people are dying, you're getting a big heal. So for each kill you get, that's only sort of part of what Leech offers you. There's a bunch of other stuff. It really you know, builds out of that heal bane. So it's giving you that life steal on Spirit and Bullet. It's very, very powerful. So seeing two big tier 4s there is pretty terrifying. What is it? Okay, so Curse also picked up here for Yams.
That's huge, actually.
Yep.
Like that actually makes it very possible to kill anyone if you pull him in. Low main's gonna die. AVG can die within that. Cool Cheese is maybe the only one who won't necessarily die once you get the hook, but there's so much kill potential now out of Yams if they can play around these hooks.
They're basically just turning a hero off entirely. This is how you stay relevant, is, you know, a bebop into the late game right now. Yeah, your opponents can use all this stuff to get out of your hooks. Poppers here's in trouble. Yep. Don't even bother about shadow transformation. No chance to use the refresher there. That's bad. That is very bad for Big and Brolic. They've got a Yamato for about 65 seconds. Feel like a little bit more off the back of this, and it's a guaranteed mid-boss play. There's also an urn out there. There's a lot to be collecting around the map, and Idorian doesn't want to get too far away from them here, but Gibbs gets caught out as well, and Big and Brolic might have to full commit and try and take some sort of equal trade here. They get rid of Axe, but it's hardly a priority target for the Sapphire side. And AVG is behind them somewhere, perhaps possibly just undetected with that soul exchange available. They might run headlong into Ido in just a second, but they've been undetected so far. Mid-boss
trying to
Jason,
do.
I'm feeling it.
I was trying to do math in my head to see where this urn tournament would be.
Bro,
And he's got his ult though.
Yeah, of course, soul exchange was there. Oh, the lasers go to work. A late pick off at AVG, and because this fight happens before a mid-boss take for melee creeps, they don't have a reduced cooldown time. So 60 seconds for AVG. Both teams down to 4 for the time being. The urn in the hands of melee creeps.
I don't know if this is a... I mean, I guess they do have Poppers coming in. I think he probably has Refresher up by now. You can see his shadow transformation is up momentarily too, so this should be a pretty easy secure out of him. But melee creeps, you do have low main to potentially come in. He just has no death slam to open up any sort of fight, and he's not even there yet.
I'm gonna go for this. Poshy's here, so Fed.
I heard a combo.
Okay, this combo going off. You're right. I heard that. Poshy Pop gets rid of Poppers here. Oh, jumping in with the slam. Rejuvenator up for grabs here. Peer content's going to be able to sneak it away. But what will the cost be in this fight for Big and Brolic? They lost 2 already. Obviously, we'll be respawning quickly in theory. It's going to be Poshy now in trouble. Under pressure from Gibbs. Able to get away. Melee Creeps unsuccessful. But they trade a 2-for-1 there. Oh, now it's even. 70 seconds on Saya. Ethereal Shift has to be used by Poshy Pop, but you feel like their goose is close to cook. They've got a TP away, and Gibbs gets a little bit of extra damage. Melee Creeps might have fumbled the bag here, folks. Big and Brolic redo buff. They're charging straight down the middle of the map. They still want to fight here. And fight they will, given half the chance. Fishcake comes forward. Tries to wrap around. Does see out in the distance. The threat of low main is still real, even though they don't have a death slam available. They've been pretty hard to catch here. And here's that return of shadows now. For safety's sake, at least. Fishcake, though, gets rid of those minions, and they're going to start shoving in.
I mean, Fishcake's looking more like a beefcake right now. 50,000 souls, has 4.5 thousand HP. Just get knocked trying to use the zipline there. He's extremely hard to deal with. Has Colossus, has Ethereal Shift, going to go back in yet again, looking for another kill. Cool Cheese does have his combo up, though. He's looking for potentially to take out Ido. But again, you have to worry about the fact they do have Rejuve. Doesn't want to overequip because the reinforcements are here.
They cubed Ido, so they're able to get the Abrams out, not lose that Rejuve buff. He is going to be able to walk away. At this point, it looks like melee creeps have nothing to do except maybe start to clear camps. Think about an Urn fight here. They know they are going to have to beat Big and Brolic, you know, are in the open where it matters. And they're probably hoping for a fight where Lomain actually gets to be there to start with, as opposed to a little awkwardly starting a fight over mid boss, in which, in fairness, we see Poshibov get 2 kills earlier. That's probably the best you could hope for in that situation. Cool Cheese, that's a little bit dangerous. Big and Brolic do see an opportunity to collapse in here, and the static charge hits the stun. No chance to get away for Cool Cheese. No burrowing back to safety, but it's traded out. Peer content does go down. Return of Shadows for Fishcake coming forward, though, and they are awfully fed. As Calico might just be past the tipping point. Axe is down. Melee creeps again down to 4. Somehow they got Poshipop out for the time being. But Fishcake chases him down. Surely this is it. Big and Brolic hitting him where it hurts. What is there for Lomain to do here? Fishcake is too tanky to bring down, but Lomain was able to find 2 kills on the backside of that. It's just them and Sire. Sire comes in with the owl, opens it up. Poppers actually goes down to that ability. And Lomain can walk away.
Bro, Saya locked in right now. 40,000 souls. He's trying to survive up against Fishcake in his own base, and he needs to survive. The respawns are way too long here to melee creeps. They have 30 seconds on Cool Cheese, almost 50 seconds on Poshy and AVG, and they need Poshy up. Luckily for them, the tier 1 patron has not been transformed yet, so they're going to be able to respawn back in when we see Big and Brolic take it. But that still is going to mean another flex slot's going to be unlocked here once they take this first shrine. I don't know how they survived this one. Poshpop must have put out an insane amount of damage, and Lomain, you cannot afford to die right now. He can't get over the ledge. He's getting caught out here. The stun going to be coming through. He barely makes it in here, Uber.
It's the shrines going down, though. That is an important flex slot that Big and Brolic are looking for right now. Most of them are full build, and they need that inventory space. The shrines are down. That has to be the flex now opened up for Big and Brolic. And melee creeps want to try and chase this a little bit, but without AVG, without Poshipop, they lack so much damage. Sire might look to try and use an owl to create an opportunity here, but the patron has been knocked to weakened. Big and Brolic still behind in souls, but it doesn't matter. They can fight.
The Rejuve is gone. That kill on the Fishcake was so important. 70 seconds set on him. Yams dies. That's 70 seconds. Unluckily for melee creeps, the lanes are shoved up against them, so they need to combat and push these back out. If these lanes weren't all shoved up against melee creeps base, Big and Brolic could have been looking at a loss themselves. Melee creeps could have just grouped up and sent it down one of these lanes, and they might even potentially still do so. But I think they want to stabilize here. The Urn, it's looking juicy, though they have the man advantage. Why not go for it? Get a couple of extra items their way.
The souls don't matter right now, Jason. Melee creeps are bottlenecked on inventory space. They need a flex slot. Cool Cheese is going to take the Urn, at least give them that savings plan. But we need to see a pair of base guardians and shrines taken for melee creeps to be able to have access to their whole inventory. Whereas now, look, Idorian goes back to just buy a crippling headshot. Fully built out.
46,000. I mean, he's made a massive jump up in souls from the last time I looked when he was sitting at about 25k. Though then again, it's been a 42-minute match so far. And melee creeps, I think this is the 5th or 6th Urn of the game that they've now turned in. The amount of souls they've gained from this has been just ridiculous. And you have to imagine if Big and Brolic were the ones to get these Urn turn-ins, this could have been their game to finish off. But with 30k souls in the lead here for melee creeps, they're the ones knocking on the front door. But with mid-boss up in a minute time, I don't expect a fight to happen until mid-boss. That's for sure going to be where the next fight's going to be happening, unless Cool Cheese is able to get a catch and melee creeps are able to capitalize and collapse on that quick enough.
Last couple of fights, Jason, has been Cool Cheese themselves getting caught here. They are going to return to base as poppers. In a moment, we'll check back in on some of our itemization. Obviously, Colossus here for Cool Cheese, so virtually unkillable, providing sorry, it's unstoppable. Virtually unkillable, provided they don't get CC'd. So that's obviously the purpose of that tier 4 item to be picked up.
I think, Mitch, look at this next fight. I'm pretty sure Poppers has Refresher up. And that's what makes Big and Brolic still so deadly. The fact that he's at 46,000 souls. If you get a catch on a Sire or a catch on a Poshipop, get that Refresher used with the double shadow transformation, there's very high kill potential out of him. I think the one unfortunate part is that pure content, he hasn't been gifted over a lot of farm. So the 7 damage you'd normally expect 40 minutes in, where 7 can completely carry a game, it's kind of non-existent right now for him.
They're like 10k away, I feel like, from what really starting to be a problem. Not quite relevant here. Oh, okay.
God.
All right, Hook goes over Cool Cheese's right shoulder. Oh, hold on, Gibbs spotted here. Warpstone forward. Here's a death slam now. Low main says, no, we are fighting here. Bam, instantly. The explosion of scrap metal. As they managed to pick off the Bebop. Peer content also falling. Big and Brolic there was circling like vultures, or at least actually just trying to jockey backwards. But Melee Creeps find a perfect opening, and it's low main that tells them exactly how to start this fight. There's an airdrop here happening over the bases. Axe is looking for a straggler to pick off. Mid-boss time, surely it's got to be. Yams and Peer content are down.
No, they're all shoving the right-hand lane. They're like, forget this. If Melee Creeps push our base right now, we're going to lose. We have to make some sort of play. And they're going to go straight to the Patriot. Ido's leading the charge. The Patriot has fallen here, Mitch.
They can't bear back in time. Only the one Melee Creeps player can actually get to the base, and Big and Brolic out of absolutely nowhere and stolen away the game. Hitting him where it hurts. Just as Melee Creeps looked like they were going to take mid-boss or maybe even more. Big and Brolic see the golden opportunity to end the game here and now and go up 1-0 in the series.
Holy... Oh, I want to say the word, man. That was ridiculous. The split-second decision of saying our right lane is pushed. This is what I talked about before, right? If Melee Creeps, when they got those 2 kills when Big and Brolic pushed into their base, if they had any lane shoved up, they could have completely taken the base away from Big and Brolic. But because Melee Creeps didn't reset that right lane, it allowed Big and Brolic to zipline straight through and get the first map of the series. That was a ridiculous finish.
Man, a 40-minute plus game. I think we got almost to 45 minutes, which in Deadlock terms is the latest of late games possible, where one small mistake like that cost Melee Creeps everything. They kind of had no choice to try and go for something. And it was great. As a death slam that was set up by low main, they had a good engage. They got 2 picks. But like you mentioned, Jason, they clearly just didn't have the time to get that wave pushing away from their base on that right-hand side. I mean, well spotted. We saw sort of Melee Creeps start to move back. I'm thinking, okay, mid-boss, but Big and Brolic through that right side of the map. I guess they all had those zipline boosts ready. And maybe that was the plan. Maybe they held on to those for just such an occasion. I mean, hey, if they win here, we'll try and take the chance to ask them. But one of the most exciting finishes to a Deadlock game we've seen. Absolute cinema.
And the thing was, you saw Melee Creeps, they saw it happen too. You saw the pings coming out. You saw them immediately try to head back to base, but there was nothing they can do with the zipline boosts that Big and Brolic had. I mean, look at the breakdown here. 64,000 player damage out of Poshy Pop. Ridiculous. But honestly, one of the biggest standout here that I see is look at low main. 62,000 player damage on a Lash. Absolutely ridiculous play out of him.
That is unreal. I mean, look at how, I mean, Poshy Pop is the hard carry here, and it's kind of expected to be 64K. That is, I mean, I am blown away. Sick finish to that game. We kind of got everything really, except for a 7 that was able to have some real impact.
Yeah, I think Pure Content was kind of playing a little bit supporty. I mean, the fact is, like, when you have a Bebop who gets caught out, I mean, not saying in general, I mean, not saying like specifically with the end, but like a Bebop, and then you have a 7 who's kind of underfarmed. You really rely on Poppers to carry with the Yamato, and there's only so much heavy lifting he can do, which is why I think you saw them realize at the end, we have to just send it. We know we're going to lose if we try to defend it. They took advantage of the misstep out of Melee Creeps, and they get the first map of the series.
I mean,
ridiculous stuff. And I honestly, I can't wait to hear, if I'm allowed to do this, I can't wait to hear what Jake has to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, bring him in.
Bro. Yeah, I mean, what a finish, right? Like the presence of mind from Big and Brolic to go for that. I think the game started to tilt against them when Melee Creeps, I think once Poshy was fully online, I felt like there's a few fights where Poshy Pop was just kind of server admin on the Wraith. Like, if he's able to deal damage, you're gonna lose. Like, he was just ready to chew through the tankiest of tanks for Big and Brolic. But the lane pressure, the early objective taking, you know, ultimately it was that strong macro game from Big and Brolic that put them in a position to be able to steal the game away like that.
And honestly, something that they showed all throughout the game, even at the early points. So back and forth stuff, but the objective trades were favoring Big and Brolic for a lot of the game. This has been a pretty exciting money match here in NA. It's a best of 3, folks, of course. Our friends at Intel are putting on a proper show for you, just as Melee Creeps and Big and Brolic are delivering in the server. So we need a breather. We need a break. We're going to take one. We're going to come back here with game number 2 of this best of 3 with $1,000 on the line. This is the Deadlock Fight Night number 16 for the NA region, and apparently we're just getting started. And never let it be said that Big and Brolic are above a bit of backdooring, Jason, because we just saw the perfect deadlocked example of that exact play, and that's how they snuck away our first game.
Yeah, I almost want them to win just to interview them on the show here and talk about like whose decision was it to make that call and kind of like what went through their minds right before it happened. That was ridiculous. And the thing was, like, Big and Brolic, they won the match. They played the objective games better, but I don't feel like they played the macro game better. I feel like Melee Creep still had them edged out on that. I feel like when it came to just raw farm, they were better at allocating it to specific players that they knew could carry. They were a lot more adamant on like stealing away jungle when they could. I think, not to say they got lucky, because I feel like Big and Brolic earned that victory for sure, but I don't feel like they looked like overall in all aspects the better team. I think they looked better in certain points in the match for sure.
I think that is fair. I think there were some points where they, across the map, I think like wholesale were struggling. Both teams I think had some really powerful lanes, right? And I think a big question was like, all right, so the Bebop here is not having much impact in lane because people are just saving 1200 souls for Divine Barrier. And then every time they get hooked, they're just popping that and they stay safe when it's on cooldown. But, Yams still able to have like pretty great impact late in the game, right? In terms of how they build. They also put a fair bit of investment into the gun build earlier on so they could push down those walkers. You see like Yams is actually like sacking himself for walkers at one point just to, make sure those souls could be extracted and give the team a decent advantage. Anyway, a lot to talk about here. Before we even get into the big man, let's of course bring our analyst in for this game. DDK, I'm sure, was gleefully watching how that previous game went down. It's kind of nice to get some of these on the edge of your seat games here, where you've got two teams that are fighting for recognition, and Big and Brolic back after a hiatus make a grand statement in game one.
I mean, Jason promised me a stomp, and he was wrong.
He did.
So for the record,
I didn't say.
Are you saying
though,
that
right?
you're disappointed with the backdooring instead of the stomp?
No, I am glad that we had all the striations. I know you like to talk about the striations.
Yeah,
They're flexing their muscles. They got in there. They forced it in at the right moment, and that's what counts. And so the question is, can they do it again, Mitch?
I think Mitch wants to see Big and Brolic win so he can actually replace them, the Abrams and the logo, since he's got all the muscles now. His muscles. His muscles are getting bigger.
I'm still a good bulk and a half away from that one. But you know what is really important to build muscle, boys? Repetition. Big and Brolic need to churn them out. So give us another game like that. They'll be $1,000 richer. And of course, our Deadlock Fight Night champion. I think we probably we talked a lot about the macro play sort of throughout the game, until at which point it became less relevant. There were teams that were sort of picking like these sort of full scale fights. I think like the way the draft went was really indicative, and there are probably a couple of heroes that we want to look away from. It is crazy that we're sort of back in a world where, well, not crazy, thinking about like how the game has changed, but we're seeing Lash be so much more contested now. Viscous also really being brought in so many occasions, because apparently having the option of Cube, which is another, let's be honest, another ethereal shift on a stick, is definitely like a direction that teams are trending in. They really want to try and guarantee safety in the lane and also protect someone who's suffering the heat. Like we saw Ido on this Abrams, guys, someone who we were expecting to get out ahead of the pack and have a really good game, but they were constantly being targeted by all of the CC under the sun.
Can you guys refresh my memory? Who banned Kelvin? Was that Big and Brolic?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so they banned Kelvin as their first ban, even though we had Melee Creeps do the Sinclair first initially, right? Because they were the first ban. I thought it was interesting because I feel like maybe the Viscous was picked because they didn't have Kelvin accessible, but they're the ones that banned Kelvin away. I feel like I understand, why they're going for Viscous, but like Viscous and Bebop together, I feel like is just you're depending on your carries to carry a little bit too hard. Because I don't feel like Viscous did that much damage at the end of the day. Neither did Bebop, unfortunately, compared to like the carries of like Calico and Yamato. I'm not sold on the Viscous just yet. I don't know how you feel, DDK, but it's still like hit or miss for me so far. And I feel like you could have paired Bebop with a stronger hero to have more kill potential in that lane.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's hard with Viscous to say ever that Viscous can't have values because of the cube and just like some of the unique opportunities you get with that, especially for the early game, because it's like the cube especially is an ability that you don't have like you have to itemize to get something similar to that, and that's going to take a while to get access to that. Whereas Viscus gets it straight out of the gate, and it can be pretty essential. Imagine if like Holiday's got the ult online, just swings into your lane, and lassos you. Okay, you've got lasso. God damn it! Lassos you, and you've got the cube, and you can just have like an easy answer. You can like defend yourself from some of that early lane aggression has become so important. So I don't know. I think with Viscus, it's really just about like placing the uses correctly, and it can be super impactful. But with that said, the game's getting super interesting because there's so much opportunity cost. I wonder like how many heroes will cap out at in this game, because it's pretty wild already now to figure out like what is the best opportunity cost.
We've got 4 in the lab, ready to sort of hit the game. So we're very quickly before closed beta even, I guess we're going to have a massive roster of heroes here in Deadlock, but melee creeps have to ban Sinclair this time because they are not first pick, so that is a matter of course. And Holiday will be taken off, and Kelvin snapped up. It feels like I think he would be first pick for either team were he available in that previous draft, Jason.
First pick though, that's interesting. I was expecting a Lash to almost come through, but then again, Big and Brolic did ban Kelvin as their first ban last time, so I don't think we'll see the Viscus anymore. I feel like the Kelvin's kind of replacing the Viscus for this one. But the thing is, you leave so many heroes available for melee creeps to first pick now. I mean, you have the Yamato if they want to go for it, which we've seen them be able to play quite well. They have the Lash as well. Mirage, which was one of the bans that we saw out of melee creeps last time, also going to be secured. I think I can't really predict what they're going to take here, DDK, because the pick and bans have been so drastically different from the first game to the second, and we never expected to see Lash first picked out of melee creeps last time.
Yeah, we can definitely kind of just, I guess, work it out as we go through based on just like what we see. We can kind of try to extrapolate, but it is super interesting because also in EU, the way that they value stuff, it's a game in general. It feels like the stylistic choices can be really powerful. Like for example, the prio on Vindicta in EU, for example, is like very heavily prioritized still. It was for a while in this region too, but it kind of fell out of favor. But in EU, they're running a different build, like the Crow build. And it's super impactful the way that they run it. But here, it's not prioritized at all. But Lash is though. And we've seeing some great applications from Lash. I think you were totally right in terms of all of the new opportunities to get the ult in. Definitely makes Lash, I think, especially with the mobility thing, that's the point you made, Mitch, given the changes to the map, is really helpful, actually, and allows Lash to be even more impactful. So Big and Brolic getting the Viscus, Kelvin online.
Okay. I mean, they have great chase with this comp. They are, I kind of like the idea of building out your sort of core of your composition as early as you can, especially when there are like a multitude of options, like obviously Grey Talon, Wraith still on the table. Like you're guaranteed to get one of those, in many situations like this. So you're able to sit back and sort of start to craft what already looks like a pretty powerful setup here. Like Yamato, of course, is going to be terrifying. The Viscus was a surprise to us, I think, to see it come in here. And I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think we've nailed exactly why it's so important just yet. I'm curious to see if we get more information in this next game.
I think there could always be an argument to take the Mo away, depending on how well Big and Brolic are going to synergize that with the Yamato, because it just seems like a very strong pairing in general. I think it always has been. I think the Seven's also like one of those picks where it's a pretty big go-to, and given that they get the first ban, do they ban the Mo? Like what do they decide to prioritize here? Because obviously that Ido's probably playing that Yamato, so and they don't have anything right now that is like super amazing at eating the jungle per se, because I don't think that's something you'd want to prioritize Viscus for. So that could be a consideration.
I will say the one component of the comp for Big and Brolic in the last game that didn't really make a huge impact, I felt, was the 7 for peer content. They didn't end up getting any kills and didn't really have a significant amount of objective damage either.
Well, yeah, it wasn't his fault though, because I feel like they were funneling to poppers and to fish cake for sure. So they didn't really give an opportunity to be like a big damage threat for them, which is totally understandable. And I feel like 7 still has a lot of value when it comes to his stuns. I didn't catch the exact build he went though.
I feel like we didn't talk about this enough, but Gibbs was the second highest player damage on Big and Brolic, very close to Fish Cake in that sense on Viscus. So we can see that hero can really. It's funny. The sort of Big and Brolic comp from the previous game, it was all about the really tanky characters that would have this big impact. Like Poppers was on the Yamato. wasn't also receiving the lion's share of the farm and kill involvement in that game. It was the Calico, someone that we've not seen yet, not prioritized here in this draft. And I imagine now we're seeing Big and Brolic ban it out. They realize that they don't want to give it away in that second rotation.
Okay, so
I was wondering if we'd have a pocket ban out of Big and Brolic because they picked a Kelvin.
Yeah.
So now the question is, do they take the Mo here? I feel like that's very. I feel like melee group should probably take that if they don't. I think that's definitely a good move.
Well, one thing we need to consider though is like, what are they going to do to stop Lash's ultimate? Because you can't use Frozen Shelter every time for Lash ultimate. I feel like it's too important of an ultimate that you can use aggressively and defensively. So they need to have, okay, there we go. Need to have another option to deal with Lash.
Also, it's another option for like the early lane pressure, because you don't have the Holiday that was banned, you don't have the Paradox that's banned, other team has the Lash. You want to have some of that early laning roam that's not reliant on Yamato having to get out of her lane per se, because it seems like it works best if Yamato kind of sticks with Mo at the start, if that's the setup that we're going to see, or something similar to that.
I mean, Big and Brolic here have good kill pressure with the Bebop and great sustain in lane between Viscous and Kelvin. Let's not forget that the cube confers a heal, which comes up at a pretty relevant amount of times. You've got a Grey Talon here. I think that also fills this out really nicely. Have big burst damage, can really benefit also from like a Kelvin sort of holding some of those people in place or slowing them down a little bit here. Yeah. And someone that is a little bit hard for melee creeps' comp to access out of like Mirage, putting shot after shot into them.
And also the Kelvin, you can work the Kelvin into being somewhat of a roamer like pretty nicely too, with the ice beam, the ice path is pretty nasty. So because I'm just trying to think, how is that roam going to operate? Because you can't just rely on like one player per se. You get the Grey Talon Bird, but otherwise, is it just Bebop that's like thinking about roaming around the map? Probably not going to be the case.
I think so.
Is always going to be alone going into the early to mid.
I feel like we've seen that quite a bit. I'm trying to think, was it D-Mob we saw earlier do that when he didn't have any success in the early game? Like if they do get the tower down is the question, obviously. I think him and Michaelis were able to do exceptionally well when it came to middle to open him up to roam. But it's highly dependent though on taking that Guardian very early, obviously.
There's a pretty scary wombo combo here for melee creeps. You can probably see it. The like Death Slam into Affliction into 7 ultimates. Like a lot of these like wide ranging area of effect abilities that also, the damage at a time that they inflict is a big problem for someone like Kelvin, who obviously wants to try and counteract that as much as possible. And then you add in like Ivy, of course, carrying a alchemical flask and being able to put Kutsu bombs down. So, melee creeps would love to group, I think, for a lot of these sort of big engagements. They're bound to get a couple of them here. Whereas Big and Brolic are very good at like, attacking at the fringes, of an engagement or catching melee creeps before they're ready to fully throw down and fight. I think the Lady Geist here is probably pretty important. We talked about Mo and Krill that melee creeps had to take away. This is an alternative to, of course. Again, another Mystic Reverb carrier, we'll call it, giving you some staying power in that front line. But where's the gun damage here, really, for Big and Brolic? There's not a ton of it.
I think you could go a little bit gun heavy with Geist. I think it was Michaelis, I think, is the one who typically likes to go a little bit gun heavy with that. Obviously, Bebop going to probably build the same way that we saw before for Yams. And then Viscous probably going to be... Actually, I didn't check. I think he's more melee heavy from last game. I didn't actually see the full build that he went with for Gibbs.
It was... No, there was actually rapid fire picked up or the Bebop. Okay, I thought there was some gum items at least. Yams had it, but Gibbs he definitely went spirit heavy. Taking a look at the last game. Yeah, very much so actually, which is probably owing to the amount of damage that Gibbs was putting. Because I was wondering, Gibbs was getting caught out a couple times and burst down like a little quicker than I would have expected after the cube had sort of run out of duration. So that maybe explains it. Gibbs definitely invested pretty heavily in their damage, and again, it's kind of like 7 in some ways. Like you don't always see the damage that Viscous is putting out in the fights, but the goo ball burst is no joke, man. That is very scary.
So I actually am liking Big and Brolic's lineup a little bit more. I feel like it's for me, it feels like a little bit more cohesive. Personally, I feel like with melee creeps, I don't know. There's something about it that feels a bit disjointed. I can't put my finger on it just yet. I'm sure it's going to be all right, but I just like with Big and Brolic, like there's a lot of mobility, there's a lot of roam. I like the burst spirit damage that we have. I feel like there's a lot of distraction for Yamato to be able to do the bruiser thing, but not have too much attention on the Yamato. There's a lot of good pick-off potential. I think Geist is going to be able to be very versatile, holding down lanes. You can play her in a lot of different ways. We saw previously melee creeps, the way they would play a Geist is actually, you actually allow your Geist to just farm up in the early lane. And so there's a lot of different options I like from Big and Brolic. And it doesn't jump off the page quite as much to me for melee creeps, but obviously they're a great team. So we'll see, how they put this one together. I think that roaming battle is going to be really interesting. I kind of feel like that's going to dictate a lot. We've seen how much that first objective can compound for the team that is taking the is more actively roaming at the start.
We're going to bring Dan back in at a couple of key intervals in this game to sort of check in on the macro side of things. I want to point out as well the melee creeps and how they scale for the late game. It's definitely something that we want to stay in step with, because obviously Pocket can, well, again, the infliction can just be removed as a debuff, so you can itemize into dealing with Pocket pretty easily later on in the game. This pressure is immense. This push up from Yams, they don't have a hook, by the way. They're just here to do gun damage. This annoying poke on this Pocket and Ivy, who can't really reciprocate in that regard.
I find it so weird though that again we're seeing Yams kind of go with his bebop differently than we see typical bebops. You'll see like hook level 1 and then level 2 they'll get like, or even get uppercut level 1. They'll just go between those two abilities and not actually go for the bomb initially, but maybe it's just due to the pressure they want to apply and keep melee creeps on the back foot here. But the thing is, Pocket, you don't have a lot of spirit resist. You have negative spirit resist here, and if you had the bomb up, that probably would have been a kill.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous there. Yeah, bomb was used on a minion prior to that, and Gibbs is actually the one that goes down. Yams at least able to trade it. It doesn't look like there was a Sire in position to do a darn thing about it. Yeah, I mean, taking bomb, maybe you want like early stacks on your bomb, like as soon as possible. It's the only other reason I can really think of. Cold Cheese here eats a Crimson Slash. Power Slash also nips at the heels of Melon Krill.
I mean, if Yamato wasn't already hard enough to kill, imagine giving her healing out of Kelvin on top of this. It's going to be very tough. But again, Mo going to be able to disable at least some of the damage and going to be able to sustain as a front line. It's about the poke that Mirage can do here with his Jin's Mark. And speaking of poke here, Low Main, it's a charge shot to the face twice in a row, and Poppers goes pop, pop. Low Main back to base.
Oh, we saw this earlier on today as well. Poppers, I think, in our play-in game on the Grey Talon. So oppressive in this lane. By the way, paired with Fishcake here, who's just going to make life a living hell for you if you dare to push up. Now, of course, those Spirit Snares can be deployed, so it's scary for people to move back into the lane against this. Here's Low Main getting back pretty quickly and already chunked down by 25%. Brutal. Yeah,
that's a little bit rough, but to be fair for Low Main, I mean, after his performance in the last match, I don't have any worry about him being impactful at every stage of the game here. But the fact is, like, Seven going to be a little bit weak early on. He definitely needs a lot of farm, and this is something we saw out of melee creeps before, as we set Pashi pop up in the middle lane and then allow him just to farm freely. But the pressure's just quite heavy out of them. Typically, we see melee creeps be the one to take that guard in the middle to open up Pashi Pop's farm.
A lot of these big and Brolic lanes are looking super aggressive, but in terms of just the farming, the balance of last hit and deny, it's melee creeps that have a slim lead here. Dorian wants to put pressure down, and sure enough, you can see quite a few of these souls are being denied away from this pairing. It's a little bit difficult, obviously, to deal with Mirage's very robust way of farming with high bullet velocity that can be improved further with itemization. You can see Dorian's trying to harass you, but ABG wants a bit of fight. Okay, Crimson Slash comes in, though. The disarm from the Molten Cruel, that's a bit scary. Arctic Beam has to be used to slow Cool Cheese up, and oh, they might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew here. Idorian charges up a slash. Cool Cheese hadn't emerged yet, so takes reduced damage from that, but we really want to lay it on thick here.
I mean, you see ABG's low on HP. Cool Cheese is low on HP. They're going to have to be very careful, or even just back away and maybe even give up this Guardian. You still see Ido. He wants to stick around with the support of Kelvin. Like, he gets so much extra healing. He has restorative shot on top of this too to make sure he can survive. The Jin Mark doing a big ass chunk of damage, down to 60 HP.
I mean, Stacks was on them at that time. Okay, well, Hyper Beam is ready in mid. Axe is able to walk away from it at least. Poshi Pop, the only other player on the field that has that ultimate available. Axe might just spend a little bit longer at the shop there, I think.
look around, window shop a bit.
He's still going to deny. Oh, so annoying for Yams. Okay, here comes that barrage. You've got to respect the damage amp that Pocket can get. And there's a hook. Axe in trouble. Knocked up there. Bomb stuck. They are going to be able to walk away, but some of that damage got spread onto Sire. Cube going to be used here. Yams is quite healthy, though. Can't say the same for Poppers elsewhere. That is going to be finally an elimination on that Grey Talon.
Yeah, nice little response here. And a needed response out of Melee Creeps. Even though they are sporting a 2K lead, it's getting very oppressive in some of these lanes, especially when you look over to the left lane, the middle lane, where Big and Brawlic were typically pushed up into their enemy's Guardian.
I guess the set in after all.
Looks like Lomi's gonna head back to base to heal. He does have his Death Slam up, so I want to say he has his zipline up if he wanted to use it. But he could be looking for a big opener here with the Death Slam to open up some more kills for Pop.
Zipline boost was used there. No attempt, though, at really starting off a fight for Melee Creeps, so they're just going to accept that they take some Guardian damage. My man is just harassing. A couple of
That nice little use of the ledge jump. I don't know if you caught that, but I don't fully know how it works. You should probably go learn it, but you fall off like certain positions on the map, and you can wall jump off it to give you some like ridiculous height. And if you're gonna be a Lash player, well, he better know how to do that. That's why I'm not a Lash player.
This guy's got the tech on lock. But again, losing some of those souls because, oh, guys, pretty darn good gun. The charge shot there. Misses low mate. They're going to duck through that veil briefly. And across the Melee Creeps, by the way, never heard of Discord, apparently. That's by the by. Low man a little bit low now. There are some of their poke coming down on them. They've got to try and slide away from this action. They will be chased and they will not be escaping. That's going to be a kill for the Geist here. Poshipop can't do too much except waggle his finger at them.
On that note, by the way, about Melee Creeps using in-game, I'm assuming they're doing the same thing TF2 Boomers are doing, where you mute everyone on your team except your duo partner that you're laning with. That way you can have clear comms and not clutter comms constantly talking in multiple lanes at once. You just talk to your duo partner, so you can like organize a lot more when it comes to the lane. I've asked a couple of pros about it. Some pros think it's stupid. I kind of think it's actually smart, and that's a great stone form here to put Yams back on the ground.
Yeah, perfect interruption with that ability. However, Yams can still fight after the fact. Sire had gone down to Gibbs after that, so there wasn't really a whole lot else that could be done by the Ivy in this lane. So Big and Brawlic convert this into more damage on the Guardian. Bear in mind, this is the lane pairing that has been constantly over and over again pushing up, shoving into Melee Creeps' Guardian range. Nice little slam there, comes on in, but that is an affliction currently Lomain is dealing with, and by God, there's some damage to follow it up as well. Lomain, all the tech in the world is not going to get you out, sir.
And there's one blood-hungry owl, another confirm here out of Poppers, and that's definitely not a player from what we saw in the initial match against TF2 Boomers that you want to see get started. And even maybe Poshipop could potentially pushed out on here. And it's so funny to see Cool Cheese just trying to, you know, take that bulk that he had, hide it behind a wall so he doesn't get hit by a power slash. It's a very big model here. It makes it very easy to be chipped away at.
Did you know that Mo and Krill has 2 headshot hitboxes?
I did.
Yeah.
Did you know Mo and Krill looks like me when I'm not on diet?
Which one?
Mo.
We're having this conversation of which is which, because I always thought like the more diminutive name would be, you know, like given to the mole, the larger one, right? Because that would be humorous. But there's a TP. I think Cool Cheese wants to try and start off a fight here. Big and Brawlic though sniff this out. They're already backed away a bit, but here's the burrow. And we're waiting. No opportunity here, I think, for Cool Cheese. And they're going to siphon some souls away, I guess, from Sire for now, and yeah, head elsewhere.
Don't worry, I had to learn the hard way that Mo is actually the mole and Krill's the guy on the back. I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah, see, I would have thought just for humor's sake, we actually have a lane swap here. So Ivy's gone over that left-hand side lane now with the Mirage. Mo and Krill here with the Pocket. Pretty sure that's switch either way.
I think that setup is to get the urn. I think he's going to fly in the urn once it spawns in like less than a minute time.
Well, this time. Oh, no. Cool Cheese got stuck on the wall there. Devastating. Divine Barrier used, and the Yams is still ready to fight. Make no mistake. That was the drop in there from Sire, though. Affliction used. Hook connecting. Can they roll away? Cold front gets popped there by Gibbs, and they do catch the pocket. Beautifully done there by Yams.
That was huge. That was an amazing hook yet again here at Yams. He's been doing this consistently. So just see Ido trying to go for the chase over onto Axe, and Axe has rotated back in towards the mid lane. So it looks like no urn to be picked up and flown in by him. Which was, if we don't forget that Melee Creeps, I think they got like 5 urns in the last match. And it got them up to like a 30k lead at some point, even though they did lose the match. And Melee Creeps definitely investing into urns and putting the resources to making sure they can secure these.
Yeah, it was like the 3 consecutive urns, I think, that really give like a 12k soul lead at one point. So really becomes only more and more relevant as the game progresses. Okay. Chana's cloak being used there. I love that from Yams to try and predict the teleport to the cloak's location. That Guardian's looking pretty low there, and I think Gibbs is trying to finish it off. Saya falls yet again. Iodorian goes in. Looking pretty clean on that Yamato. Gibbs going to tank that Guardian for the time being, and Cool Cheese has no business being where they are right now. Not at all.
Not sure if he caught it, but a great owl from Poppers. Ends up hitting Saya, and then allows them to continue to push in and confirm those 2 kills and our first Guardian of the game. 1 Guardian left to go with the right lane now completely freed up here. That's a lot of jungle to be taken, which you already see Gibbs going for. Because they rotate in towards mid, which is already extremely low for Melee Creeps, so that could be the first flex out of the game being get over to Big and Brolic here if they fight for it. In the meantime, Big and Brolic are still defending the left-hand lane, as we do have a lane swap in its own, with Yams going to be joining Pure Content.
Only 1 Guardian down at this point of the game here. So this is where, Big and Brolic try to take some liberties and send Gibbs over there instead. This really puts a lot of emphasis on the middle part of the map in that left lane. Airdrop here for Axe. Spots out the Geist. No connection though? Oy. Somehow, Fishcake's able to get away from it there. Axe not too sure where to be pursuing them. Okay, off to find another opportunity, but Slowing Hex catches on. Axe hindered. It doesn't look like Gams wants to start anything off.
I'm looking more towards Ido and where he's going to go. Currently farming jungle, as there's a push on the right-hand side, not wanting to give up the Guardian here. Jansen ended another hook, this time on the low main, who's just able to jump away from it. Still taking a chip of damage here. And it looks like they're trying to push in on towards this guard. The Stormcloud's going to be used out of Poshpop to keep them back, to keep the way and keep that flex slot denied from them. Okay. But I feel like it's only a matter of time before this does go down.
Yeah, he's not going to be enough. I think Big and Brolic are going to just linger here around mid, maybe a brief trip back to the secret shop and look to get back to fighting if they can. There's a drift across to the right side of the map here for Yams, and Cool Cheese has gone down elsewhere. That was Gibbs. So this right-hand side is getting scarier by the minute for Melee Creeps, but this is the lane that's already missing the Guardian, and Big and Brolic aren't in a position to convert that necessarily into a walker yet. There's Poshy Pop, actually just pushes back in mid after defending the Guardian with that ultimate. Sees a chance to come forward.
Well, big commitment on the left-hand side here. Big and Brolic responding in their own right. And they will get this Guardian for free. So yeah, they give the mid, which honestly, the mid's not what you want to be giving up. But considering again how low Melee Creeps is, it's still a fairly easy take here. And we're starting to see a little bit of a lead built up here, Mitch. 7k in favor of Big and Brolic. And it looks like this time they're starting to give some more attention to the urn compared to the last match.
And peer content, the carrier, obviously revealed to the map. So you'll see Big and Brolic just try and play around the position of their revealed player. Another Guardian. That's it. Flex slot finally picked up there. Only so long was Poshy able to protect the middle part of the map. Here, though, we have a throwdown. It's getting a little bit awkward now as Low Main wants to drop to the low ground. It was Yams that got caught out. They're very, very low. Divine Barrier got to be popped here. Alk Fire needs to be cleared. And Big and Brolic get away from that nasty area of effect. Death Slam time, though. Yams caught as well as Peer Content. And where is the cavalry for Big and Brolic? There it is. Peer Content's able to find Low Main at least for now in 1 versus 2. Stunned up. 13 seconds away from a frozen shelter. Trying to juke here on the rope and able to dash through. Sire's gone down. And somehow Peer Content has got away with the heist of the century. Now has that ultimate back online in just a couple seconds. Another Guardian picked up, though. So only 1 left for Big and Brolic.
And good response here by Melee Creeps to get the left-hand side. Just keeping things equal the best they possibly can. The thing is, the Walker on the right lane is going to go down here. Big and Brolic just getting a free push onto this. They get themselves another flex slot 14 minutes in. This is very similar to what we saw in the last match. Taking these objectives every time Melee Creep makes a misstep. And now with the urn heading over towards the right-hand side as well, considering they already had 2 players there, this could be the next point of action.
crazy to take a walker so early. And in that kind of scenario, I mean, Big and Brolic did leave, I think, passively Gibbs over in that lane to farm, but I think they saw an opportunity to turn that into a little bit more than just a token presence soaking up souls. Idorian's popped the shadow transformation across the map by the looks of things. I'm not sure what for, as I don't know if they're necessarily in combat right now. Fair enough. Gonna have Saya move up here, and there's gonna be a combo connecting onto Poppers. Frozen Shelter will answer it. Cool Cheese. Oh no, overextended. Melee Creeps looking for opportunities where maybe they are not, but a Guardian will be taken down once more. It's a Storm Cloud used by Poshipop to create a safe zone in which to operate and convert it into an objective. That's all Guardians down across the map now.
Yeah, but Mitch, look left lane. They're more than happy to keep the attention of melee creeps on this right-hand side with this urn. And either melee creeps are going to go back and defend this left-hand walker, or Big and Brolic are going to be able to turn in the urn. So melee creeps have to make the decision. What do we do here? Because I don't know if Axe can defend this by himself.
They're backing out because we have the Mirage arriving. AVG teleports in with Traveler to help out. So now this makes a bit more of a 2 versus 2 happen. There's going to be a fight on the right side of the lane now as well over the urn. So this is about to get very, very messy. Peered content goes down, over on the left, and that's Saya recovering the urn. And the rest of Big and Brolic over here thought that they could dangle a juicy morsel in front of melee creeps and force them to give up that left lane walk adjacent, but they have global presence with the Mirage and enough resources to fight on the right.
Wow, that was actually really well done. So they lose a little bit of damage to the walker, yeah. But they get the urn and they get a kill off of that. So really well done by melee creeps to make that kind of decision. And AVG just to kind of flex over to help defend with Axe onto that walker. Because you can see Big and Brolic just trying to replicate where they were successful in the first match of this series with his objectives. So I think melee creeps making the adaptation here, especially with the Mirage pick when they previously had it banned away. But only a 4K difference as we're approaching, the 17-minute mark. We have the first urn already turned in. And I feel like Big and Brolic, like, where's their next push going to be? They have the left and middle lane walker to take.
Headed this way.
But I don't know if they can necessarily siege into this when low main has the lash and when he does have Death Slam available. I think the one downside for melee creeps comp, though, as we saw in that last fight, Cool Cheese, he gets a great combo on a Poppers, but paired content uses that Frozen Shelter defensively to lock in Cool Cheese and to prevent Poppers from going down. So it makes it really difficult for Cool Cheese to be effective if paired content is going to respawn with his ultimates this way.
It's obviously like a lot of powerful ultimates from melee creeps, even outside of that combo, right? It's pretty scary. Peer content can maybe save themselves or someone in like a 2 versus 2 scenario, but when these fights become much more large scale, there's a lot of wombo potential for melee creeps to leverage. Gibbs knows that they aren't going to be able to catch that molecule before going through the... This is not possible, surely.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Wow. Okay, well, puddle punch yourself away. That's fine. That's ballsy, though. I will say that. So this distributes Big and Brolic a bit more evenly across the map here. And here's a level of security for Ido in case melee creeps try and start something up there. What are we looking for, Yams? You're on the hunt. God, he's moving fast. Puddle punch upward there, catching on AVG. He's able to use the tornado to escape. It turns around and sees Gibbs. Oh, a juicy morsel. And melee creeps spring the trap. At no point was Ido actually able to get involved in this fight. And now he'll be chased down. Shadow transformation in the TP. Surely going to have to pop that here. No? Got out just in time. That was close.
I think melee creeps are looking at Gibbs and like, that's an interesting flavor of aeroplane jelly. Must be lime.
Aeroplane jelly. Yeah, exactly. This is what it looks like.
I'm sure it does.
Like the skeleton being like amidst it, it's kind of, it puts me off a little bit.
That would actually be really cool. The first LAN event, you get like a life-size viscous jello made that you can eat. You have this like fake skeleton inside.
Yeah,
so
I'll try and bring it back for you, mate.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
Don't worry, buddy. We'll eat it. We'll eat that aeroplane jelly like Lady in the Tramp. Don't worry.
Oh, now I'm thinking back to Germany when we used to get some kebabs or gyros.
Or that takeover event. Or I'm pretty sure we were eating the same sausage. Was that me and Mendo? Nah, it's all a blur. Honestly.
Probably you and Mendo. That sounds like a Mendo. Nah, yeah, it sounds like a Mendo thing.
Sounds like a you think person because it involves food, but that's fine.
I'm projecting.
So I got taken down there. That was the right side of the map here. So Big and Brolic struggling a little bit on the macro axis, I want to say. Getting caught out. Mostly, yeah, and we saw this from Gibbs, honestly, in the previous game, and it didn't end up being a huge deal. Gibbs still ended up having a huge impact on the game.
So they killed Saya, and now they're going for mid. And they're also distracting. Fishcake is over towards the left lane, which is drawing 4 players over towards him. He's probably going to die for this, but this is going to be a free mid boss. Low main.
Exchange?
Deathslam's going to be coming through.
Fishcake the goat?
He Deathslam too early.
Yeah, Deathslam came in. Ow! Fishcake gets caught out. Stun comes in. Rejuve picked up by Big and Brolic. And they only had to trade that one lady guys for it. I call worth. Melee Creeps had that one snuck out from under their nose.
I mean, it depends on what they do with the Rejuve, because they're going to lose their left walker, and that's going to be a flex slot for Melee Creeps. Or are they not going to lose it? Gibbs comes in big, trying to defend against us. 2 more players to deal with here. The walker's so low in HP.
I mean, Axe is out of there. It's gone. Completely left AVG alone. Walker, though, picked up here. So Melee Creeps do get something for this. And AVG's kind of hitting pretty hard. Actually wants to fight this. I respect it. I think that's a little... I'm just realizing you're far too deep in enemy territory there, which is the more likely outcome. So, Big and Brolic now need to take this Rejuve buff and consider turning it into some more objectives. Yams gets pushed on, though, and is in a 1 versus 2. Almost certainly going to be chased down now as the Kudzu bomb creates a field that snarls him up. Can there be a follow-up here from Ido? Poshy Pop blown up by that power slash. That is beautiful stuff. But you've got the Affliction on you right now. Shadow Form is active, but you still don't want to tangle with that pocket. Not before you have some of that debuff reduction. And here's Fishcake, though. Sees an opportunity to get involved. Ido did get caught out, but it's a walker picked up by Big and Brolic. Only 1 left for them to take here. And Nern is already heading over to the left side.
Exactly. So they force a fight. Yeah, they lose Ido, but because Ido is distracting them for so long, it allows the rest of Big and Brolic to get the left lane walker and get the urn turn in. So a big boost in their economy here as you see them up about 11k at the moment, 10 11k. They just need to be careful not to lose too many players off of this. I mean, Fishcake, he goes down, but he'll have the rejuve because he died before the rejuvenator was taken previously, so he'll have the quicker respawn now. But Big and Brolic, you only have 1 walker left to take. The question is, are you going to group up and commit for the push on to this?
God, this is anyone's game here. Okay, Yam's not quite able to connect there. I mean, with a lot of souls in pocket, I'd obviously like to turn that into some items here. Fishcake now is back, of course. Reduced respawn time, rather. And there's 3 rejuve buffs that are still in play. Big and Brolic, they've shopped the whole map. They've taken it over. And now they're trying to likely catch some of these melee players out of position and turn that player advantage into a walker, but they're not fully secure about going for it. They don't have an owl set up here for a trap play yet. They got to respect the Death Slam, which is ready to go.
Interesting. Gibbs, Magic Carpet again, very early invested into this. I think it's his first tier 4 item, if I'm not mistaken. And he has Warp Stone, so he's very mobile. He can get around the map extremely quickly to help like back up Ido if he's split pushing like we saw before.
Do we need a consensus on how to pronounce?
Bro, it's gyros. Like we lived in
filthy
in
Americans call it gyros still?
Yeah, they do. Can I have a chicken gyro?
No, guys.
Get out of here.
In Australia, we call it gyros. Y-I-R-O-S. I don't know why. They are Greek Australians that call it that. I'm not sure. But gyro is something that spins, right?
Exactly. And that's the engineer here telling you guys.
Yeah, trust the engineer that's talking about Deadlock now. Yeah, he clearly knows his stuff. Really winning at life. The debuff removers are coming in here, so that sort of affliction threat is a little bit more limited now.
We also have Curse picked up for Yams here. So again, the importance of his hooks, really reinforcing that you hook someone in, you curse them, and you get the mana advantage off the back of that. That's going to be a big combo. Ido's going to have time to Shadow Transform, though, but the backup B here, you can see, Pure Content's quickly trying to get over here.
Yeah, okay. There's going to be help. Pure Content is going to arrive with a Frozen Shelter potentially, but is it worth going for a catch? Ido says probably not.
It pulled 4 people to the right lane, and it left the mid lane walker free.
That's crazy. I mean, for free, might be stretching a little bit. Low main definitely fought for that, but they died with Death Slam available, so you've got to wonder what happened to them. Saya here's trying to be as threatening as possible, and out of nowhere comes the 7. Fishcake, though, has Soul Exchanges. Doesn't want to be in a multi-scenario. Soul Exchanges the Storm Clouding 7, if I'm not mistaken, but will still be brought down. Okay. Oh, we call that a bird strike. Yep. Aircraft all around the world afraid of those.
And so is Poshy Pop now. And they're continuing to push through. Another kill, this time on Axe. Some ridiculous damage being done by Poppers now, especially with rapid recharge, getting these arrows up even quicker. The Walker down to half HP. They're going to pretty much secure this one, but Lomain's coming back in. He's got his Death Slam up. He's going to get here in time. Will he commit for it, though?
Walker very low. Ethereal shift UC by Pops. We heard the Deathland go off as Low Main wanted to get back in the fight as quickly as they possibly could. Decent hit there. My God, the chunk damage onto AVG. Cube used here. Idorian safe for the time being. Should be able to dodge out of this one now. Some of these respawns are coming back in. Poshy Pop's back in the game. Hyper Beam coming out. Ido has to avoid this. Shadow transformation going to be popped as the Enchanter's Cloak comes whistling past. And we are behind the base bosses, folks. What a power slash from Idorian. Sire gets a free haircut. God knows Pocket needs one. And Ido casually walks away, parrying off those Guardians. And those base bosses are donezo.
Taking his time to make sure to find exactly where Saya went so he can land that last power slash. And he's going to be committed for more. Low Main, he's going to be low on HP. And Ido is just going ham here. He doesn't have Refresher, but he does have the backbone of his team. And Low Main's going to fall. This is all going horribly for melee creeps.
And this is going to turn into a significant soul lead. And this is a fight that's happening without Rejuve. And Big and Brolic haven't lost a single player. What a connection. Axe going to fall. Poshy Pop slashed down by Ido. And it's Cool Cheese and AVG, the last two left. This means Shrines. This means a patron knock. And this means Big and Brolic are on the precipice of becoming our Kings of the Hill here at the Deadlock Fight Night.
They're going to take the patron down. Actually, Saya was getting very low here. The soul change come through to try to finish him off. And he does go down. They cannot afford to keep losing players. But luckily, he does die before the patron falls. So he'll get the 20 seconds off his respawn timer. And now Big and Brolic just leave. Go pick up. I mean, you could do Earn. You could do buffs. Well, maybe don't do Earn because you have to turn on their side of the map. So maybe delay Earn for now. But pick up the buffs. Go and buy 10,000 souls for Ido to spend. Do you see this? And he has 2 flex slots. And he has a survival buff.
Nah, it is pretty scary stuff. I mean, at this point, you can go for a Mystic Reverb for one. You might also look to shore up your survivability just a little bit more. I don't think you're at the point of being able to afford a refresher. Only 33k on Ido, so.
No, he's got 11k to spend right now. He can easily buy a refresher. I say do it.
I mean, yeah, but 10k, I think you're more likely getting the reverb first.
Yeah, probably. Oh, you're talking about buying both. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you're getting a refresher because you might also want like some we'll check back in. I'm not quite sure. We have the curse here for Yams though, so full silence potential. Someone like Low Man who goes up for Death Slam, it'll be the last thing they do once they get hooked in and hit with that curse.
Oh man, yeah. If you're Low Man, you get hooked in the middle of a Death Slam, you get cursed, you're dead. Like you're gonna die for sure for what we have out of Big and Brolic. I mean, the amount of chip damage Poppers is doing as well with these charge shots is allowing Ido to get these not full resets, but the extension on a shadow transformation just to become that much more painful to deal with. Did Ido go back and buy yet?
Surely. No, surely, right? You've got to manifest that soul advantage here into...
Oh, he's buying now. Here we go.
Yeah, secret shop here. Okay. We'll check with Ido's item. Oh. Okay, nice little hook there, Low Main. Roughed up a little bit. Curse thrown in. You're not getting away with this, actually. That's a perfect pick. Now you're in trouble. Melee creeps 50 seconds on Low Main, who's supposed to be the initiator, the prime mover, the engine room of their whole strategy. Oh, man, that is a devious hook.
It's a mid boss, man. Like he cursed and a slowing hex, so there's no way you're gonna go. Like you are gonna die from this one. And now with mid boss being challenged out here, I mean, melee creeps, they cannot afford to let this go. If they let this go, it's probably gonna be game. It's gonna be serious, and their reign of North America is gonna be shut down by the newcomers at Big and Brolic.
Yeah, I get it, Jason. They have got to fight for it. Saya, watch out for that power slash here. I think you've about to see Idorian get unleashed on him with all of that extra souls. Saya down. Peer content traded out though, of course. We'll see Frozen Shelter. Poshy Pop scary. Power slash though. A lot of poke there from that low ground to be able to go upstairs. Now melee creeps down to 3 players. Axe, Cool Cheese very low. AVG really has got nothing to do here except take the scalp of Poppers apparently. 3 players left here for Big and Brolic. Mid boss orbit abandoned for now. And Low Main coming back off a zipline boost just to make sure nothing untoward happens on his.
Oh, it was death again.
Yeah, they got the Death Flame off this time. Perhaps Curse is on cooldown. Slowing Hex though is still thrown in. And there goes Low Main. He will be remembered.
And Mitch, that's it. They're going to go for the finish. GG's already being called out here. And Big and Brolic, in their first appearance under this new team with the new player of Poppers, are going to take the victory. What a turnaround in North America. Man, they've got some real competition here.
No doubt about it. It's great to see a scene with such depth, such rippling biceps, incredible front double bicep, lat spread, Big and Brolic stay hard all the way through this best of 3, claiming a 2-0 win and $1,000 thanks to our friends over at Intel. Congratulations, Big and Brolic.
Man, people, they've been asking the viewers, when is Big and Brolic coming back? It took about 8 weeks, 8 different DFNs, but they finally make their appearance once again. And honestly, Mitch, they did it in style. I did not think, you know, I'll even admit it, I did not think they would take down melee creeps, but honestly, it was a fantastic win. The macro play they sported, and not to mention the good sportsmanship between the two teams. I mean, you saw melee creeps, you know, giving them big shout outs saying that they played well, and you could tell they meant it, because again, these are two scrim partners that have been playing against each other for such a long time. And I think it's great to see Big and Brolic come out big here in their first showing.
That to me is the beauty of a show match like this, Jason, is to put the very best of our teams head to head, teams that have got familiarity, with one another, playing against each other. Freaking great game. Got to bring Dan in here, of course, to talk about it, because we often talk about, like, all right, you got to pick Bebop. It can be a double-edged sword. You can be completely useless at some points in the game, and then it can be great. In the past, he used to be a terror in lane and then a little less impactful late game. Now, people take Divine Barrier against you in lane, but there's nothing they can do against the Curse when you manage to somehow hook the Lash and set up yourself on a collision course with a game win. Yams was the difference maker there.
Yeah, I think it's probably a bit easier to stay on the farm so that you, because this was actually a question that I think previously, like a lot of heroes where it's like, okay, you can play this hero as viable if you can get the farm. You know, there's quite a few, but I think a lot of the changes have enabled that to just be a little bit easier. And with how active Bebop is as well in the roam and how much more consistent people are and understanding the setups, it seems like the farm is a bit more guaranteed, and that kind of curve of like how active and how much value you're getting for the team is a lot more consistent as people have learned how to play Bebop more and more. Because that's the thing with the hooks, is like it is always going to be like a high value skill, kind of like the cube will always be high value. It's just like a very hard skill shot to get good at. It takes a lot of practice. So it's really cool to see teams actually finally like putting Bebop to good use. And I think it kind of played out as we were kind of thinking. This lineup was very cohesive with Ido sort of like the star, you know, in that lineup. You know, on the Yamato, has a lot of distraction around him, a lot of tankiness, a lot of utility to set him up, to heal him, to make sure that he can kind of do what he needs to do in the big team fights when they come. And even though you've got a lot of those AoE abilities, like the focus fire, especially, I think from Big and Brolic was like very scary in this game.
I think we have to give a lot of credit as well to Poppers really quick. If we're going to talk a lot about Ido, I mean, coming in as like the new player for the team, I feel like the entire night he's had great performances. Great Town has been scary. His Yamato, I think, was still very scary in the last game. Obviously not as scary as Ido's was, but it was a much different situation at that point. And obviously the supporting crew around it, allowing them to be successful like this. I mean, running like the Viscous and the Bebop and the Kelvin, you really depend on the damage that Ido and Poppers are going to be pulling off. And credit to Gibbs, man. It's not made me necessarily a believer, but it's made me like a realist that he can put out some pretty damn insane damage on Viscous.
Yeah, I mean, I get less so. I mean, look, less so maybe this game compared to others, but I mean, still like pretty close up on what Poppers is able to provide there. There's a reason, right, where you know, great, the Viscous has been a little bit more popular, or definitely valued more in NA. These are questions I kind of want to save for the interview and get an idea of like how this scene is shaping up, because we're seeing now there's levels to this. We've got some depth here in NA. Let's talk about our player of the match, though. Presented by Intel. Pretty hard to put it against anybody, but this guy on the screen, it is going to be Idorian, finishing the series, of course, on a Yamato game that they went 9-4, 13 assists, topping the lobby in player damage, and of course, healing on a Kelvin team. Oh, that was in the first game, actually. Okay, but still, crazy.
Yeah, I do. Go ahead, Jason.
Go ahead, Dan. You honor me, but go ahead.
I am the British person. You must allow me to win the politeness battle. As you may, as you were.
I think the first match in this series was very difficult for Ido because he kind of had to play from behind at some points. He was kind of like equal in souls, if not a little bit behind from his team. But like when it came towards the later stages of the game, he was definitely one of the more fed players. And he had such a minefield to navigate in that first series as the Abrams, because there's so much CC to deal with him. He was able to kind of like navigate his way through and still find massive impact. And of course, when it came to Yamato, we know what kind of impact this man can put out here, as he was really the focal and talking point in the second match of the series.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's really cool with Ido too is that for a long time, you know, the heavy association was Pocket for Ido, and when you saw Ido get to play Pocket, it was kind of wild. But like a lot of teams would just ban the Pocket, and so the one-dimensional nature of it was kind of anticlimactic. And so it's really cool to see Ido, who is a true playmaker at heart in terms of that, and like his skill sitting on that is that type of decision making is really high. So it's really, really cool to see a lot more depth in terms of what Ido can bring to a team, whether it's the Abrams or the Yamato in addition to the Pocket, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more. Looks like he's a lot more complete, and just the lineup around him as well. It's actually super exciting to see a lineup that is way more kind of like gelled with Ido, because in the past kind of felt like he was getting thrown in there, and he's a great player, but it wasn't necessarily like a team that is, you know, where you could say, okay, there's like a team that Ido fits into, but it kind of feels like that's what Big and Brolic has turned into. And it's funny, you know, because AVG last week on the interview when they won, it's such an effort to like topple Hydra Nation, and he wins. He's like, oh, you guys are like, you know, you got to get Big and Brolic in here. They're like awesome. It's like we get him in, and then they're the ones to beat him. It's like,
yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Like for us, I mean, if you're just looking at defense, they came out of nowhere. Obviously, the reality of that, I'm sure, is quite different, but we're going to peel back the curtain a little bit more on what he's been cooking in the Big and Brolic kitchen. Probably a heck of a lot of protein, folks. We're going to bring Idori in here for an interview. I know. Congratulations, bro. Well done.
Thank you. What is up?
Hey, we're chilling. You guys treated us to an absolute smorgasbord there, mate. Great job. Listen, for those of you who are already watching like defense and maybe aren't watching like your stream, for example, or like, you know, following along with what you're doing specifically, maybe shocked to see you guys come out here and look so dominant. But last week we interviewed Melee Creeps, and AVG said you've got to get these Big and Brolic guys in here. They're the real deal. So what's been cooking for you guys? Because, you know, in the past we've seen you in some of these rosters, Ido, and, you know, you've looked great, but maybe the whole unit hasn't gelled. This team looks completely different.
Listen, man, I definitely feel like the biggest reason is it's not all on me anymore, man. I feel like all of my teammates are literally fucking so good at this game. I'm not gonna lie, I trolled game one. The Gubami did not work out as well as I thought it would, but it didn't matter. I had all these fucking amazing teammates on my back. I mean, not on my back, just like surrounding me, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Fishcake. He put on a fucking banger performance on Lash that they had to first pick it. Like, we're first picking Lash. What are we doing? You know, it's like, it's crazy that has to come to that, you know? Shout out Gibbs, Pure Content. I mean, all of them have just been like super passionate. We've been grinding so hard. I see these guys have like 100+ hours a week. I don't even know how that's possible. These guys are literally what make it, man. Like, we always have positive mental whenever we take a loss. Everything about it is just, the vibes are good. I fucking love it, bro. It's great. It's great. All right, I know all my teammates.
You hit your F-bomb quota.
Shout out Poppers, our new guy. Sorry.
Right, you hit your F-bomb quota for the night now. Okay, just let you know.
My bad. I'm high. Okay. All right, my bad. Frick. Okay, there you go.
Come on.
I want to know what is your favorite thing about? I want you to go sequentially for your teammates. Like, tell me your favorite thing about each of your teammates.
Each of my teammates?
Yeah.
Okay. First, you want me to start off? So Pure Content, this guy has some of the craziest outwards passion I've seen. Like, he's just a grinder. We're theory crafting every night. It's insane. It's like he's working it, man. He's even like doing the work that a manager would while also being one of the best supports in the game. You know what I'm saying? It's a really good performance by him. Fishcake, this guy like silent but deadly. You know what I'm saying? This guy is crazy. He doesn't speak a word in comms. Doesn't matter. Somehow 5-man Lash ultimate. All right. It's all good. I'll take it, man. Good shit. I mean, have we seen Gibbs, by the way? This guy is literally like, we're first picking Viscous for a reason. He's a bit of a problem, I'm gonna be honest. There's nobody else that really matches up to his Viscous. Very good there. But obviously, there's more characters that we're good at we didn't have to bring out. What else? Poppers is a new addition to our roster. He fills in that gap that we needed, which I love, by the way, man. We were lacking that like M1 Geist / GT player. Yams is just, I mean, this guy's game knowledge is out of this world, man. I'm sorry, he's literally like, he's kind of putting me on the back when it comes to like IGLing. He's kind of carrying, I can't even lie, he's doing real good. Sorry, I'm gassed.
Sorry, Ido, take a breath. Take a breath. It's cool. We got time. And I'm gonna make you talk about that first game, by the way, because the ending to that was ridiculous. Can you kind of like walk us through who made the decision to go for that and what was going on in comms when you guys were all ziplining down that right-hand lane?
Yours truly. I was like, I saw it. I'm just saying, like, we had the confirmations, you know, come out, but like everything just like went black and white around me. I was like, holy fuck, blue lane, we're fucking sending it down there. This is the game winner right here.
Family show.
Freaking Dude, you can't hold back the passion, man. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Okay, freaking running it down blue, and we just full sent to everyone followed right behind me. Big blue Brawlic man leading the charge, going in for the finish. They couldn't do anything about it. It was a depressing. It was very sad to see how that came out for Melee Creeps, but I'm so glad that's how we went out. It was cinema as heck, man.
So let me ask you, in that situation, right? Did you decide to make that call because you felt like you were gonna, like, you could not fight Melee Creeps if they attacked your base, having yams and pure content down, or like what was the reason you were like, okay, let's just send it?
Well, the thing is, we decided to take fights like that because of the lane state. And for example, if they ever try and siege us, we can just full threaten them, and threaten we did. Like the thing is, we can literally backdoor whenever we wanted, as long as our wave is shoved. So they have to go answer that first, which means if they go answer the wave, then someone has to be out of the fight, and then we can, take an even fight, and then our timers will come back up. Or if they go mid boss, they can't even manage any waves, which is like probably the worst play they could have done. But they put I'm not gonna lie, they were diffing us early game, but like they're a good team, man. They were diffing us mid game, but we came back strong. We had a couple comebacks. We were definitely we were coming back. We were coming on their backs for sure. It was crazy how good we were doing against them, even though we were down like 30-40k.
I want to ask you
money away for that bombs. Thank you.
I want to ask you one more question, because like Mitch said before, AVG was very adamant on talking you guys up, and I know you guys went through some hardships as a team where some teams wouldn't want to scrim against you. Melee Creeps seem to be that rock that you guys could always depend on to get games in. I just want to give you a chance to say some words about them as like a team, and obviously with the GGs they gave you at the very end, it seemed like you guys have a very friendly demeanor between each other and respect for each other.
Yes. So I really like Melee Creeps because they're super passionate about the game just as we are, and they're really good players. And yes, they they even while we were getting blacklisted, the whole situation, they were still like the only team that was even getting us a scrim, which was kind of sad, but like it was still good practice, and I was very, very happy that they were able to do that for us. Eventually we did come to an understanding that, like, wait, these guys are doing everything they possibly can just to play with us. We should get back. We should take out what the person we had to take out, and then just have a good roster and a good game. You know what I'm saying? And I really appreciate Melee Creeps for sticking out for us the whole time. I know Average is a great guy. Like that guy's is an amazing guy. Whenever I talk to him and we set up scrims, so shout out Melee Creeps for sure. I'm so excited for the future of this game because of that. Appreciate it.
I mean, we're stoked too. We're also stoked for the future of you guys, Ido. So thanks so much for joining us, man. Go and celebrate, and of course, as our week number 16 champions, man. It's a well-deserved win. Thanks for putting on a show for us tonight.
Thank you, and take care, you guys as well. Good job casting. Jason, you doubted my Gubami. I hate you for that. We're gonna talk later.
Yeah, can you quickly say, before you go, can you say Jason Kaplan is my least favorite caster?
Oh, come on.
Oh, Jason Kaplan is my least favorite caster. Boom. There it is.
You're not getting my Prime sub this month.
Thanks, Ido. Take care, buddy. Appreciate your time.
Peace out.
All right, folks, there you have it. And I had to listen, man. To be fair, Jason, he was right about tier 2 boomers maybe not having the quality needed to to cut to the heart of this kind of competition. But some of the shots you're bound to miss every now and then. It's great to hear from Ido, though. I mean, guys, I don't know. I'm pretty stoked about this. I think it's a great result for the region because we complained about NA being a little shallow, right? I want to say like a couple months ago, we were wondering like where the depth was, and we're dealing with a week without hydration, and all of a sudden we've got a revolving door of teams at the top here. I'm stoked for the future in this NA region, guys. Is looking like it's going to be fun for quite some time to come.
Yeah, it's like 10 or 12 DFNs, I think, where it really was just a story of domination from Hydronation. And what's really cool is we're like getting to know also the players behind these teams a bit more. And from both Melee Creeps and also from Big and Brolic, it feels really good to like have that sense of like who the players are that are at the top of the scene. And I think that's like a luxury that we have with DFN, that we get to like see this week in and week out. So like I'm just feeling pretty grateful for that, like seeing the energy there for Ido and seeing how much it means for them. And I'm pretty sure this game will pop off when Valve decide to kind of unveil whatever the esports roadmap is at some point, unknown point in the future.
I'm sure they will, but there's something special about times like this. I feel like early on in the game, it's so community centric. You guys out there in the chat have been incredible. Obviously, Intel have come on board and have allowed us to make this show possible, but wouldn't be able to do it without you guys out there in the chat. So week after week, you guys have turned up. You've been spamming in the chat, copy pasta. You've been getting behind your teams. We really appreciate it. It means so much to us. Make sure you throw us a follow. And if you got the a Prime sub out there to help support the show, then please do. We've got some stuff in the pipeline. So we, of course, here at DFN are continuing to roll out some content. I want to draw you guys' attention to something we've got coming up very, very soon called Between Rounds, which is some YouTube content for you. That's right. ZP and Jake will be breaking down the new map from a pro player angle, and there's more coming. VODs up there on YouTube as well of all of the previous Deadlock Fight Night games. So youtube.com/Deadlock Fight Night. That's where all of our content is going right now. ZP and Jake getting an interview going. If you're curious about the way Deadlock is heading, what the new map is like, they dive deep, get a pro perspective on it, and there's going to be more to come from us there with Between Rounds. So please check it out going forward. Also, don't know if you guys are into it. You're all Deadlock fans here, but tomorrow our Rivals Fight Night kicks off. So a few of us are going to be recycled and dragged into yet another product here from a crew out here at DFN. Rivals Fight Night, of course, is going to be a Marvel Rivals King of the Hill style sort of tournament. Maybe that seems familiar to you if you followed us here at Deadlock. So if you've got any interest in that game, want to see what the pros are up to right now, it's also really early over there. It's going to be myself, ZP is going to be there, Jake will be back. We've got Avast coming on board and the legendary Chris Puckett to host that show. Want to make it clear though, we're doing some rivals. It's going to be fun, but we're not going anywhere here at Deadlock Fight Night. We're going to continue to try and showcase the very best of Deadlock from all around the world, including our recently added Pacific region for you guys. We hope you love what we're doing here because we're having a great time. Pretty sure it's a reciprocal relationship. DDK Jason, feeling good. Guys, thanks for joining me for yet another Deadlock Fight Night. Number 16 at NA ended with the bang, boys.
Hell yeah. Let's do it again.
Let's go.
I was going to say, I wonder if you want to say anything, Jason. I
was just going to say, speaking of recycled, look at the picture that you had in that Rivals Fight Night announcement, because I'm pretty sure that was from ESL days.
Okay, so
you were about 30 kilos heavier.
They could have used my winning the esports award photo as well. But it just makes Puckett look like he's the only one that's won one of those things. Unbelievable stuff. Anyway, ring the bell. Give us a sub, give us a like, comment, whatever. We'll see you next time, next week for Deadlock Fight Night number 17, presented by our friends over at Intel. In the meantime, guys, enjoy your time out there in the cursed apple. Be kind to each other, and we'll hopefully see some of you tomorrow for Rivals Fight Night.